attending it virtually. Due to recent developments in histopathology, we tried to make this session as a thematic. So this, I will give an overview of 1.5 day program. The morning session is a mixed one. Dr. Shahid Parvez will brief us about evolution of histopathology in Pakistan. We have keynote speakers in the morning session. Dr. Zubair Bloch will talk about thyroid neoplasms. Dr. Akhtar Suhail Chugtai will talk about pathology, education, and future of pathology in Pakistan. Here we will have a 30 minutes break. And then our next keynote speaker, Dr. Anil Parwani, will talk about digital pathology. We have one keynote speaker from Germany who has vast experience in working pathology in low-income countries. So he will join us live. So after the morning session, we'll have our thematic sessions. The first thematic session is on neuropathology update. There are 4 talks, and hopefully we'll be done with this session by 1 p.m. And have a 1 hour break for lunch and prayer. The session 2 thematic session is on hematolymphoid, genitourinary, and soft tissue pathology updates. There are 6 talks on these themes, followed by 2 speakers, distinguished speakers from the UK. We will have here a short break and move on to the last segment of today's meeting, which is consultant interesting case presentation. Tomorrow morning session is a mix of gynae, breast, salivary gland cytology, pathology on COVID and Hirschsprung disease, followed by a break, and we move on to the last segment of our program, which is free papers. So there will be 6 resident presentations and 2 consultants presentations. So around 12:30, there will be best poster and oral presentation, prize distribution, and shield distribution. And we are hopeful that we will join the closing ceremony of all societies around 1 p.m. We try to accommodate as many speakers as possible, so our program is very compact, and I request all speakers to follow the time, so we will run this meeting smooth. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
And now it's my pleasure to invite the President of Pakistan Association of Pathologists and the Pakistan Division of International Association of Pathologists, Dr. Shahid Parvez, to reflect and give his thoughts about the journey, the 75 years journey of pathology in Pakistan. Dr. Shahid Parvez.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So let me take you back in time, 75 years ago, though I was not born at that time, but we always have the history, right? So this is our beautiful country, and this is our most vibrant city of Pakistan, Karachi, where we are having this conference after a break of 2 years. And Pakistan is a very resilient nation, and Karachi is a very resilient city. We have seen decades of multiple problems, but as soon as a little relief comes, it bounces back, you know. Yeah. So, and we are the 5th most populous country in the world, so a very important country from that point of view as well. well over 200 countries in the world, you know. So starting early days, after independence in 1947, pathology and lab diagnostics was hardly in existence, and clinical practice was largely based on clinical acumen alone. Sir, अच्छा ये क्लॉक वगैरह कहीं चल रहा है ताकि मुझे पता चले, कहाँ नजर तो नहीं आ रहा मुझे। अच्छा चले, मुझे और एक्स्ट्रा टाइम मिल गया। All right. So gradually, few foreign qualified pathologists returned to Pakistan and took the initiative to establish the discipline and start training programs in few public sector as well as in few armed forces facilities in a couple of major cities. So these were largely 1 to 2 years diploma courses on the pattern of DCP offered by Royal Postgraduate Medical School, Hammersmith. It was a very popular course. I also did that course, you know. Training was largely restricted to clinical pathology disciplines, that is hematology, clinical chemistry, microbiology, and some specific courses were later introduced that led to an MPhil in histopathology. So graduates of these courses were mostly employed in public and private sector diagnostic labs, offering basic clinical chemistry, hematology, blood banking, and microbiology services, and in medical colleges for undergraduate pathology teaching. For histopathology, there were only 2 facilities, BMSI, Basic Medical Sciences Institute at JPMC, and AFIP, Rawalpindi. Biopsy specimens from all major hospitals of Pakistan were transported to these 2 centers with several weeks lapse, frustrating clinicians who would prefer to treat their patients on their clinical judgment alone, with very few biopsies sent for histopathological examination. This scenario persisted till early 1980s until few initiatives by the private sector significantly changed the future of pathology in Pakistan. One notable initiative included state-of-the-art clinical laboratories of the Aga Khan University Hospital in Karachi. Good facilities and better financial and growth prospects attracted highly qualified and experienced pathologists, mostly of Pakistani origin, to return. Their hard work gradually paid off, and confidence of the clinician was built with active communication, resulting in better and optimum patient care. This was followed by few more initiatives in private sector, NGOs like Shaukat Khanam Memorial Cancer Hospital, Shifa International Islamabad, Chughtai Institute of Pathology, and now in some public sector universities as well, like Dow University of Health Sciences, even LUMS, you know, we have seen, and many, many others, you know, I mean. So many other facilities also started, and these facilities started 4 to 5 years training programs in various specialties of pathology on the UK model. So currently a significant number of hospitals throughout the country offer these accredited programs in all these specialties. The College of Physicians and Surgeons, Pakistan, is the regulatory and examining body with a charter from Government of Pakistan, founded in 1962, and it's the 60th anniversary of CPSP actually this year. It awards an exit diploma termed FCPS, Fellow of College of Physicians and Surgeons, Pakistan. The Pakistan Association of Pathologists is the common platform for all pathologists of Pakistan. It was founded in 70s, and since then it regularly holds its annual conference in the city of Pakistan. Over the last decade, besides PAP, subspecialties of pathology is also developed, specialty-specific societies like Pakistan Society of Hematology, Histopathology and Cytology Society of Pakistan, International Academy of Pakistan, International Academy of Pathology, Pakistan Division is also quite vibrant forum for us for over 10 years now. All right, so now I will be showing, you will see some of your pictures 10, 12 years ago when all of us were a little more younger, right? So it was the Histopathology and Cytology Society of Pakistan was founded again in a small room in King Edward Medical University, and the stalwart who initiated this initiative is sitting right in front of you, Professor Mulazim Hussain. So in that, small room, all of us decided to, because before that there were many societies already very active, like Pakistan Society of Hematology and Chemical Pathology and so on. But we were very loyal to the PAP in that sense that we said, we won't have a separate and, we will go with the PAP. But then we realized that probably there is a need. And then they kindly elected me as the founder president of the Histopathology Cytology Society of Pakistan. And at that time, Professor Nausheen Wasim was also with us. And hence the first conference of Histopathology and Cytology Society of Pakistan was held. We are sitting, this is, what's going on? Can we go back? Stuck. So it was at Allama Iqbal Medical University. Go back, a couple of slides. Or go back. Ye kahan se back? Acha, yahan se back. Okay, so thank you. So this was our first conference of Histopathology and Cytology Society of Pakistan at Allama Iqbal Medical University. And you can see, we were talking about Professor Shima Hassan and many other senior pathologists are sitting there. This was followed by the next conference, which was really very memorable conference, and the idea came from Professor Sirajuddaula Sayyed. He was, we were sitting in the College of Physician and Surgeon, Pakistan, and, he is, Professor Siraj is an adventurer as well, So he said, have a conference at a place where we will have the opportunity to walk, look around, and this and that. And that was, I think, sometimes in October in Nathia Gali. And it was a great event, so this is Nathia Gali and General Manzoor, the veteran, great histopathologist, mashallah, he is still active, was there as the chief guest. And this was a kind of arrangement, very interesting arrangement. It was quite chilly, and there was not hot water, and Dr. Naila Kiani was, was going around and round that, how to get the cold water, because they said, they start heating and these things from 15th of that month. So there, it was few days short, right? And then one more thing which very interesting, that there was a cultural night and we had certain singers invited. But they were, when they started singing, everybody got bored. So someone asked Dr. Colonel Nadra Mamoon, many of you may not know her talent, to sing a song, And so one song after another, and it was so mesmerizing that those who were invited, they just packed up their thing and ran away. And obviously, the bansuri of Professor Siraj and other things. So it was really a very highly memorable event. And this is the first annual meeting of the IAP Pakistan division, so which was founded in 2010, and since then, kindly you have kept me as the president of IAP Pakistan division. So these are some of the images which I will, for sake of, pass quickly, right? So you may see your younger pictures, huh? Younger versions. And then this was the 4th annual meeting at Karachi of IAP Pakistan division, along with the 7th annual meeting of the HCSP. And some memories from that conference. And then 5th was a very elaborate conference in Lahore in PC, and we invited several leaders in the field of pathology, like Professor Dietmar Schmitz. At that time he was the president of the International Academy of Pathology from Germany, and Professor Ray McMahon from UK. He organized the last IAP World Congress in Glasgow, which went virtual because of the COVID. And we had several others, the Maad Al-Dhuri, Professor Ng from Hong Kong. So very, I think that was a wonderful conference, and Professor Chughtai. So probably Professor Chughtai, you may find the only person, which is ditto what was, 10 years ago, maybe 20 years ago. So you have to find the secret, And then a time came that we met certain pathologists in the region in Sri Lanka in a conference. And a pathologist called Jillur Rahman, they call it Jillur Rahman, he invited to come to Chittagong to their national congress. So we went to the Chittagong, and there SARC was born. This, we call it, SAC, SARC Academy of Cytology and Histopathology. And this is the first conference, which was held in Chittagong, and kindly they elected me as the founder president of this as well. So this was the first congress in Chittagong, and that created a lot of optimism in the region, and good news coverage in their newspapers, Indian newspapers, etc. And this is the 3rd SARC conference in Cox's Bazar, and Professor Chughtai was there in Cox's Bazar. It's wonderful. We went to those exotic places which otherwise we will never go. And it was a huge opportunity to interact with the pathologists of the region, from all corners of India, like Professor Asitava Mondal, from Calcutta, some coming from Kochi, Lucknow, Mumbai, and so on, Nepal. So, so we are genetically, very similar. Our problems are same. So it was a huge opportunity, And then 4th conference was at a place, which they say is the birthplace of Buddha, Dharan, Nepal. And it was a bumpy journey. And again, I think Professor Chughtai participated in at least 3 out of 5. I think I remember, when the last conference was in Kathmandu, you took that Mount Everest tour, The first thing, when he landed at Kathmandu, he took the Mount Everest tour. They have those small planes, which take you the Mount Everest. And in one professor, who's very well versed with the Bangladesh, was there. Professor Sirajuddaula, and you went to the Sundarban tour as well, Right. So that was a very, then unfortunately, because of problems that we couldn't hold visa problems in India and Pakistan, so that came to a halt. So hope that it may be revived. Let's see what's happening. So this was it was held in the Bepi Koryala Institute of Health Sciences in Dharan. So everybody is familiar of Manisha Koryala, so everything is Koryala in Nepal. And then another opportunity came when at the golden jubilee of the CPSP, the CPSP invited the presidents of the all Royal Colleges. So the president of the Royal RC Path, Archie Prentice came in Karachi, and then later on it was invited in the PAP conference. And that led to the initiation of the first MOU, which was signed on behalf of PAP and CPSP, and Professor Chughtai and the Professor Zafarullah Chaudhary. They went to the UK to the Royal College and signed the first MOU. And this is the renewal of the MOU, which I signed with the current president of the Royal College of Pathologists last year, both on behalf of the College of Physicians and Surgeons Pakistan and the Pakistan Association of Pathologists. And this has led to really some significant benefits, you know. I mean, now the exchange of examiners, some of us are examiners of the RC Path, and now even yesterday, I think 3 I know that who passed FRC Path Part 2 examination in histopathology, and I think many more, I think. So, and then another, that for the very first time in College of Physicians and Surgeons, a 20 members elected council, they recognized probably the pathology discipline, that it's such an important for modern medicine. For the very first time, they, you know, I was elected on behalf of pathology as the counselor, and our term will come to an end in early next year. So this is probably you won't be able to read it, but this is the number of fellows in various disciplines, and so far in histopathology close to 400 FCPS, and lab hematology again close to 400 FCPS, and about 150 plus in chemical pathology, 150 plus in microbiology, and very few in immunology, right? So challenges are, these are the challenges, right? Affordability. Health card has been a great initiative. I hope that that continues, you know, a kind of insurance. Huh? So in summary, pathology in Pakistan evolved from scratch to a significant, well-trained workforce sensitive to quality issues and well aware of their critical role, which is at the heart of patient care. Over 1,200 pathologists from all subspecialties are serving the nation at the length and breadth of Pakistan. This has now initiated a snowball effect, and more institutions are now being recognized for training, which are attracting the most promising medical graduates of the country, securing the future of pathology in Pakistan. So I think as far as pathology is concerned, certainly we have come a long way, you know, and as those who will attend the workshop on Monday by 2 of our you know, graduates who are at a very key positions in UK and involved in the activities of the RC Path, that the training, the FCPS, you know, when they compare it with the MD of, say, of India, you know, there is a marked difference, you know. So I think we can, but there is no room for complacency, and this effort, this mission must go on to secure not only the future of discipline, but the future of our next generation, because if there is a right diagnosis, there is a right treatment, right? So with that, and you know, we and Dr. Naila, you know, for over 30 years at the same institute, and only a couple of days ago, you know, we received an email that there will be a ceremony to award 30 years award, to who served at the Aga Khan University. So thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, so to start off the first scientific session of the day, I'd like to ask Dr. Sarosh Muin from Aga Khan University Hospital to come and moderate the session.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. So we formally start our sessions. This is the first session of the day. For that, I would like to invite my chairperson and co-chair for this session, Professor Sirajuddaula and Dr. Ehsan Al-Wadeed. Welcome, sir. Our first talk would be by Dr. Zubair Baloch. This would be a live and online session. So over to Dr. Zubair Baloch from Medicine University of Pennsylvania, USA.
Dr. Zubair, can you hear us?
Dr. Zubair, please continue.
Dr. Zubair, can you hear us? Dr. Zubair, can you hear us?
This is a live session, yes. We're sorry for the inconvenience.
Dr. Zubair, can you hear us?
Okay. To save time, we can. Okay.
उनको बता दें फोन पर कि हम उनको बाद में ले लेंगे.
The next session would be by Professor Dr. Akhtar Suhail Chukzai. Is he here? We are sorry, these glitches are part and parcel of every conference. Welcome, Dr. Suhail.
So I have 1 hour to speak. Am I taking his time also? All right. I got it. It's an interesting topic that I have been assigned to. But I must say it at the very beginning that these are purely my observations, purely my experience. You have the right to disagree with me, And if there is a disagreement, I apologize for that right at the
Hello.
beginning.
Hello.
So it is like pathology education and then future of pathology in Pakistan. We just heard a very nice talk about last 75 years of pathology in Pakistan by Dr. Shahid. Here we are. I look at these people, Louis Pasteur, Robert Koch, electron microscope coming up, Pepinaclau with its cytopathology, double helix DNA, 1953. The journey has started from it even before 1822. Then we had chemistry, automation. Some of these developments I have seen during my life. Then further developments took place around the world. Culture counter came in front of me. You know, I was a young pathologist at that time. I had the privilege of using the very first culture counter. Then immunohistochemistry as it evolved, genetics came in, molecular pathology, NGS is there, and now we are talking about artificial intelligence and digital microscopy. What is this? 95% of labs in the country have this state of affairs. Still, pathology lab is taken as a 1 or 2 rooms, not very tidy, a person shabbily dressed, using a puppet, and performing tests in a, most of the time, obsolete technology. Now, this is not a Jewish, Western European, or Indian conspiracy. This is what we have done to ourselves. When I look at my undergraduate students, they hardly ever are exposed to the lab. Their entire teaching is theoretical in the classroom. And most of you who are involved in undergraduate teaching, you will agree with me that some of the most important subjects in pathology, they're not even taught during undergraduate training. Virology has a very minimal role. Immunology, molecular genetics. In many of the curricula of universities, genetics is only about Down syndrome and Klinefelter syndrome, nothing beyond that. That is what we teach our undergraduates. Because they're never exposed to pathology, they're never taken to the pathology lab, the undergrads know very little about pathology as a future. So, females are always told to go for some kind of basic sciences where there are no emergencies. They don't have to come for emergency duties. They opt for anatomy, physiology. A large number of females who are coming to pathology, they think that it's a daytime specialty and they can take care of their household responsibilities while they are practicing pathology. And then when they look at pathology as a career, a young man who's doing medicine, he has all these fantasies in his mind: a car, a good household, good standard of living for his children. Female, kitne bache hone hain, her husband, her in-laws, and so on and so forth, but they have their dreams. Our regulatory bodies are amazing. They are clueless about the state of pathology and its future. They don't even know how many pathologists are needed in the country. There has never been a survey as to how many pathologists would be needed in a particular specialty. COVID came, dengue comes every year or every other year. There are countless viral diseases. How many virologists, how many qualified virologists do we have in this country? Nobody opts for virology as a specialty because there are no opportunities. Once you become a virologist, there are no jobs. My first fellow who completed FCPS in virology is struggling to find a job somewhere. So, because of the so many specialties that have come up, the undergrads, they don't even know what to opt for and what are their opportunities once they, qualify for pathology. Again, there is no national policy. One day, somebody decided that, when, I'll go to the next slide, in 18s, Public Service Commission, in its priority of postgraduate qualifications, PhD was number 1, followed by MPhil. FCPS was just beginning to develop. So people opted for MPhil. A lot of people, opted for MPhil, but later on, obviously, when newer qualifications were coming, that order changed, and all of a sudden, MPhil, which was, hundreds of graduates who had done MPhil, their future became dark because suddenly they were degraded. That degree was degraded by just a small group of people who were making the government policies. Now, if you look at the various qualifications that are being offered in the countries, MPhil, PhD, FCPS, MD, MS, how many supervisors do we have for these specialties? Who develops the curriculum? What is the evaluation system? What are the available facilities for training in these institutes? Why qualifications go in disrepute? When MPhil was started, there were very strict criteria for getting into the training program. The candidates had to work for at least 2 years in a pathology department, and only then they were eligible to enter for training in MPhil. When it was degraded, then obviously they were lost, and there was a huge difference in the quality of MPhils from different institutes. This is an individual dependent qualification. If you got a good supervisor, you'll become a very good pathologist. I remember supervisors who would ask their candidate, अगर तुम सुबह की फजर की नमाज मेरे साथ नहीं पढ़ा करोगे तो मैं तुम्हें पास नहीं होने दूंगा. Yes, it has been happening. Candidates taking their supervisors' children to school, bringing them back, taking their wives for shopping, were criteria for qualifying in this individual dependent specialty. And there were other places where it was a very structured program producing very high quality specialists. So if one qualification is being carried out at so many different universities, there's a gross disparity in the quality of graduates they are producing. There is such a huge difference in the institutes, facilities, and supervisors that are available at different levels. you will see if there is training going on in the rural area, pathetic labs. Pathetic labs. There are government teaching hospitals. I'm not talking about all of them, but generally speaking, 8 to 2 working hours. Is the supervisor available all the time? And I'll tell you a very interesting story, not related to pathology, but in one of the medical units, medical wards of King Edward Medical College. Once there was this gentleman who wanted to enter the ward, and the gatekeeper stopped him. He said, "आप कहाँ जा रहे? अभी अंदर राउंड हो रहा है, आप अभी अंदर नहीं जा सकते." उसने कहा, "मैं प्रोफेसर हूँ इस यूनिट का." कहा, "इधर हर कोई अपने आप को प्रोफेसर कहता है, मैंने तो तुम्हें कभी देखा ही नहीं." The professor, the head of the department, supervisor of I don't know how many candidates, never entered the ward for 3 months. What are you training? And then private institutes. Private institutes are striving, are struggling, just like Dr. Shahid mentioned. Some very good private institutes came up like Aga Khan, Shaukat Khanum. AFIP has done a wonderful job all along. They have their own duty hours. They lay down their own policies of training. So that is why if you look at these 3 places, the disparity of training in pathology is huge. Then, do we ever study that a department that is accredited for a particular specialty, is it properly equipped or not? Many of the places, the trainees have to do their self-learning. They complete their training, and I'm sure most of you are witness to this. They get training from 4 years training at one institute, 8 to 2 timing, and out of these 8 to 2 timings, God knows how many hours are actually spent in training. After 4 years, they are begging from one institute to another institute to give them some time for preparation of exam. That is why failure rate of these trainees is very high, because 4 years they got only very basic training, and they were never exposed to the facilities which would be available at a better equipped institutes. Look at the very basic facilities, flow cytometry, how many centers have this facility available, or microbiology. There's a huge progress in facilities in diagnostic microbiology, clinical microbiology. In pathology, histopathology, you're talking about genetics, you're talking about targeted therapy. You find out exactly what gene mutation has taken place and how you're going to treat this individual. How many of our trainees are actually exposed to this kind of facility? Again, you talk to realize this. Please note this. There are people writing dissertation for graduates against 5,000 rupees. Dissertations are written, they are submitted, they're approved. Good institutes force their trainees to write research papers. What is the quality of these research papers? What kind of facilities are available for carrying out research? Most of these, they're begging various journals to publish their paper, and most of the time it is rejected. It's not a quality research. Once you have become a supervisor, you are a supervisor for life. There is no re-evaluation system of supervisors. A supervisor, there are few people, there are exceptions. I'm not talking about across the board. There are a few supervisors who would keep themselves abreast with the latest developments. Otherwise, once you are a supervisor, your knowledge stops there. You will produce graduates of your level of understanding you are not going to train them on modern developments. So there is no system of re-evaluation of supervisors. And then the pressures on residents. The opportunities for young pathologists in Pakistan are little. And now this novel central induction system, the way it is playing havoc with our young generations is to be observed. It is our responsibility to go and see what havoc it is playing with our younger generation, because they clear their part 1 and then they are waiting for 2 or 3 years to get inducted into training program, and sometimes their part 1 training, it lapses and they fail to get an opportunity in a training program. Young people have family pressures. The family has been expecting a person to become a specialist, and he will then start supporting the family. Young graduates, they look for shortcuts. Part-time training program, and they are looking for jobs in the evening because they are under a lot of financial pressure. They have to do 2-3 jobs in the evening to make their ends meet, to support their families. They're young people. Young girls, there is pressure from the families that they must get married. They get married, get into a training program. Next 3 months, 6 months into training program, you find out she's expecting, because there's family pressure to have babies. They lead to very serious psychological pressures on the graduates. Now look at the PMC. They made this mandatory. They made it mandatory that every medical college must have a professor, assistant professor, associate in every specialty. What was the result? They did not even look into the number of specialists that are available. So what is happening? I can name the university. University of Health Sciences, Lahore, started producing specialists, MPhils in every discipline of pathology. No previous experience in pathology. You have done MBBS, you have done house job. You get into MPhil training program of 2 years. After 2 years, you are MPhil, and you're looking for a job as an assistant professor, and the medical colleges will accept them. How can you train a postgraduate on your personal collections? मेरे पास 500 केस पड़ा हुआ, मैंने बच्चे को दिखा दिया, उसने completed his training, and now he's an MPhil, and he can get into a university as an assistant professor, who in due course of time is likely to become a professor and head of the department. They started producing crops and crops of postgraduates. That is playing havoc with the training of undergrads. And then there are no slots for immunology, virology, molecular genetics. This is not the future. This is the past. Because there are no slots available for these graduates, they don't go for it. So that is why these very important specialties are not developing, because people do not opt for these specialties. Then accreditation of colleges. Private medical colleges are coming up like mushrooms. PMC inspects them. But what happens is they hire people from here and there, complete their faculty, inspection is carried out, college is recognized, and the faculty is fired. You play havoc with the career of these people. And lots of these universities and private medical colleges, they have ghost faculty that does not even exist. They stay home, receive 50,000, 60,000 rupees a month, but their name is on the university faculty. So regulatory bodies are playing havoc with that. Now, that is a reality, the way forward. The only way forward is optimism. We cannot continue, crying about what has happened, what is going on. We have to look forward. Now, it's our responsibility of all of us who are sitting here, particularly those who are sitting in the front rows. Do not degrade any specialty. We have demoralized our younger generation by degrading, by taking a qualification to the top, and then next month or few years down, you degrade it to make it, the graduate feels embarrassed to call that he has got this post-graduation qualification. So don't degrade any qualification. Help universities. The universities must sit together. It's our responsibility. Force the universities to come sit together, have at least a minimum criteria of training in university qualifications such as MPhil or PhD. PhD has become a joke. We are producing PhDs with 2 years of training. Time and again, a candidate would come to me and say, I need 50 cases of diagnosed carcinoma of breast. Why? Say, I'll run a few markers for my PhD thesis. Is this a joke? PhD is a very prime special degree. You cannot get, you have to work yourself. You have to create something. But here, you get material from someone else, write it down, and you get PhD degree. So let's sit together, devise the curricula. Universities must come together and make it a point that unless these minimum criteria are met, this qualification will not be awarded. Do not accredit substandard centers. There is a race in the universities, and they feel very good that my department has become accredited for training MPhil or PhD or FCPS. They lack facilities. They don't have the facilities. There is no big star on your face that how many of your departments are accredited. Don't go for it. And please do not accredit, do not approve departments that you think are not up to the mark for training of postgraduates, because the kind of postgraduates produced from their mistakes will come in your account, and you will be answerable for that. Trainees must be exposed to more centers. There are not too many centers that are very properly equipped for training high-quality graduates. So let them rotate. We need to open our doors. We have some amazing centers in the country. The pathology has come a long way in very few centers. So these universities, these training centers have to open their doors for those who are not having the same kind of facilities in their training centers. PMDC has to make survey, PMDC or PMC, whatever you may call it. There's a musical chair going on there as well. So we have to, they have to make it sure that the subspecialties, how they are developed, if they are not available in a particular center, that center must not be allowed to operate. Particularly for university examinations, for example, MPhil or PhD, I would very strongly recommend to invite examiners from other universities. If you cannot invite examiners from international universities, at least do not invite examiners from the same province. Invite examiners from other provinces who do not know the candidates personally. Then inter-organizational assessment. We must voluntarily devise a mechanism whereby whereby you invite other institutes to come and assess your training program and make recommendations how you can improve upon your training program. Now, this is PAP meeting 38. Another year, every year we hold PAP conference. We sit together, we talk about things. What do we decide? What is the outcome? every PAP conference, at the end of the conference, presidents of different societies must sit together and devise measures and policies for the next year, that by next year PAP conference, we will have ensured implementation of these minimum criteria across the training institutes and make sure that by the following year, those criteria are already met. We all know what our problems are. We all know them. We need to come up with solutions. Solutions are in our hands. Rather than saying, government ye karegi, tum ye karo, Aga Khan, aap ye aise kare, AFYP, aap ye aise kare. Ask questions from yourselves. What am I supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? What kind of facilities we are supposed to create? And focus on that. Stop criticizing others. Start criticizing yourself. Start asking questions from yourself. If we don't do it, who will? Aga Khan, if we do not have an electron microscope, who will? Renal pathology, derm path, and so many others. They need electron microscopy. There is only one functioning electron microscope in this country, that is probably at SIUT. How are we training our graduates on renal pathology or derm path and so on and so forth? We have to take this responsibility on ourselves rather than keep asking, ke wo ye karega, to wo ye karega, usne ye nahi kiya. Don't wait for the government. So I keep asking myself, I want to keep my doors open. Please open your doors. If you have facilities, please open your doors for the young people, for the young generation. Tumhari wahan pe ye training nahi hai, you lack in this component of your training, come over, we have this facility, we will train you. A lot has been done. Keep asking yourself, a lot has been done, but there is still a lot to be done. Please create research facilities. Please do not let your trainees come up with substandard research. It is counterproductive because they think they have done an amazing job. Actually, it is counterproductive because they have not done a good job and they keep boasting about it. So when they were asking me in my CV, and they said, in the end they said, accomplishments, aapki accomplishments, I said, kuch bhi nahi. Sari umar jhak mari hai. Kuch bhi nahi kiya, because there was so much to be done, and I have not been able to do much for this specialty. But here is one thing. I do not look at the government. I do not look at the government. They will come and they will help me and they will help me, they will support me in my programs. I have to do what I have to do. Our trainees, they are under serious professional and financial pressure. I am not looking, we follow, government ne itna stipend badha diya, now by compulsion we have to increase stipend of our residents. No, I'm not waiting for that. Let us take the initiative. Increase the stipend of your residents because they are under enormous pressure. They should not have to look for second and third job in the evening to make some extra money. Create opportunities for them while they are doing their training whereby they can earn more. At my institute, I would like to increase their stipend by maybe 10, 20% to give some comfort to them. But so I'm not looking at others. I'm not looking at the government that they will increase the stipend and then I will, take my step. So if you want to create these pathologists in this country and these pathologists in these countries, then these are the guys, these are the people on whom the whole responsibility of the future of pathology in this country depends. Please come forward, support your younger people, open your doors to the trainees, provide them with facilities, arrange funding for their good research, arrange opportunities for them at centers where those facilities are available so that they feel proud of themselves that yes, I have gone through some proper training program and I can go in the field and face any kind of challenge. I request these people to come forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Akhtar, for this eye-opening talk. We are sorry for earlier glitches due to internet connectivity. Now I would like to call Dr. Zubair Baloch via online session. Over to Dr. Zubair.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Zubair, we can hear you.
Oh, good, excellent. I apologize for the problems that we ran into, but actually I'm glad that I got delayed because I got to hear Professor Choktari, and that was a really amazing talk. So thank you for inviting me, and I really especially thanking Dr. Pervez and Dr. Nasruddin for inviting me. So, and I know one of my friends, Dr. Anil Parwani, is there in Pakistan. So maybe next time I will make it. So I've been given 30 minutes to talk to you about my favorite organ, which is thyroid. I'll call it an organ, but I know it's one of the endocrine gland which controls the entire body. And I also have the privilege of being a part of the WHO classification scheme. So I think it's, so I'm going to give you a little bird's eye view on that. But before we get to it, I just want to share with you that I do not have any financial relationships. I wish I did at this age, but I don't. So that's the way it is when you work in academic institutions. This is just a bird's eye view of what has happened over since I left what used to be Liaquat Medical College, and now it's Liaquat Medical University. And I was back there in 2019. And so on the top left, you see me as the medical student, and now, gray hairs and everything. So this has been a long journey, but I had a privilege of coming back in 2019 and actually giving a talk at the Liaquat Medical University to the postgraduates in pathology. And it was actually, I was amazed that it was a holiday and everybody was there. So it was really heartwarming. So we're going to talk about thyroid, and the thyroid cancer or thyroid neoplasms are detected because a thyroid nodule is identified. And it's very interesting that in US, where a lot of iodine is available in the food, so the food is fortified, it's still up to 7% of the US population has palpable thyroid nodules. And by ultrasound, up to 60% of these glands will have one or more thyroid nodules, which is not palpated. So it's basically kind of there are many thyroid nodules even in this iodine sufficient country. They are more common in women, thyroid nodules, and up to 95% of them, if you take all comers, they are benign. Now, it is very interesting. I'm a kind of a history buff, being a pathology nerd, as I call myself. And I always look in what has been done in the past. And this is actually one of the really principal physicians. His name was Abu Ali ibn Sina. And he was actually, was a part of a court of a caliph. And he wrote like these amazing books. And as I was reading through one of his translations, he's actually described thyroid nodule enlargements and thyroid goiters. And if you really read the descriptions, he described two types of thyroid nodules. One, which resembles a sebaceous cyst, which we can call as colloid nodule. And another one is an arterial aneurysm, because when you put a knife to it, it bleeds. And we know that most of the tumors and the thyroid gland can be very, they have many, many vessels. And when you incise or when you put a needle into them, you will get blood. So I think this guy was far ahead than us, and this has been like he was from 936 to 1013 AD. So we should be proud that this was really described in the literature which came from actually Muslim countries. So let's focus on the new classification scheme. And I want to go through the highlights of it. And this is actually one of the diagrams I put together to really focus on what is being most discussed upon, and that is thyroid cancers. And the one thing that comes up on the top is the biomarkers, as Dr. Chukthai was talking about in his talk, that we really have to train trainees into biomarkers and genetics and molecular pathology stuff, because that really defines what we see under the microscope. So taking from this, I'm going to kind of revert back to the 2017, which is the 4th edition of thyroid carcinomas, endocrine organs, and thyroid was one of the big piece of it. And I was actually involved kind of not so deeply into it at that time. But, you know, we have historically defined thyroid cancers as 3 types. One are well-differentiated carcinomas, and there's different subtypes of it, and we call them well-differentiated carcinomas because they keep the architecture of the thyroid gland cells. They form follicles or papillary formations, and they make thyroglobulin. And then we have poorly differentiated carcinomas with a little bit of aggressive clinical course, and then the worst, anaplastic carcinoma, which can actually kill the patient after the diagnosis within 6 to 8 months if you're looking at a sizable tumors. So it goes from a very well differentiated to very aggressive tumors. 2017 was actually, I think, was a big breakthrough in how we classified thyroid tumors, because we came up with this category of low-risk neoplasms. We believe that, and which we have seen all, that if a tumor is encapsulated and remains within the thyroid and does not invade the blood vessels, these tumors almost act like adenomas. And this term came about because we were treating these tumors very aggressively, like we do all cancer. So this was, to me, it was a big breakthrough in thyroid pathology. So let's move to the current 5th edition. But I think when we talk about pathology, it's very important to talk about the patient who's at the end of each slide and the clinicians who really treat them, because this is a part of the multidisciplinary team that we are at the center as a pathologist. And I think interestingly, the clinical colleagues are also moving away from that traditional management of cancer, which was total thyroidectomy for all thyroid cancer. As soon as a pathologist issued a report saying this is carcinoma, the patient got total thyroidectomy and radioactive iodine remnant ablation in most cases. But then we realized that the management should be risk-based and individualized to each patient, depending upon what the pathology report shows. And I think this really changed. At the same time, the patient who is being treated, their thinking also changed. And this is actually one of my favorite studies, which was published in Thyroid by Amadi and colleagues. And it showed that the patients will opt for lobectomy if the risk for second surgery remained below 30%. So even the patients were getting very knowledgeable, and they were also thinking that this aggressive treatment should not be done. So what is happening in the 5th edition, which is going to be out, we just finalized the proofs, and this will be out next year. I think about by the March or April, this book will be out. So first of all, we have taken away the papillary thyroid carcinoma types, which we used to call variants. So now we're going to use the term subtype, because variant is very heavily, that term variant is used in molecular pathology. Also, we are getting away from the term Hürthl cell, because this is actually a misnomer. Dr. Hürthl cell was actually describing the C cells and not the oncocytic cells, which were actually described by Dr. Ashkenazi. So now these will be called oncocytic adenomas and oncocytic carcinomas, and it's going to keep up with the other organs, like in kidney, you have oncocytic adenomas, as well as in the parotid gland, you have oncocytic adenomas or oncocytic carcinomas. We're also going to include the term which are called the high-grade follicular-derived malignancies, and that is going to include the traditional poorly differentiated carcinomas, as was described by Turin classification, Plus, we're going to include these well-differentiated carcinomas, which on microscope look like either papillary or follicular carcinomas, but are very aggressive tumors. They have mitosis, necrosis, but they maintain that architecture and the cell morphology that is typical of a well-differentiated thyroid carcinoma. We're also going to take away the cribriform modular thyroid carcinoma, which used to be a subtype of papillary carcinoma, as tumor that we still don't know what histiotype or what cell it comes from. And then this is the first time we're including the term follicular nodular disease. That means the benign thyroid nodules in the WHO classification scheme, which usually mainly dealt with neoplasms. And I'm going to come back to this in a second. I think the other biggest change that you're going to see in this classification scheme is how we do mitotic count. This is becoming very, very important in endocrine tumors. We used to use it for carcinoid and well-differentiated, intermediate, and high grade, but we're going to now apply this to also thyroid tumors, and we are proposing, which is all the WHO books are going to use, that the mitotic count should not be per high power field, because your microscope and your objective and the way you're looking at it is very different for different pathologists. So we're going to use the mitotic count per millimeter square, and I don't have to preach to the experts. You all know that when you look at the mitosis, you're looking at the hotspot areas, which has the most mitosis available in this area. And this is just a typical example how you will count mitosis. So we're using the term millimeter per square instead of using 10 per high power field. And this is going to change for a lot of organ systems. This time also the WHO classification scheme is going to focus on the cell of origin, the pathologic features, and we're including a lot of cytopathology in it because I'm also a cytopathologist by trade, molecular profile, and the biologic behavior. So this is the 2017 classification scheme. And this is actually one of the papers which is available online. This was published in Endocrine Pathology, and this actually gives a good overview of these tumors. So this is how basically going to be the gist of the new classification scheme. And as you can see here, there is going to be follicular-derived neoplasm. That means they're coming from the follicular thyroid cells, benign tumors, and as you can see, the thyroid follicular nodular disease is included in the benign neoplasms, low-risk neoplasms, malignant, C-cell-derived, salivary gland-type carcinomas, and then we are including the term thyroid tumors of uncertain histogenesis, and then the thymic and the embryonal tumors. So when you look at the benign tumors, one of the major changes that you're going to see in this classification scheme is going to be the term follicular nodular disease. We're getting rid of the term multinodular goiter because that is a clinical term. Multinodular goiter is a clinical presentation. It's not the pathology. Yes, you see multiple nodules, but you can see multiple nodules in goiter as well as you can see in thyroiditis. And the goiter term is a general term which means enlargement of the thyroid gland. Also, we are avoiding the term hyperplastic and neoplastic because I think it's such a constricting terms, and we know the biology is not black and white. It's actually a spectrum from benign to malignant and all in the middle. The other reason for this is because we have seen that a lot of these thyroid nodules, which look benign, nodule, what we used to call adenomatoid, adenomatous, or hyperplastic nodules in goiter, are actually clonal proliferations, and some of them are actually associated with genetic gene mutations, and they can actually have a molecular profile of a neoplasm. So some of these I have listed, and especially one of the ones that I have come to very respect much is the Dicer-1 syndrome that you see in kids and even adults, where you can have multiple nodules, and they are actually clonal proliferations, and they are neoplasms with the subject of them progressing to a carcinoma. The other one that we are actually including is a follicular adenoma with a papillary architecture without nuclear features of papillary carcinoma. And as you can see here, let me just do my laser pointer here. And as you can see here, there's a lot of colloid, but you notice these papillae, which is really complex papillary formations, but they do not have nuclear features of papillary carcinoma. These are encapsulated tumors, and we are calling them as adenomas with papillary architecture. These can be associated with hyperthyroidism. They can be common in women close to menarche or girls. And they actually are hyperfunctioning on radionuclide scan. Their ultrasound can be really funny looking, and that's why they get a biopsy, and the cytology always calls them atypical, or even in some cases suspicious for papillary carcinoma. Interestingly, they have TSH receptor mutations in up to 70% of them, as well as EZH1 mutations. And you can also see them with GNAS mutations, and they can be associated with Carney complex. So these are actually clonal proliferations which are associated with hyperfunction. So we are including this actually in benign neoplasms. The other category, the low-risk neoplasm, what we used to call as encapsulated follicular variant of papillary thyroid carcinoma without invasion, now has the term non-invasive follicular thyroid neoplasm with papillary-like nuclear features. I know it's a long term, so we always call them NIFT-P, and the hyalinizing trabecular tumor, which is also a low-risk neoplasm. Why they are low-risk? Because we know that the encapsulated tumors grow very slowly, so we have actually very little follow-up to say that these are completely benign. So for me, I like the term low-risk neoplasm because it really reflects the biology. Now, there has been change in NIFT-P. The criteria has changed, and we know that these can be large tumors. They can be multifocal disease, is still behaving in a benign fashion. They can be large, actually up to 4.5 centimeters. And a couple of days ago, I signed out one case which was equal to 5 centimeters. Granted, it's adequately sampled, and as we know, this diagnosis also affects the cytologic interpretation. So this is my version of looking at the NIFT-Ps. So based upon the nuclear features of papillary carcinoma, as well as invasion, we can really divide these tumors into follicular adenomas, follicular carcinomas, and if it is nuclear features, non-invasive or invasive. So this is actually an easier paradigm to follow than sending these cases for multiple consultations. The prevalence of these tumors actually varies by countries. In US and Europe, it goes up to 9%, as well as in Asian countries, it can be as low as 1.3%. I think it's very important, and this is where Dr. Chuktai was talking about the really good training of the pathology trainees. I think it's really important that to really understand where all the basics come from. And the main basic of pathology is how we grow our specimens. So if you have an encapsulated tumor, you really need to examine the entire capsule, which actually even includes the edges of this lesion. And why that is very important, because as we know, invasion can be very, very focal. And this is one of the areas which was suspicious for invasion. And you can see how this invasion can be very small and very focal. Again, it's still low-risk neoplasm because this invasive tumor is still confined to within the thyroid gland. Now, interestingly, some of these tumors can be very large, and all of us have seen this, that really sit at the surface, and they can be problematic to where deciding whether this is really angioinvasive or not. But if the good grossing is done and good sections are taken, you can really see, even by deeper sections, finding those areas of really vascular invasion, which defines the further biology of these tumors. So this is actually the breakdown of these tumors. And as you can see, these tumors have, even if they have a similar or overlapping morphologies, they have different molecular profile. And then they have, based upon this, you can really see that these tumors can be range from benign to malignant. What I do want to point out that the mutations and fusions to focus on is this group being BRAF, RAT, and TRAC and ALK fusions, and theta fusions, which you can also see into these NIFT-Ps. But this is actually the molecular profile of comparing the benign tumors as well as malignant, and I think this completely reflects what we see on histology. Now, if you really follow this paradigm, you can really see that there are early driver changes which are layered upon by multiple other molecular changes, which makes these tumors more aggressive, leading to poorly differentiated carcinomas as well as anaplastic. I think the big breakthrough was that we know that tumors that form follicles have RAS-like mutations, and we call them RAS-like tumors. And the tumors which have BRAF-like mutations have the most beautiful nuclear features of papillary carcinoma that we can even see on cytology by fine needle aspiration. So I think this is actually one of the biggest breakthroughs. What we've seen through the microscopic lens was completely agreeing with the molecular profile of these tumors. So the follicular variant of papillary thyroid carcinoma, this is where we're keeping the term variant and not calling it a subtype because this is so ingrained into the minds, is the one which is infiltrative. These are uncapsulated tumors and they have more aggressive biologic behavior as compared to other tumors which have encapsulated, show capsular invasion as well as vascular invasion. So this is the paradigm which is available in these articles. It's also on the book, where these tumors will be described as minimally invasive, encapsulated angioinvasive, and widely invasive, depending upon how invasive that is. And again, for that, the good grossing and the basic concepts are very important to differentiate between these different subtypes. There is a little controversy of what is called as capsular invasion, but again, I will say that if a tumor is grossed properly and you're looking at that capsule and tumor interface, you can really define the capsular invasion and then angioinvasion. I think one must understand that in this day and age, you have a lot of fine needle aspiration that is done on these nodules, and these biopsy site changes can mimic capsular. So I usually avoid diagnosing capsular invasion on the edge of dissection because there's a curling artifact as well as the areas of the prior fine needle aspiration. Now, as we know, these tumors are also very vascular. So there can be areas within these tumors that can mimic vascular invasion. So the vascular invasion has to be defined by where there is a tumor thrombus in the vessel, which is lined by endothelial cells, and that thrombus is attached to the wall of the vessel. And I think this is the criteria should be very strict. Otherwise, a lot of things can mimic vascular invasion. Just by sectioning artifact, you can have a lot of vessels kind of fall apart, and it will look like the tumor cells are floating in it. So the criteria has to be very strict when you use the term angioinvasion in these tumors. Excuse me. Now, papillary carcinoma, when they are very small, measuring 1 centimeter or less, we used to call them microcarcinoma. In the new classification, we are trying to get away from this term because we realize there are some tumors which are small. These are the tall cell subtypes or columnar subtypes or hobnail subtypes, which are actually aggressive tumors. And even with this smaller size, they can cause lymph node metastasis, recurrence. And some of these tumors, which are actually situated posteriorly, can invade into the trachea and actually have extrathyroidal extension, because as we know from anatomy, that the posterior portion of the thyroid really does not have a true capsule. It's just the compressed pretracheal fascia and the esophagus area as well as the muscle. It's not like a true capsule as you see in the kidney and the liver. So I think it's important not to have that term used as nothing is going to happen to the patient. Granted, in most cases, no, nothing is going to happen to the patient, but sometimes these incidental so-called carcinomas can also behave aggressively. So we are not going to use that as a distinct subtype of papillary thyroid carcinomas. So this is just a summary slide showing you different subtypes of papillary carcinoma. And interestingly, at this moment, we know most of these tumors have a very distinct key molecular profile. Most which form papillary formations have BRAF mutations. Now, looking at this high-grade follicular thyroid carcinoma, as I said, there's 2 subtypes in it. The traditional poorly differentiated thyroid carcinoma, which actually sat between the anaplastic and the well-differentiated carcinoma due to its prognosis, but we are also including the well-differentiated tumors which act in aggressive fashion. And these are the criteria. And again, that mitosis and necrosis, I think, is the most important features of an aggressive tumors. So I always look for these because to me, sometimes as an endocrine pathologist, we only look at some mitosis and necrosis when we're thinking of an aggressive tumors. But now we have to be forced to even look for these features in the well-differentiated tumors. So this is actually one of my cases. As you can see here, this is a beautiful papillary thyroid carcinoma, even with some of my bodies. But look at the amount of coagulative tumor necrosis, and that is a bad sign. And this tumor actually had multiple recurrences and actually even had brain metastasis. This is your traditional insular poorly differentiated carcinoma, which actually in olden days was called as insular carcinoma. So when we take at this paradigm, which I talked previously, and you really look at the molecular profile and the layering of this other alterations, you can really differentiate between these tumors based upon the histotype, which we see under the microscope. And these are the different features we look for. And you can actually draw a very quick straight line by looking at different features between the well-differentiated carcinomas and the anaplastic carcinomas. So this is actually my version of looking at these and different layering of the different molecular changes that you see in these tumors. The other change that you are going to see, we have taken away the primary squamous cell carcinoma of the thyroid. We believe, which studies have shown, that this is a type of anaplastic carcinoma. I always believe there was no typical squamous cell carcinoma arising in the thyroid unless it was invading from the larynx or the neighboring organs. I think all squamous cell carcinomas of the thyroid, or so-called squamous cell carcinomas, are actually anaplastic thyroid carcinomas. Medullary thyroid carcinoma, nothing has changed about the diagnosis. What we have come up with, again, realizing that the features of necrosis, mitosis, and sometimes we do use Ki-67 for the proliferative index, that the medullary carcinoma can also be graded. And there has been multiple papers on it, and we now can divide these into high-grade medullary thyroid carcinomas and low-grade, or whatever the general grade is. But I think the high-grade tumors have been shown to have a really worse prognosis as compared to the ones which are low-grade. So I think using that mitosis, Ki-67 proliferative index, or tumor necrosis, we can divide these tumors into high and low grade. But interestingly, I think this has to be validated further. And I actually have started using this term as high grade. High grade actually are very, not a huge number of these cases. And interestingly, they really do not match up with their molecular profile. So I think this actually needs more research. Now, the tumors of uncertain histogenesis. It's very hard for pathologists to say, I really don't know where this tumor is coming from. But I think it's very important to say, we don't know where these are coming from. And I think that's where these two tumors, sclerosing mucoepidermoid carcinoma with eosinophilia and the cribriform modular thyroid carcinoma, which used to be called as cribriform modular variant of PTC, are included. So this is what we talked about. Interestingly, these tumors can be seen in the familial adenomatous polyposis spectrum because they can have APC mutations in these tumors. And interestingly, the tumors in the thyroid have the second hit mechanism, which causes these tumors to grow. Now, if you do the immunohistochemistry on these really do not pan out like regular papillary thyroid carcinomas. So the bottom line is these are not subtypes of papillary thyroid carcinomas. And some people believe that actually this can be arising from the thymic remnants within the thyroid. They do not have BRAF mutations, which are typically seen in papillary thyroid carcinoma. They actually have mutation to the WNT beta-catenin pathway, and that's why you can stain these tumors, which is the hallmark feature is with beta-catenin to make this diagnosis They can be seen in kids as well as in adults. I have seen cases where the thyroid tumor was actually the original presentation for an FAP patient who had actually rectal bleeding and nobody was following this patient. So I think it's interesting that sometimes thyroid can be the seed, or the indication of a bigger syndrome that is coming through. Then we have the term salivary gland type of thyroid carcinomas. And this is what used to be called as mucinous carcinoma of the thyroid. I don't think there is a mucinous carcinoma of the thyroid because mucin production can be seen in any thyroid cancer. So these are the mucoepidermoid carcinomas of the thyroid, which actually arise from the salivary gland remnants, because if you look at the embryology, the way the thyroid tumor grows, lateral and the median analogs, and they come down, they really drag a lot of branchial pouches and branchial arches elements with them, and salivary gland being a part of it. Also thymus sometimes. So that's where I think these tumors come from. They can have mammal tumor rearrangements that you can see in actually parotid mucoepidermoid carcinomas. So it's very interesting that this tumor used to be called as mucinous carcinoma, but it is not. This is the new kid on the block, which is called secretory carcinoma, because secretory carcinomas we can see in breast as well as in the parotid glands and in other sites in the body. And now we have a secretory carcinoma of the thyroid, very rare tumor, but it looks like a secretory carcinoma of the salivary gland. They have this really beautiful, if you're doing FISH, you can see the ETV6 gene rearrangements. They stain with S100 as well as hemoglobin and GATA3. The other tumors that come from, because as we were talking about, thyroid can have a lot of other elements within them than beside follicular cells. And one is thymus. I mean, you can see thymus actually in kids because you can see the cervical thymus as well as sometimes within the thyroid gland. But in the adults, it's really ectopic thymus, and it can give rise to all the thymic tumors that you're going to see in thymus, including thymomas, settle or the spindle epithelial tumor, there's thymus-like elements or thymic carcinomas. So this has not changed in the new classification. So I think we are actually at the precipice of really defining these tumors like the neuropathologists do. And I think which actually makes sense biologically that these tumors have low risk tumors, and even the tumors which show 5 lymph nodes, micrometastasis, that means less than 0.2 centimeter tumor deposit, can still be low risk tumors with a very, very low chance of recurrence. That means if that is the only suspicious nodule, that patient can just have lobectomy without affecting their parathyroid or making them permanently hypothyroid. Then the intermediate risk, where it's going to be poorly differentiated carcinomas, and the high-grade follicular-derived thyroid carcinomas, and high risk, which is the anaplastic thyroid carcinomas. But I do want to remind you that what happens before this is as important. That means the thyroid nodule detection and the clinical presentation. One of my professors at Liaquat Medical College in those days, which is now Liaquat Medical University, was Professor Almani, and he always told us, did you took the history? You know, we always come and try to tell him what we found. And he said, so what is the history? And I think it's still kind of stuck to me that history is as important as your physical exam and whatever you see on the slide. So as a pathologist, even if we don't see the patient, it's very important to gather that clinical history. We also have to really focus on radiology when it actually comes to thyroid nodules, and I know the bone pathologists always focus also on radiology. Radiology is very important because it has come a long way, the CT scan, but for thyroid, ultrasound is very important, which can be done in any setting. It really defines the risk assessment even for thyroid nodules, and then the cytologic diagnostic reporting, which is also very important. Now we're doing molecular tests on the thyroid nodules to really define what type of tumor we're doing. We'll be dealing with histopathology. So I think this has all come on way, and I think the pathologists are very important piece of this multidisciplinary team, which really lends into how we classify thyroid tumors and how we treat them and manage patients. So thank you so much for inviting me. I am very, very thankful for this talk. And actually, I'm very happy that I got delayed and there was technical problems, so I can hear Professor Chuptai. So thank you so much for this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zubair, for this enlightening talk. Now, I would like to call Dr. Sirajudollah to present shield to Dr. Shahid Pervez. Thank you so much, Dr. Shahid and Dr. Siraj. Now, I would like to call Dr. Ehsan to present shield to Dr. Sohail. Dr. Sohail Chugtai, please. Sir, Dr. Akhtar Sohail Chugtai, please. I would like to call you up on the stage. Okay. So now we will proceed to a short tea break. Time management.
I request Dr. Hafiz to please come on the stage and present shields to the chair and co-chair of the sessions.
Dr. Ehsan, please. Okay, time management is the key in order to smoothly proceed to the afternoon and evening sessions. So please be there on time. We'll start the next session at 11:15 sharp. This would be a short tea break and post-exhibition. Please move forward.
ठीक है बाद फिर दो पहले दो उसके बाद आप मुझे रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे या बोलेंगे और समाप्त चाहिए तो 2 मिनट लगूंगा मेरे कमेंट होंगे मेरे आपको जरूर होता है उसके बाद फिर आप तय करें
microscope, and this is your viewer, right? So you can navigate, you can see where the images are, all the slides that you're going to see today, the navigation where you are on the slide, just like on your microscope. So in terms of size, right? So this is a chest X-ray. The size of a chest X-ray, and this is a whole slide image. This is not the actual size of the file. So let me show you the actual file. This is the actual size of a chest X-ray compared to a microscope slide. So when we first implemented this in my hospital, the radiologists were very nervous because pathology will certainly take all the space in the storage, and that's what happened. So we are up to now 6 petabytes of storage, which is much more than any radiology system. So they were not very happy about it. Any radiologists in the room? So talking about size, look at these. These are cytology images. This is a Z-stack. So if you scan each one of these, one slide at different planes, the chest X-ray will be even smaller, the size of the chest X-ray. These are, an average size of this image is 20 to 30 gigabytes. So think about that. So these are not small files. So this is an example of a workstation where pathologist is connected to the lab information system and the imaging system. And automation is critical, right? So I was telling someone last night, when you decide to implement digital pathology in your lab, you have to focus on standardization, the workflow. The slides have to be beautiful. You have to make the best slides in order for them to be scanned. Because it's garbage in, garbage out. If you're going to make bad slides, you're going to get bad images, right? So that's something that we've really focused on. But if you are a lab and you want to do digital pathology, you have to identify the applications, the uses. You have to evaluate and choose the system that you're going to use. You have to look at your workflow. Are you going to digitize all your slides or only the breast biopsies or only the prostate biopsies? Are you going to use it for primary diagnosis or for second opinions? Then you have to adopt the slides, you have to adopt the system and validate the system. So all these steps have to be followed. You cannot just buy a scanner and start digitizing your work, and it's not going to happen that way. Okay, so these are some examples of different types of imaging devices. So I'm a GU pathologist. We have whole mount prostatectomy slides. So we need a special scanner for that. If you're using for hempath, you need oil, so there are special scanners for that. There are special scanners for cytology. So all this has happened in the last decade where new instruments have come out. So overall, in the last 10 years, the cost of making a glass slide digital has gone down, and adoption has continued to increase. More so, like I said, in Europe and other countries, and even in the United States. In the United States, about 10 to 15% of the labs have a scanner which they are using for primary diagnosis. So even countries which have the resources, they're not completely digital yet. So these are now instruments which you walk away from. You load the slides in a scanner and you just walk away. And as soon as the first slide is scanned, it becomes available to you. And you have a work list in front of you. So 3 scanners are now approved in the United States for primary diagnosis. And there are several software companies that have approved products for algorithms. So this is the last one that was approved. This was actually, the study for this was done in my lab. And we did this. This was a 2-year study where we looked at 20,000 glass slides. And 40 pathologists reviewed this from 5 institutes. And this data is going to be published soon. But it's not a trivial thing to get an instrument regulatorily approved. And the other thing, when you build a system, you have to have the right interfaces in place between the digital systems, the lab information systems, and the electronic medical record. So that's another piece of this story. So the goal is any scanner should be connect to any lab information system, and any software could be used for it. But we're not there yet, but we are getting there. So let me just show you what we've done at our institute in the last 5 years. Can we play the video? So this is a video that we just created last month. I wanted to share with you. This is just for fun, so don't take anything personally. Our histology lab. It's about 3 miles from the main campus. So all the slides have to be shipped to the glass slide user.
I just finished. Do you want to go get a cup of coffee?
Okay, so I'm just going to show you what we've done. So at our institute, we have 90 faculty. Of those, we have 40 histopathologists and cytopathologists. We have an outreach division. We have 6 hospitals which we serve. We provide histopathology services for them. We have an experimental division for research. We have PhD students. We have 4 residents for pathology every year, 6 fellows who join the program every year. And we have a children's program we have a pediatric pathology, which is in a separate unit. And we have a molecular lab, which is 10 miles away. So when we decided to digitize our workflow, we wanted to focus on, in terms of volume, just at the main campus, our surgical volume is 90,000 cases and about 600,000 slides, including IHCs and special stains, and about 3,000 to 4,000 slides per day. So in the beginning, we had cameras on our microscopes. Pathologists were taking cameras. They were sharing images on emails. We then moved to robotic microscopes, where we could do telepathology. We then started using whole slide images for education and for research. And then finally in 2017, we bought 8 scanners, and we decided to digitize all our slides. We went back 10 years into the archives, and in March of 2018, we started using the digital slides only for primary diagnosis. So it took us almost 2 years just to get started and setting things up. So now we are at a point So these are the reasons why we went into digital pathology. One was, is there increased productivity? Can we improve the quality of a diagnosis? For example, doing QA, doing rapid reviews. Can we have easier access to subspecialists? Increase our revenue possibilities? Cost saving. So we moved to a central histology lab. We had 3 histology labs. We moved them into one lab. And we put 8 scanners there where all the slides were digitally available. And now, once the slides are digitized, can we use AI on top of these images? So that was the goal. Next slide. So we started in January of 2017. We bought the scanners. They were installed in May of 2017. And then in July, we started scanning slides from our archives. We went back 10 years into the archives. We moved to a histology lab in 2019, just before COVID. And during COVID, many of our pathologists were working remotely because they had access to digital slides. We were teaching residents remotely. We were doing sign-outs remotely, only for 2-3 months. And then once, probably by June, July of 2020, we came back to the offices. We moved to a new information system, and we started providing services to other labs in other states and even other countries. Next slide. So this is the scan lab which we built initially. This was not in the histology lab, so we had to move the glass slides physically to this lab. Then we moved to a new histology lab. So this is the cancer hospital in the James Cancer Hospital. This is the empty space that we got on the 18th floor of the cancer hospital. And we started scanning slides there. We started building. So these are just some images of the lab. We brought in all these slides from the archive for the last 10 years. And we started putting them into, barcoding them. We started to create a digital archive. So the idea was that these slides were going to be used for research and education. But also, if there was a patient who was coming to the hospital, we had access to their prior materials. So this is a hospital which is 90 minutes away from my lab. And we have 4 of our pathologists who rotate there. So they wanted to have access to all these images. They also wanted to show cases to subspecialists. So we started installing a scanner there. And now this year, we're going to install a bigger scanner there. So this is a small scanner. It can hold 5 slides at a time. But it's used for frozen sections. It's used for FNAs. It's used for showing a biopsy to the subspecialist on the main campus. So this is a new histology lab where we moved in 2019. And this is our workflow. All the slides go into the histology lab, which is 3 miles away. They are prepared, cover slipped, and right after cover slipping, they're placed into the scanners. And we mostly do our scanning from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. So the pathologists, when they come to work, usually by 7 a.m., all the slides are available to them. And some of them actually start looking at them at home. And they start ordering immunostains, they start looking at special stains. If they are with a resident that day, the residents have access to all the images. They start previewing the cases and prepare for sign-out. So it doesn't matter which order the slides are scanned in. They appear in order in your work list. So we are also training histotechs. So there is a histotech training program in digital pathology now, which is offered by NSH, and it's all online. So we wanted to train our histotechs because they are the ones who are operating the machines. They are just clinical machines now. Next slide. So this is the work list where the pathologist is interacting with the data, the images. All the clinical data is available here. And we can see whenever you order a slide, an H&E slide or immunostain, they start appearing in this queue. So I'm in this patient's case now, and I can see the 3 slides, the initial H&E slides are available. But then the resident ordered an immunostain, and that's not available now. But as soon as it's available, I can see it. And I can go directly to that slide. I don't have to open the entire case. So these are immunostains for a case that was ordered. So the scan slides are instantaneously available in the image management system, and we've been adding more and more features to it. So right now we are working on, once the image is in front of the pathologist, they wanted to do some analysis. For example, if it's a breast cancer patient and they want to do ER, PR, those images will be available to the pathologist, and they can apply image analysis software right there on the screen. So let me show you some examples. So we can measure things more easily. We can identify features like mitoses. We can lock the screen. So in this image, you see 6 slides. They are locked together in the same high power or low power. So this is the patient this is a liver biopsy, and the patient has cancer. We've done microsatellite instability IHCs. I can lock them all on the one screen, and I can analyze them at the same time. You know, when I was looking at prostate biopsies 10 years ago, we used to dot an area and then try to match it with an IHC, and oftentimes you would lose where you were looking at. But with this, you can go directly to that same area. So you can consult with colleagues easily. And this is something which we have started recently, where we've launched a web portal where any patient can send a consult to us directly, or any pathologist anywhere in the world. They can log in, create an account. So this is the consult portal, and it's linked to our lab information system. You can see some of these cases have come in. So even in Pakistan, I've been able to do consults on this portal. Images are of diagnostic quality. It doesn't matter which scanner was used to scan the images. And next slide. This is a hospital which is 3 miles from our hospital. It's part of Ohio State. And we recently started a fine needle aspiration service there. So we used a small scanner which was placed there, and the cytotechs would prepare the slide, and they would show it to the cytopathologist who was on the main campus, you know, for review and for Rose procedures and other consults. So this is an example of an even smaller scanner that is in the market. You can see this giant microscope and this baby microscope. But this baby microscope is digitizing the slide, one slide at a time, but it's very powerful. You can control the stage on this microscope from anywhere in the world. So if I'm here now, somebody places a slide on that small microscope, I can control the focus, I can move the slide, and I can see where I want to be. Because if I don't see it, then somebody else who is showing me might not show me the right area. So this is an example of a remote consultation for rapid on-site evaluation, where you can see the operator, the cytopathologist, is remotely operating the system. And next slide. And you can see the images are being projected to them as they are being prepared. You can control the focus, so you have the 3D perspective. It's not a flat file. And you can autofocus these, or you can focus them yourself. And you can operate them from an iPad. You can operate this from a cell phone. You can operate this from your home computer, from your laptop. So these are some scanners which are already available. They can be controlled remotely, or they can scan. So they can do both. These are hybrid systems. But look inside the box. You have your microscope. So pathologists who are afraid to give up their microscopes, you're not giving up your microscope. You have the same microscope. Next slide. So this is a frozen section room, and the usual workflow is the resident or the PAs, they prepare the frozen, they page the pathologist, and if pathologist is far away in a different building, they just look at the frozen remotely. All our neuropathologists now don't go to the frozen room, they do this remotely. And the residents who are operating the systems are learning from this every day. You know, these are practical things that they are learning. If the system fails, we rely on the resident to help us make the diagnoses. As a pathologist, you fully control the system. So 5 years later, we now have 3 million slides in our archive, which are now available for priors, for reviewing cases, for consults, for resident education, and so on, and for research. What about pathologists? How do they like the system? Any guesses, pathologists? So if I just came to you, all of you, gave you a check, everybody gets a free scanner. Are you going to be excited? So that's what we did 5 years ago. We told everyone, all your slides will be digitized. So I looked around the room. I asked people to raise their hand. Only 2 hands went up out of 40. That was in 2017, 2018. So today, it's going to be the other way around. I will ask pathologists, I'm going to take away the digital microscope, and you're going to get your old microscope back. What do you think they will do? They will fire me. I will be looking for a job in Karachi. So it's been a great experience. We've actually improved our workflow by direct interface to the lab information system, by sharing cases with consults, doing tumor boards, flagging cases, looking at prior cases, control slides, right? We don't send out control slides anymore. They're all digitally available. For every single day, all the controls for every special stain is digitally available. If you're looking at H. pylori or acid-fast bacilli, those controls are available to you. So we can distribute the workload. If I have 3 GU pathologists and only one of them is available, I can ask a colleague in the community hospital to share the workload with me. I can pass the cases to them. Things that are still an issue, we still cannot do polarization on whole slide images. We cannot do 3D images on the regular scanners. We have to buy a new scanner. Oil is pretty messy still. But what about resident teaching? You know, when we talk about residents who will be trained on digital, and they go out into a practice where there are no microscopes, how do you think they will perform? So those are still things we have to figure out. But it's been a good experience. If you look at this curve here, we started with our adoption was right here. It actually got a bump during COVID. More pathologists, 10 pathologists signed on during COVID. I used to tell them, why don't you sign digitally? And they said, it's too slow. It's going to slow me down. I'm going to go home late, and then, because I have digital slides, you're going to ask me to do more. So they didn't want to do digital. But as soon as COVID hit, people were lining up. They wanted to sign out digitally. So it's been a great experience for residents. They get to see consults from all over the world. They get to share cases with each other. We don't have to do recuts anymore for residents. They can just take an image directly from the archive. So that's exactly what happened with the usage and adoption. So all these clinical cases, we go back into the archive now, September 2011 to present day. All consults are available. So if a patient comes to our hospital from outside, all their slides are digitally available to the pathologist. And we can compare it to the resection. Sometimes, they called it prostate cancer, but it was actually bladder cancer. We can do side-by-side comparison of those cases. These are great teaching sets, and now they're being used for research. So overall, we've done studies to show that it actually decreases the time to diagnosis if you start using AI tools, if you start building algorithms to help us with the workflows, and you can consult instantaneously within your state, within your institute, and outside. So these are some examples of algorithms that we've launched in the last 12 months in 2022. So this is a lymph node from a patient where the AI system detected a MET. The IHC was done, and the stains came back the next day. But within a minute, the pathologist was able to identify this metastatic focus. So we were now doing a study with 1,000 lymph nodes from different organ systems and see if we can skip and reduce our IHCs of cytokeratins on these cases, even on sentinel nodes in biopsies. This is a prostate biopsy algorithm that we launched, and these are HER2 new IHCs and Ki67. So let me show you. So this is this is an algorithm that we are testing now for prostate cancer, where you can see the system has already flagged that this is cancer, this is not cancer, this is suspicious, and this could be done before you look at it, this can be done after you look at it. So we did a study where 1,000 biopsy slides were read by the pathologist, and we asked the AI system to review the work. And 4 of those out of 1,000 cases, we had to change the diagnosis, where a small focus of atypical glands were missed. And this is no different than a human-to-human comparison. But the point is, if I could have a resource to build a system like this, who's checking my work every day, I would rather do that, because this will save me a lot of QA and problems downstream. This is a biomarker quantification study that we are doing to look for biomarkers in cytology specimens. So you can see in the workload, I can select the slide, I can choose the algorithm that is available to me, and the system will mark down the positive cells and the negative cells using this assessment. And within, this is a research algorithm that we are building with the computer science department. So if you're a GU pathologist, you might agree this is dysplasia. And like I told you in the workshop yesterday, we don't grade dysplasia anymore, right? So this is either benign or cancer. So we built an algorithm where the computer will mark and circle all the cells and give you an NC ratio, which you can validate to see if this is cancer or not. This is a very exciting study. So if you look at this panel A, these are unstained slides from patients with prostate cancer, unstained. These are stained with H&E. In panel C, these same unstained slides have been stained by the computer. So these slides never went to the histology lab. So you're going directly from unstained slide to an artificially generated H&E slide. But on top of this, the green areas are cancer, which the computer has detected. So in the future, these technologies will become more mainstream, where you can go directly from the unstained slide to any special stain. So for example, if you were looking for H. pylori, and you were doing an immunostain for H. pylori, you can go directly from unstained slide to an artificially generated H&E stain and identify the H. pylori organisms using this technology. So I'm almost done. So the point is, today we have an ability to improve our analysis, disease detection, future quantification. In the next 5 years, I expect these technologies will help us improve our diagnoses, create a differential diagnosis for us, help us predict outcomes, treatment suggestions. So, and in the future, maybe 10 years from now, we might see even more advances where we might do AI-based predictions on disease progression, disease treatment, and so on. So, in conclusion, there are new tools like digital pathology and AI, and they're just tools, right? They're not replacing the pathologist. In our institute, the pandemic actually served as a catalyst to increase adoption. When I first gave monitors to pathologists when they were switching from microscopes to digital, I walked into the office of a pathologist, and I saw that $5,000 monitor sitting on the floor, and she was using it as a coat hanger. I asked her, why aren't you using this system? She said, I don't need it. I have my microscope. And I told her, okay, I guarantee you one day, it was before COVID, one day in the next 3 years, you will actually move this monitor to your desk, and you're going to use it. And she said, no, it's never going to happen. And she said, you can take this away if you want to give it to somebody else. I said, no, keep it. You're going to need it. So 16 to 18 months later, during COVID, I saw her. I said, what happened to the coat hanger? The monitor was back on the desk. So the point is, our journey has taught us a lot about people, about behavior, about adoption, not about digital pathology. That's just a tool. But it's you as a pathologist who has to make a... So this is a really great quote. The best way to predict the future is to invent the future. Right? So in the future, there will be no digital pathology. It will be all pathology. So maybe in the future, when I come to give this lecture, it's not going to be about digital pathology. It's going to be about something else. And that's my goal. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anil. Thank you. Now we would like to invite Dr. Gerhard Stausch from Germany, Institute of Pathology, Aurich, Germany. This would be a video link live session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished chairman and co-chairman. I'm so sorry not to participate physically in this meeting because I have some medical problems, so I have to give it in by Skype. Sorry. My title is Surgical Pathology in Low-Income Countries, Journey Through My Life. The beginning and end of my career was always in Pakistan. In 1972, I spent time in East Pakistan, and from there up to now. Now it's my last session. It's also in Pakistan. So I was fallen in love with Southeast Asia and in Asia. So like the French say, en revient toujours à la première amour, we always go back to our love. The stations between surgery, pathology, and surgery in developing countries. Now, in Southeast Asia, Middle Asia, and East Africa, my final goal, pathology and telepathology, mostly in Afghanistan. And I will talk about the road ahead, calling building bridges. Why pathology in low-income countries? I think pathology is one of the most important things in medicine. It's bridging different fields of medicine, but it's also a bridge between medicine and education and medicine and economy. I would say pathology is the center of medicine, and medicine is a part or center of society. Why pathology in medicine and telepathology and telemedicine in low-income countries? Because, as you see, we have, in the past, we had a transfer of expert knowledge to client need in a vertical area. Now we have it in a horizontal field. That means we can participate in the worldwide knowledge in time simultaneously. In the past, we had only local contact. We had a delay contact. Now we have a worldwide simultaneous contact, and that means we don't move the slides, we don't move anything. We move only the information. this is the advantage we have in telepathology. Now one example, we are using iPath telepathology, and this is a starting forward technique, and it's very easily to implement, and we have in this iPath solution, we have a text, we have a gallery for digitized data, and we have a text again in a chat function. So pathology can be, telepathology can be used very easily. A limitation of telemedicine is the data generation. Dr. Arnil was telling the future of data generation, and I think this is what will be in the next years. This will be also our aim to see how we can do it. At the moment, we have only a limited data generation. We have a therefore also a limited data analysis and some communication failure we have to deal with. Now, I would like to switch over to the pathology of Afghanistan. Afghanistan, the last 20 years will be separated by one point, important point, and this is the 15th August of 2021, when the Taliban captured Kabul, and the ISAF troops were fleeing out of Kabul. In this history one, part one, from 2010 to 2021, we were setting a laboratory in northern Afghanistan, in Mazar-e-Sharif, focusing on cytology and human breast cancer, and setting a second laboratory, a private laboratory, focused, sponsored by UK8, focusing on more clinical fields. In the history too, that was after August 2021, we had a reduction of our workload. We had, however, we don't have any restriction to the work. We could extend our work to primary and secondary healthcare centers, and we had a change, general change in economy with the increasing poverty. We have a change in the society, excluding the female medical staff, and we had a change also in the medical fields in lack of medical persons by a lot of emigrants to outside of Afghanistan. Carrying on means the government, the new government, were accepted the foreign support. This is our two laboratories we built up in Mazar-e-Sharif, and it shows it's quite fairly good work in laboratory. And these are the telemedicine system. You see a simple camera, a simple microscope, a notebook or a PC. And you see also the two besides cytology, and we were focusing more and more on cytology and histology, and it shows that even with a simple H&I staining, it works quite well. Then we now implemented a simple solution of dermatology. That means the rural user using the smartphone for image acquisition and give some basic information. There is an administrator who translates and transform the system into IPAS. The consultant in IPAS is working on the image. The administrator will translate the diagnosis and the clinical recommendation and send it back to the user on the smartphone. This is easy, and I'll show you one image. This is the clinical information of the patient had finger lesions since 1 week. Our expert said it's a psoriasis and suggested the therapy, and after 2 weeks we get back information that this treatment was successful installed. The success also in Afghanistan was acceptance of pathology, as acceptance of cytology in breast and lymph node diagnostic, and acceptance by the patients, by the risk patients. I will show you the numbers of cases we had from 2010 up to 2022, and he said there is a small decreasing of the 2 last years, but still an increase to 2,200, 500 cases per year from 10 to 20. The other thing is, we see also in 21, we looked at the monthly cases, and we see still up to August, we see a decrease after the new government was taking over Kabul. So this shows a slightly decreasing in this year, but I think 2022 showed again an increase. We don't have any follow-up about the results. This is one of our main problems we have at the moment, but we see in Masai Sharif, in the telepathology cases, we see in the telepathology cases, in the mean diameter of the breast lesions, we see always a decrease of the diameter of the breast lesions. That means the sensitizing of the risk patients is working successfully. Breast tumors may be the problem in the future, also in Afghanistan. You see, this is the WHO prognosis, and it shows doubling of tumors per year, of breast tumors per year in the future. What are the unsolved cases we have in Afghanistan. This is the corruption. Well, the corruption is with a ranking of 170 to over 180, a very high corruption in Afghanistan. It decreased a bit, but it was replaced by ignorance of the government and inability of the government to carry the medical care. The consequences of corruption or ignorance is destruction of the society, is demotivation of all partners, also of international partners, and destruction of control systems. The second one, unsolved problem is at the moment the poverty of these patients, of the poverty of the society. Fact is, we expect $509 income per capita. The consequence is about 60% of the inhabitants are now below poverty. The expenditure for medical care is about $250 per year. Self-financing is about nearly 80%. This is a very high rate, and we don't know how to solve it. Sorry. The second problem the second problems are the lack of communication, interdisciplinary, parallel stagnation, unseen competition. We don't have any communication between the pathologists. We don't have any society at the moment, any functioning society of pathology in Afghanistan. The second problem is the interdisciplinary lack of communication, no follow-up, no control, and destruction of human and technical resources. The international medical communication is blocked by language barriers. The international support is blocked by the embargo of the Western world. The logistic ways are now closed, and we cannot bring any material to Afghanistan. And the personal support is also blocked by loss of motivation and by immigration of technical and medical personnel. Conclusion, the road ahead we have is, what can we do in future? We can extend our work from pathology, from cytology, beyond to clinical fields, and we have to extend our pathology into rural area. Maybe as cytology, we have to work in rural areas to improve the quality of the primary and secondary health care. We have to build up a support by AI system support and teaching support. The presentation of Dr. Anil was very important for me and very impressive for me. And I think this could be the way in the future also to spread pathology in Afghanistan. And we have to, in our system, we have to find cooperations, maybe with regional and international NGOs like AADM, or with international medical societies like AIP. Let me go finalize it. My resume is first, the Shah Babur set in 1500 when he left Kabul. He said, when I leave Kabul, I will cry. When I stay in Kabul, I will mourn. Babur left Kabul and went to India. And the second resume is from Albert Camus, The Myth of Sisyphus, essay on absurdity. The struggle in itself is enough to fill a man's heart. One must imagine Sisyphus was happy. That means even when we have, at the moment when we have no success, it's a very important and very impressive way to live. And at least I would say we have to think of one of the medicine who were doing were teaching people in underdeveloped countries, and this was Ali Ibn Sina, who taught in the medieval Europe in this time. Thank you for your attention, and if you have questions, maybe we have some time to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gerhard. Now, to formally end this session, I would like to call Professor Sirajuddaulah from Zawdin University to formally sum up this in a 5-minute talk.
Thank you. In the end, it's my responsibility to give my comment about this. This is a wonderful session in the morning. Lots of good paper, lot of good audience. Unfortunately, because of lack of time, question answer नहीं हो सका, जो कि जिस होता है किसी भी conference का. I just want to make just 3 comments. It started with Dr. Shahid Parvez's talk about the history of pathology last 75 years. एक point मैं add करूँगा मैं कि 82 में when I started pathology in Karachi, उस वक्त पोर्टली के सिस्टम था. There was no automatic machine, no processing machine. उससे गुजारा होता था. और सबसे बड़ा मसला था उस वक्त अल्कोहल. इस्लामिक कंट्री 82-83 ज़िया साहब का ज़माना, अल्कोहल को बोलना ही मना था. किसी बोलते थे अल्कोहल चाहिए प्रोसेसिंग के लिए, नहीं सही है नहीं, किसी और नाम से बन के आएगा. तो आइटम 22 या आइटम 44 का आया करता था. वो ज़माना भी था. खान का स्टार्ट वॉज ए मैजिक. उसके बाद lots of fund, lot of people, good people coming from abroad, और यहाँ से भी. बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लम BMSI का था कि उनके पास पैसे की शॉर्टेज थी. बंदे थे, 70s में 60s में काम हो रहा था, मैं नोट किया वहाँ पे उस वक्त. लेकिन बहरहाल खान स्टार्ट वाज वंडरफुल. वहाँ से फिर गाड़ी चल पड़ी, जो आपने बताया बहुत अच्छा बताया. दूसरा जो बात करना चाहूँगा मैं, सोहेल चगताई साहब ने बहुत ही क्लेवरली, बहुत ही अच्छे से हाईलाइट किए the ethical problem in pathology, teaching, training all over the Pakistan. उन 2-3 एग्जाम्पल दी जिसको मैं रिपीट नहीं करूँगा मैं. बिल्कुल सही बात है. ट्रेनिंग टीचिंग मसले हो रहे हैं हमारे यहाँ बिकॉज ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड डिफरेंट हैं. डायग्नोस्टिक क्वालिफिकेशन अलग है, रिसर्च क्वालिफिकेशन अलग है, एमफिल पीएचडी एक अलग चीज़ है, एफसीपीएस अमेरिकन बोर्ड, ये सब अलग चीज़ें हैं। इनको कंबाइन करके इसको एचईसी ने और पीएमडीसी ने जो हौच पौच किया है, यहाँ पर एग्जांपल हैं कि टोटली नॉन डायग्नोस्टिक क्वालिफिकेशन लेकर के बंदा बैठ गया किसी डिपार्टमेंट, हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट बन करके, और वहाँ की हिस्टोपैथोलॉजी या वहाँ की डायग्नोस्टिक एबिलिटी तबाह हो गई, बिकॉज ही वॉज गुड इन रिसर्च, वेरी गुड, फैंटास्टिक, बहुत ही काम चीज़ किया, लेकिन डायग्नोस्टिक में नहीं थे, एंड वाइस वर्सा। बहुत अच्छा उन्होंने उसको पॉइंट रेज किया। मेरा सिर्फ ये पॉइंट है कि वी हैव टू बी सेल्फ सोल सर्चर्स। मेडिकल एजुकेशन इज ए डायनेमिक प्रोसेस एंड पैथोलॉजी इज इवन एक्स्ट्रा डायनेमिक प्रोसेस। इसमें जो लर्निंग जो प्रोसेस चल रही फास्ट, उसमें समझना पड़ेगा हमको। और उसके बाद जो थायराइड की बात की गई, ऑफ कोर्स नई बातें नहीं आ रही हैं, मैं उसको स्किप करके डायरेक्ट जाऊंगा मैं एआई पर। एआई तबाही हो रही है, ये मैजिक हो रहा है। मुझे अच्छी तरह याद है 83-84 में जब फर्स्ट टाइम ये आया, मार्कर आए, सब ने कहा कि इट विल बी एक्सपेंसिव, इट इज़ नॉट पॉसिबल, बहुत मुश्किल है, कैसे होगा, लेकिन आस्ते आस्ते आ गया। अब आजकल देख रहे हैं मार्कर चल रहा है और हर जगह चल रहा है। इनफैक्ट आईएससी के बगैर पैथोलॉजी और ट्यूमर पैथोलॉजी, ट्यूमर डायग्नोसिस ऑलमोस्ट इम्पॉसिबल, वी ऑल नो इट। लेकिन साथ साथ मैं भी कहना चाहूँगा टू आवर रेजिडेंट्स यहाँ पर, प्लीज़ ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड हिस्टोपैथोलॉजी इज मॉर्फोलॉजी, वी ऑल आर मॉर्फोलॉजिस्ट। स्पेशल स्टेन या मार्कर की बात बाद में आती है। मैं बहुत ही क्रूड एग्जांपल दूंगा मैं, इफ आई एम अलाउड, बहुत ही क्रूड एग्जांपल इस चीज़ का। इस हॉल में फ़र्ज़ किया ये, मुझे कहा गया, टास्क दिया गया है कि इस हॉल में एक डॉक्टर मोहम्मद आरिफ बैठे हैं, उनको क्लास करके आप उनके बारे में बताएं कि वो कहाँ से आए, क्या किया उन्होंने, उनकी बिलीफ क्या, उनकी फेथ क्या, वगैरह वगैरह। उसके लिए मुझे ढूंढना पड़ेगा इसमें कि डॉक्टर मोहम्मद आरिफ कहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, ये मॉर्फोलॉजी हुई। इसके बगैर मैं नहीं ढूंढूंगा। उसके बाद उनके बारे में फर्दर पता करने के लिए स्पेशल स्टेन या आईएचसी की जरूरत पड़ेगी। मैं डायरेक्ट आईएचसी से नहीं कर सकता हूँ पूरे हॉल पे। वेरी क्रूड एग्जांपल है, मैं देखा यहाँ पर है कि हमारे रेजिडेंट्स, एक स्लाइड आई, उन्होंने देखा अच्छे मार्कर लिख के कह दिया अब कल बात करेंगे। ये हो रहा है अनफॉर्चुनेटली, ये हमें बताना पड़ेगा। आईएचसी इज इम्पॉर्टेंट, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, स्पेशली इन ट्यूमर, लेकिन मॉर्फोलॉजी, वी ऑल आर मॉर्फोलॉजिस्ट, गुड मॉर्फोलॉजी, गुड ऑब्जर्वेशन के बगैर आप अच्छे हिस्टोपैथोलॉजी नहीं बन सकते हैं। एंड दिस ऑफ कोर्स एआई, ये काम कहाँ चले गए डॉक्टर परवानी, यू सेड चले गए क्या? ही सेड क्या अनस्टेन्ड स्लाइड कैन बी डिजिटली स्टेन्ड। टाइम बड़ा आगे आ गया है। अनस्टेन्ड स्लाइड को डिजिटली करके उसमें कैंसर तलाश करना, उसमें फिर मैनेज करना, यही बात, टाइम बहुत आगे आ गया है। अभी हमारे लिए बहुत अर्ली है, इसलिए लॉट्स ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट अलाउड नीडेड, वो होगा, आई एम श्योर उससे बात अच्छी हो जाएगी। फाइनली आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू दी ऑर्गेनाइजर्स, डॉक्टर शाहिद, डॉक्टर नायला, द होल सेटअप for inviting me to chair this session, and I really thoroughly enjoyed it and learned a lot. I must say, I learned a lot today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sirajuddaulah and Dr. Ehsan, for being with me for this session. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Madiha Bilal from Aga Khan Hospital to moderate the next session.
Thank you, Dr. Sarosh. Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. So to begin the session, first of all, I'd like to call Dr. Mulazim Bukhari, who will chair the session. Please welcome Dr. Mulazim. Next, I'd like to call upon the co-chair of the session, Dr. Muhammad Arif, who is a consultant histopathologist at Aga Khan University. Please welcome Dr. Muhammad Arif. So this session is a neuropathology update. The first talk will be by Dr. Zubair Ahmed, who is a consultant histopathologist at Aga Khan University Hospital. Please welcome Dr. Zubair Ahmed.
Assalamu alaikum. I want to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak at this August forum. My topic for this session is adult type diffuse gliomas, the changing concepts in the 2021 WHO CNS5. Next slide, please. Can you say over? Okay. Now, before we go on to the specific changes in the diffuse gliomas of adults, I want to say a few words about general changes that have occurred, because that will help, those will help the audience in understanding this talk as well as the coming talks. Now, in WHO CNS5, the term type is used instead of entity. In the 2016 WHO, it was entities. The tumors were entities. Now they are types. And now the term subtype is used instead of variants. So in the past it was variants. Now they are subtypes. And only types are listed in the classification. In the previous classification, the entities as well as all the variants were listed in the classification. But as I will show you, that is no longer the case. And subtypes or the previous variants are now discussed within the chapters on the main types. Another important thing for the trainees that all CNS WHO tumor grades are now in Arabic numerals, 1, 2, 3, and 4, instead of the Roman numerals that were used previously. This is done to align with the other 5th edition WHO Blue Books, and also to minimize the possibility of typographical errors. So now we use the grades 1, 2, 3, and 4. Next. Okay, so in the past, the grading was like this, WHO grade 1, 2, 3, and 4 in Roman numerals. Now it is CNS WHO grade 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now the prefix CNS has to be written before the grade, because although the CNS grades have now been aligned with other grades, grades of other tumors in other parts of the body, there are still many changes or differences between how grading is done in the CNS tumors and how it is done in other tumors. So the prefix CNS has to be added before the grade, and of course the grade will be in Arabic numerals. So what was previously WHO grade 1 in Roman numerals is now CNS WHO grade 1 in Arabic numerals, and so on. WHO grade 4 in Roman numerals, now CNS WHO grade 4 in Arabic numerals. Another important concept is grading within types that has now been introduced. CNS tumors traditionally had a grade assigned to each entity, which was based on histology. Okay? For example, diffuse astrocytoma and anaplastic astrocytoma, they were automatically grade 2 and grade 3. There was no option to use any other grade for any specific entity. You couldn't say that this is anaplastic astrocytoma and it is grade 2. That was not possible. It was grade 3 automatically. Same was true for oligodendroglioma or all the other tumors. Oligodendroglioma was grade 2 automatically. Anaplastic oligo was grade 3, and so on. And similar grades were assigned across biologically unrelated entities which had different clinical behaviors. For example, diffuse astrocytoma, oligodendroglioma, ependymoma, atypical meningioma were all grade 2. Similarly, anaplastic astrocytoma or anaplastic oligo or anaplastic ependymoma or anaplastic meningioma, they were all grade 3. So all grade 2 or grade 3 tumors across different categories were supposed to have similar survival times. However, the fact is that this is not the case. The behaviors of these different tumors across different biological types is very different. So in the 2021 WHO CNS5, there is a shift to grading within types for all categories of tumors. If you remember, in the 2016 WHO, this grading within types was done only for one tumor, and that was solitary fibrous tumor / hemangiopericytoma. You just diagnosed it as SFT/HPC, and then you graded it as 1, 2, or 3. But now, this shift has been made to all tumors in the 2021 WHO. And this shift was made to emphasize the biological similarities within the tumor types, so biological similarities within the astrocytomas and so on. And again, to conform with WHO grading of other organ systems. So tumors in other organ systems are graded within types. I'll give only one example, and that is of MPNST, for example. MPNST you just diagnose as MPNST, and then you grade it as 1, 2, or 3. There are not separate names for MPNST grade 1 or anaplastic MPNST or any other name. They are all MPNSTs, but they are then graded as 1, 2, or 3. And remember that the use of Arabic numerals is important in minimizing chances of errors in a grading within type system. Because when you had different names for different tumors, then you knew that anaplastic astrocytoma was grade 3, or anaplastic meningioma was grade 3, glioblastoma was grade 4. But now, when you are going to diagnose all the astrocytomas, as I will show you as astrocytomas, and then grade them, the chances of errors are greater if you use a Roman system. Another important concept is that of combined histological and molecular grading that has been introduced for a number of tumor types. Traditionally, CNS tumor grading was based exclusively on histological features. However, certain molecular markers are now known to provide very powerful and important prognostic information. And because of that, molecular parameters have now been added to the grading of many tumors for estimating prognosis. So CNS WHO grade is no longer restricted to being a histological grade. For many tumors, it is now a combined histological and molecular grade. And we will see these major examples of such combined histological and molecular grading are included in the tumors classified under the heading of adult type diffuse gliomas. And these are two major examples in the adult diffuse gliomas. One is the homozygous deletions of CDKN2A and CDKN2B in IDH mutant astrocytomas, and TERT promoter mutations, EGFR amplification, and gain of chromosome 7 and loss of chromosome 10 in IDH wild-type diffuse astrocytomas. So these are important molecular markers that are important in prognosis. So they have been made part of the grading of these tumors. So the adult type diffuse gliomas, coming to the main topic, importantly, the current WHO CNS5 recognizes the clinical and molecular distinctions between those diffuse gliomas that primarily occur in adults, and which are called adult type, and those that occur primarily in children, which are called pediatric type. And this was made possible by the elucidation of molecular differences between these tumors. And with the hope that this distinction or this division into adult type and pediatric type will result in better care for both adults and children with CNS tumors. There has been a simplification of the classification of the common adult type diffuse gliomas. As I will show you just now, if in the 2016 WHO CNS, there were a total of 15 entities which qualified for diffuse adult gliomas. Now, these 15 entities have been replaced by just 3 types. Okay? As we said, entities are now called types. And instead of 15 entities in the classification, there are now just 3. So you have on the left the 2016 WHO CNS, and on the right 2021 WHO CNS. This is just a diffuse adult gliomas. So in the previous one, in the 2016 one, you can see that there is a long list of entities, and which include astrocytoma, anaplastic astrocytoma, oligodendroglioma, anaplastic oligodendroglioma, glioblastoma IDH wild type, glioblastoma IDH mutant, and so on. Even the tumors which had the NOS, not otherwise specified, added to them were part of the classification. NOS can still be used in the 2021 WHO CNS when molecular tests have not been done and you do not have the criteria to diagnose a tumor as such, but its use is now recommended to be it should be used as little as possible, in other words. And it is no longer a part of the classification. So this long list, and there are 3 or 4 in the next slide as well, have now been replaced by just these 3 tumors. So if you are talking about the adult type diffuse gliomas, you simply call, there are three types: astrocytoma IDH mutant, oligodendroglioma IDH mutant and 1p19q co-deleted, and glioblastoma IDH wild type. So just these 3 types. All the variants are now in the subtypes, which are within the individual chapters. So this is just the same. So in the 2016 classification, the IDH mutant, coming to the IDH mutant ones, diffuse astrocytic tumors were assigned to 3 different tumor entities. They could be diffuse astrocytoma, or anaplastic astrocytoma, or glioblastoma, based on histological parameters, okay? And they were automatically grade 2, 3, and 4 respectively. In the 2021 WHO CNS-5, all IDH mutant diffuse astrocytic tumors are considered to be a single type. You only diagnose them as astrocytoma. You won't use the word anaplastic astro or glioblastoma. It's just astrocytoma. And then you will write the grade in Arabic numerals. So your diagnosis would be astrocytoma CNS WHO grade 2 in Arabic numerals, or as astrocytoma CNS WHO grade 2, grade 3, and so on. Some diagnostic criteria have been provided in the new WHO CNS classification. Some of these criteria are essential, without which the diagnosis cannot be made, and others are desirable, which are not essential for diagnosis, but which, when present, will help you in making the diagnosis. So what are the diagnostic criteria for astrocytoma IDH mutant? There are essential criteria. It has to be a diffusely infiltrating glioma, and it should show IDH1 or IDH2 mutation, plus one of the following. It should either show loss of nuclear ATRX expression on IHC or ATRX mutation, or exclusion of combined whole arm deletion of 1p and 19q. So these are the essential criteria. Then there are certain desirable criteria as well, which are TP53 mutation or strong nuclear expression of P53 by IHC in more than 10% of tumor cells. If the tumor has the methylome, DNA methylome profile, that is a new technology that has come up, of astrocytoma IDH mutant, and if it shows definite astrocytic differentiation by morphology. The definitions also, as a result, have undergone change. For example, in the previous classification, these astrocytomas were either diffuse astrocytoma or anaplastic astrocytoma, which had different definitions. But now there is just one astrocytoma IDH mutant, and additional molecular features have been added to the definition. So astrocytoma IDH mutant in the 2021 CNS is now defined as a diffusely infiltrating IDH1 or IDH2 mutant glioma with frequent ATRX mutations and /or TP53 mutation and absence of 1p19q co-deletion. That has also been added to the definition, and then the grade is also written in brackets in the definition, CNS WHO grade 2, 3 and 4. If you compare this definition with the previous definition of diffuse astrocytoma IDH mutant, it was just defined as a diffusely infiltrating astrocytoma with a mutation in either the IDH1 or IDH2 genes. So the definition is now much more elaborate. And then in the previous classification, the anaplastic astrocytoma was grade 3, and there was glioblastoma grade 4, and the diffuse glioblastoma was grade 2. But now these are just subtypes. Previously they were separate entities. Now they are not even types, they are just subtypes. So astrocytoma IDH mutant, WHO grade 2 corresponds to the diffuse astrocytoma IDH mutant WHO grade 2 of the previous classification. Similarly, astrocytoma IDH mutant CNS WHO grade 3 corresponds to anaplastic astrocytoma WHO grade 2 and IDH mutant. And astrocytoma, now this is important, astrocytoma IDH mutant CNS WHO grade 4 corresponds to the previous glioblastoma IDH mutant, WHO grade 4. So the term glioblastoma is no longer used or no longer applied to CNS WHO grade 4 IDH mutant astrocytomas. It is now only applied, the term glioblastoma is only applied to IDH wild type tumors, not to IDH mutant tumors. They were called glioblastomas in the previous classification, but now you will only call them astrocytoma IDH mutant, CNS WHO grade 4. So the diagnostic criteria for oligodendroglioma, 1p19q and IDH mutant and 1p19q co-deleted, there are essential criteria that it has to be a diffusely infiltrating glioma, and it should again show IDH1 or IDH2 mutation, and it should show combined whole arm deletion of 1p and 19q. And the desirable criteria are that it should show the DNA methylome profile of oligodendroglioma, IDH mutant 1p and 19q co-deleted. It should show retained expression, nuclear expression of ATRX on IHC, and it should show TERT promoter mutation. These are the desirable criteria. And the definitions of oligodendroglioma haven't undergone much change. They are almost the same except that the grades are added in the definition. Subtypes which were previously entities, oligodendroglioma grade 2 and anaplastic oligodendroglioma grade 3 are now subtypes, oligodendroglioma IDH mutant and 1p19q co-deleted, which is CNS WHO grade 2, and oligodendroglioma IDH mutant and 1p19q co-deleted, CNS WHO grade 3, which was the previous anaplastic oligodendroglioma. Coming to glioblastoma, the diagnostic criteria, essential diagnostic criteria for glioblastoma IDH wild type includes some which are essential, which are that it has to be an IDH wild type and H3 wild type diffuse astrocytic glioma. So it has to be both IDH wild type and H3 wild type. And then it should show one or more of the following. Now these criteria, if you look at them, they include both histologic and molecular criteria. It should show microvascular proliferation or necrosis and TERT promoter mutation, EGFR gene amplification, and gain of chromosome 7 and loss of chromosome 10. So in any combination, all of these can be present or some of these can be present. Desirable criteria are the DNA methylation profile of glioblastoma IDH wild type. The definition has undergone a big change. In the 2016 CNSWHO, a glioblastoma IDH wild type was defined as a high-grade glioma with predominantly astrocytic differentiation featuring nuclear atypia, cellular pleomorphism, mitotic activity, and typically a diffuse growth pattern, as well as microvascular proliferation and necrosis, which lacked mutation in IDH genes. The new classification is, new definition is that glioblastoma IDH wild type is a diffuse astrocytic glioma that is IDH wild type and H3 wild type and has one or more of the following histologic or genetic features. They have all been added to the definition as we have just discussed. And then CNS WHO grade 4. So the subtypes which were previously variants in the they were not entities, they were variants in the previous classification. Now they are called subtypes. They are the same: giant cell glioblastoma, gliosarcoma, and epithelioid glioblastoma. So coming to the grading, I just need 5 more minutes. Grading criteria for astrocytoma IDH mutant, CNS WHO grades 2, 3, and 4. So CNS WHO grade 4 tumors must manifest necrosis and microvascular proliferation. Those are the histologic criteria, in addition to mitosis and increased and atypia. However, the designation of CNS WHO grade 4 IDH mutant astrocytoma is also warranted if the tumor shows homozygous deletion of CDKN2A or B or both, even in the absence of necrosis or microvascular proliferation, which means that even if the histologic criteria for the diagnosis of a grade 4 tumor are not met, if it shows these molecular features, then they will still be classified as WHO grade 4. So for that, which means that if we are not doing these CDKN2A and B tests, we are missing many of these tumors which are actually grade 4 rather than being lower grade. And these mutations or these deletions have been shown to be associated with worse outcomes in these patients. So this is an example of a combined histological and molecular grading. I leave this. And grading of oligodendroglioma is still histology based only, just the last slide. There is a combined histological and molecular grading for astrocytic neoplasms, which are IDH wild type. So again, you may not see microvascular proliferation or necrosis, but if you see any of these, EGFR amplification or TERT promoter mutation or gain of chromosome 7 and loss of chromosome 10, then even if they do not show the histologic criteria for a grade 4 diagnosis, they will still be diagnosed as glioblastoma, glioblastoma CNS WHO grade 4. So because these molecular features, the EGFR amplification, TERT promoter mutations, and combined whole chromosome 7 gene and 10 loss have been extensively implicated in recent studies and they denote worse prognosis in these cases. So the take-home message is that the diffuse gliomas have been divided into adult and pediatric types. There is simplification of classification with only types listed in the classification. There is now grading within types, and there is combined histological and molecular grading for astrocytomas, IDH mutant, and for astrocytic tumors, IDH wild type, as the molecular parameters that have now been included have important prognostic ramifications. Thank you so much, and sorry for being over time.
Thank you, Dr. Zubair, for such an informative talk. Next, I would like to call Dr. Ahmed Gilani, who has recently joined Khan University as a consultant histopathologist and molecular pathologist. Please welcome Dr. Ahmed Gilani.
It is requested to all the worthy speakers, please. It is requested to all the worthy speakers, please take care of the times.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, rather. I have a hard job coming immediately after Dr. Zubair, who did a very good job explaining the basic changes on the WHO. Dr. Zubair had 10 slides and I have 50, and I also have a speech impediment, so I guess you guys are in here for a very long afternoon. All right, so let's get started. The point I want to make from this graph, which comes from the US Cancer Registry, is that the adult and pediatric brain tumors are different. You can see that in the adult types you have the meningiomas, the pituitary adenomas, and the glioblastomas, while the low-grade gliomas constitute about 1/3 of all tumors in pediatric age group, followed by high-grade gliomas and embryonal tumors. We also use the CNS5, which Dr. Zubair alluded to, and the basic idea is to classify tumor entities or types or subtypes, whatever they call them now, as narrowly as possible so that we are able to predict their clinical behavior and tailor the treatment appropriately. This is the list of pediatric low-grade gliomas and high-grade gliomas, which I would go into. So first, looking at high-grade gliomas, you would, looking at this, you would notice that there are two major groups within high-grade gliomas in pediatric age group. One is marked by histone alterations, and the other one is marked by BRAF alterations. These two together constitute about half of all high-grade gliomas in pediatric age groups. Different histological types can have these alterations. For example, BRAF can be seen in in H-cap or high-grade astrocytoma with pyloid features, or it can also be seen in PXA or pleomorphic xanthoastrocytoma. So the point is that we need to use both histologic diagnosis as well as molecular features to come to a good appropriate diagnosis. So first, looking at the histone mutated tumors, we have the H3K27M, which are the midline tumors, and the G34RVs, which are the lateral tumors. Both of these present mainly in the pediatric and young adult age group, which you can see by this average age of presentation, which you can see is earlier than the average age for IDH tumors. So what the heck is H3K27M or H3G34? So for that, we have to go back to our high school biology. I'm showing here it's going forward. The nucleosome, which you would remember, is the 8 histone octamer around which the DNA is wound. What they did not tell you in high school is that each of those histones has a tail, and that tail is shown here. You can see, so now we would narrow down on the tail region of histone 3, and you would see that the amino acids that make up that tail are numbered from 1 to 79. So when we talk about H3 or histone 3 K27, we are referring to the lysine on position 27, which changes from lysine to methionine, or from K to M, and that leads to loss of methylation at that site. So here is one of our cases, midline glioma. The antibody that picks up the mutant protein is shown here on the right, and you would also see that since methionine cannot accept methyl group, you would lose trimethylation at that site, and that can be seen by the loss of H3K27Me3 or trimethylation stain in the tumor cells, while the normal cells retain the stain. H3K27M is a bad actor. It almost always presents in high-grade tumors, but can occasionally be seen in low-grade tumors as well. We have seen occasionally this alteration in ganglioglioma, pilocytic astrocytoma, and very rarely also in ependymoma. And in almost every case, irrespective of the histology, these tumors acted very badly and ended up in the patient's demise. The current WHO also allows for this diagnosis in the absence of mutation at that site. And how that happens is that you can have other genetic alterations that lead to trimethyl loss at that site. For example, there's this bithalamic glioma which is marked by an alteration of EGFR gene. And in that case, the trimethyl is lost, and there is expression of EZ-HIP, which can also be seen by an IHC stain, and that alone is also sufficient to call it an H3K27 altered tumor, even if the mutation itself is not there. And so all of these groups can be picked up by a trimethyl stain, which is an easy stain to do, and I would recommend you to consider adding that to your tools. And so G34 refers to the glycine at position 34, which changes to R or arginine or valine. So a G34R/V. So either an arginine change or a valine change. These are lateral tumors. You can see one case here. So diffuse hemispheric glioma, mostly in lateral position, then the midline, which is the 27M. And this alteration can also be picked up by antibodies that target either the R change or the V change. These are also high-grade gliomas, and this is a series that we published a couple of years ago, and which shows that almost every case presented in teens or young adulthood. Also, you can see that they all had pretty bad outcome. Histologically, apart from the G34 or R stain, you can have other clues which can help you in the diagnosis. For example, most of them have loss of ATRX. So as long as you are ruling out an IDH mutation, you should also consider histone mutations if you see an ATRX loss. Most of them also show a P53 strong expression, and almost all cases have loss of OLIG2. And they can have ganglionic differentiation, classic GBM like histology, or PNET or primitive neuronal differentiation. Right, and this is also has a bad outcome, but is kind of intermediate between a K27M glioma and an IDH mutant glioma. Next, I would come to a high-grade infant-type glioma, which is an interesting entity. These present in the first year of life. They are high-grade. They have like very huge masses in the brain. They can also be congenital. Most of them are marked by alterations in these genes listed here, NTRK, ROS, MET, or ALK. And almost all of these genes can be targeted by targeted therapies. The other thing, and so they have classic high-grade features, but can also be low-grade looking in some areas. They occasionally have desmoplasia. So if you see a high-grade tumor in the first year of life, always consider this. This is a case series that we assembled in Colorado some years back, and we saw that in a cohort of about 7 or 8 tumors over 10 years or so, we saw that that almost every case had a very good outcome, which was very surprising looking at their alarming radiology and high-grade features. Almost all of them ended up like surviving and going to school and all that. And similar to other reports, they had ALK, MET, NTRK, or ROS alterations. Another entity which can resemble an infant-type hemispheric glioma is the desmoplastic infantile ganglioglioma or astrocytoma. And our current paper, which is in review, would show that they are molecularly and clinically very related to NIHGs. So you need to know like what tumor you are looking at before you grade them. For example, the current WHO allows for high-grade regions in this desmoplastic infantile glioma, which is otherwise grade 1. So next, very briefly about HCAP or high-grade astrocytoma with pyloid features, which used to be called anaplastic pilocytic astrocytoma. These are marked by alterations in MAP kinase pathway, BRAF, FGFR, and other genes, and they also need to have CDKN2A or B loss. As Dr. Zubair mentioned, that you don't need to have histologic high-grade features in order to call something high-grade according to our current classification. They're mostly in the posterior fossa, and essentially the diagnosis requires DNA methylation. But if you see a loss of CDKN2A, that's very, very suggestive. Next, also please consider ruling out a mismatch repair deficiency, which is caused by a homozygous loss of any of these genes or proteins listed here. They can be picked up by an immunostaining of these 4 proteins and is caused by or has increased propensity in populations with high consanguinity. So next to coming to low-grade gliomas, I would give you very brief, some basic principles here. One is that there are essentially two groups. One is the pilocytic astrocytoma, and the other is non-PA. They don't transform into high-grade in almost every case, and about 2/3 of them have alterations in these 3 genes, BRAF, either a fusion or a mutation, or NF1. There are some other non-PA or non-pilocytic astrocytoma low-grade tumors, which are essentially diagnosed by the presence of these genetic alterations like MIB or MIBL1 or FGFR. And if you don't have the tools to test these, essentially you cannot make the diagnosis. You can only call it a low-grade glioma. So if you have like a so another point is that a lot of pediatric low-grade gliomas have gene fusions as opposed to gene mutations. I would take two more minutes, sorry. So they have mostly gene fusions, not mutations. So if you are considering adding an NGS panel to your hospital, you would not be able to catch these or diagnose these based on your mutation panel alone. If you have like a 10-15 gene fusion panel, you would be able to catch 85% of them, as we showed in this study from a couple of years ago, based on our experience with NGS using a small fusion-based panel. Their grade or their behavior is marked by different factors, including histology, tumor location, and molecular features. For example, this graph of overall progression-free survival shows that fusions are better than single nucleotide variants or mutations. So if you have a BRAF fusion, it would act better than if you have a BRAF mutation. Also, the midline tumors act a lot worse than lateral tumors. So the same histology, pilocytic, which is in the midline, would act much worse than if it is lateral. So based on these, you can assign a risk, and increasingly there is talk about tailoring therapy according to these factors. So histology is not always a good measure of what fusion would be there, as we have other people have shown also. And so treatment of brain tumors, so why is this important? High grade and low grades are treated very differently. High grades are treated with radiation alone mostly, while there's no role of radiation in low-grade tumors. And if you identify a targeted alteration which can be targeted, then the oncologists might use just the targeted therapy. This is a list of targeted agents that are available for these immediate, for these genes, and they can be present in low grade as well as high grade. We have a limited experience with using targeted agents. For example, in this study, we used, this group here, I'm a newcomer to this, including Khurram and Noreen, who's our oncologist, used BRAF inhibitor and showed that the tumor regressed. Also, there is targeted therapy available for mismatch repair deficient tumors, which can be used right away. So thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge my mentor and our bioinformatics colleagues. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Because there is a lunch time and we have requested Professor Shahid Parvez to continue. Okay, that is why I will request you all people that be careful in the time. अगर फिर खाना नहीं मिलेगा और फिर हमें रात को 6 बजे क्रूज पे खाना मिलेगा, ये ज़रा ख्याल कर लें. स्पीकर, दो स्पीकर से रिक्वेस्ट है.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ahmed Gilani, for such an elaborative talk. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Usman Hassan, who has come all the way from Lahore. Please welcome Dr. Usman Hassan.
So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Assalamu alaikum. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me here, and it's always an honor to be part of the PAP. So the good news is I will finish in 15 minutes wherever I am. So embryonal tumors, like all the CNS tumors, have undergone lots of changes owing to the ever-increasing genetic information available. So WHO has broadly classified embryonal tumors into medulloblastoma and other embryonal tumors. Medulloblastomas are further subdivided into molecularly defined as well as histologically defined medulloblastomas. And the other embryonal tumors, in this, the first two entities were already there, ATRT and embryonal tumor with multiple rosettes. But the cribriform neuroepithelial tumor is still a provisional entity, and lots of studies are still going on to establish it. The FOXR2 activated neuroblastoma and the B-core duplication CNS tumors are established entities. And I will not go into the detail of NEC or NOS because Dr. Zubair just mentioned them in very much detail. So starting with the medulloblastomas, our learning objectives would be to see what is the role of genetics and immunohistochemistry in molecular grouping and subgrouping. What is the relationship of histology with molecular groups? What are the genetic abnormalities, their prognosis, and what is meant by integrated approach? So generally speaking, the medulloblastomas are the second most common malignancies in childhood after the high-grade gliomas, and if we talk about adults, it is less than 1% of the all adult CNS tumors. Now we know that medulloblastomas are associated with many genetic syndromes, and there are many germline mutations associated with it. For example, the first three, ELP1, SUF1, PTCH1, they are associated with sonic hedgehog activated medulloblastomas. P53, which is associated with Leif-Romani syndrome. You can see that in sonic hedgehog P53 mutant type of medulloblastomas. And the rest of them are associated with group 3 and group 4. Location is very interesting because radiologists also nowadays, based on their radiological features and location, they also try to anticipate which kind of molecular group it would fit in. At the moment, all medulloblastomas are grade 4, but of course, you would know that WNT pathway has got excellent prognosis, whereas the sonic hedgehog has got intermediate prognosis between the WNT and the group 3, group 4. But for practical purposes, it's grade 4. Oh, sorry, it's not showing up. So the DNA methylation studies are the investigation of choice nowadays. Unfortunately, I am not an expert, nor this is the scope of this presentation, but DNA methylation is simply the study of the methylation status of the particular tumor, and this t-distributed stochastic neighbor embedding diagram shows up the results like this. In 2016 WHO classification, the medulloblastomas were broadly classified into WNT activated, sonic hedgehog activated, either P53 wild type or P53 mutant, or group 3 or group 4 of medulloblastomas. In 2021, again, the 4 subgroups are maintained, but there is more subgrouping at more granular level, so much so that there are now 4 subgroups in sonic hedgehog group, and there are 8 subgroups in group 3 and group 4. WHO has thankfully retained the histologically defined medulloblastomas, so histopathologists still can do their jobs. So what is the relationship between histology and molecular subgroups? So we have to recognize 4 histological patterns, which are the most common. First is the classical type, then desmoplastic nodular type, then medulloblastoma with extensive nodularity, or large cell anaplastic type. So by recognizing these groups, we can very well much anticipate which kind of molecular group it would fit into. For example, the sonic hedgehog medulloblastomas, P53 wild type, are mostly either desmoplastic nodular type, or they are medulloblastoma with extensive nodularity. Whereas the P53 mutant part of sonic hedgehog medulloblastomas are large cell anaplastic type most of the time. Mostly the WNT pathways are classical pattern, and group 3, group 4 are either classical type or either they are large cell anaplastic type. So the role of immunohistochemistry, this is the reality for us, most of us, because of inaccessibility to the state-of-the-art genome labs, lack of DNA methylation studies. But thankfully, if we have got 3 or 4 immunostains in our setups, we can very well at least broadly classify them into one of the 4 groups. So the WNT pathway of medulloblastoma shows good staining for nuclear and cytoplasmic staining. And the YAP1 is the immunostain which can show expression both in WNT pathway as well as sonic hedgehog medulloblastoma. Whereas GAP1 is more sensitive for this sonic hedgehog medulloblastoma, be it P53 wild type or P53 mutant. Now there's a new immunostain which we haven't tried. It is P75 NGFR, nerve growth factor receptor. And unfortunately, we do not have any immunohistochemical surrogate marker which is very sensitive or specific for SSH or WNT pathway. P53 should also be included in the panel. P53 can show up positivity in sonic hedgehog P53 mutant type, and sometimes also in WNT pathway type of medulloblastomas. So general immunohistochemical strains like synaptophysin, CD56, and neuron-specific enolase, they can show up expression in all medulloblastomas, although in different intensities. So talking about WNT activated medulloblastomas, 10% of the childhood and 15 to 20% of the adult medulloblastomas, they belong to this group. The most common genetic mutation is in exon 3 of CTNNB1 gene, and also most of them are also show monosomy 6. And based on monosomy 6, now they are divided into WNT alpha or beta, although there is not much prognostic value known to subgroup this, but still studies are going on. There are few ones which do not show any somatic mutation, but they show germline mutation in APC. And this is one of the real-time examples. You can see the diffuse sheets of small round blue cells for hyperchromatic nuclei and scanned cytoplasm. And if you sample it enough, then you will see our favorite Homo-red rosette pattern, central neuropil, surrounded by a similar kind of cells. So this is the synaptophysin general marker. This is the beta-catenin. It will show up nuclear and cytoplasmic staining. Unfortunately, in our setup, we have seen just 5 to 6 cases which showed up beta-catenin expression like this. YAP1 can be focally positive, can be diffuse positive. P53 is wild type in this, and GAP1 is negative. So prognosis-wise, prognosis is excellent in childhood age, and it's not that favorable in adults, but still better than many. P53 mutation can be seen in WNT pathway, but usually it is the somatic type, and it does not confer bad prognosis to the medulloblastoma. The next one is sonic hedgehog P53 wild type. This is due to activation of sonic hedgehog pathway, and the P53 gene is not mutated in that. In infants, it occurs in vermis, whereas in children, older children, it occurs in cerebellar hemispheres. So medulloblastoma with extensive nodularity, radiologists love to tell that this has got grape-like structure, so it will turn out to be a medulloblastoma with extensive nodularity. So it is something interesting. And the sonic hedgehog, if you compare it with the other medulloblastomas, it is more frequently associated with germline mutations, and the most common ones are PTCH1, ELP1, and GPR161. So these are just a few of the most common genetic aberrations associated with these 4 subgroups, and they all have got some prognostic value. There are many articles now. If you are interested, you can refer to them. So this is an example. You can see very nice nodules, the pale zones, and it's surrounded by the dark internodular zones. The internodular zones is projected in the next slide, in the next figure, and you can see the diffuse sheets of similar kind of small round blue cells with a lot of mitotic activity going on. One thing to consider is that the vague nodular pattern can also be seen in classical pathway, medulloblastima. But there are a few features which would help you to recognize the true nodules. One is the pale areas surrounded by internodular areas, and then the reticulin immunostain. So the true nodule will show complete layer of reticulin fibers all around the nodules, whereas the vague nodule will not. And this is the way to correctly classify the nodular type of medulloblastomas. So this is the immunoprofile. The GAP1 is beautifully positive. It is showing cytoplasmic staining. YAP1 can be positive, can be negative, and this tumor showing very much patchy positive. Beta-catenin is negative because there is no nuclear staining, just cytoplasmic staining. And P53, you can see the highlighting fused nuclei. So this is P53 wild type of medulloblastoma. Since this type of medulloblastoma is associated with many germline mutations, so it is now recommended to run a germline gene panel, including but not limited to these, but these are the most frequent ones. Prognosis is intermediate between that of the WNT pathway as well as the group 3 or group 4. Many studies are going on in order to trying to establish which group is better than that. So few studies show that group 1, SSH1 is better than 2. Few say they are not, but of course these things are going on. But group 3, which is P53 mutant, has the worst prognosis, which is this one. So it is due to the activation of sonic hedgehog signaling pathway in combination with P53 mutation, and it's always germline in this case. It has got wide age range, 4 to 17 years, occurs in cerebellar hemispheres, and 3 things, if they happen, they confer worst prognosis to this kind of medulloblastoma. That is TP53 mutation, MYC amplification, and large cell anaplastic morphology. So you will not see any nodules. You will see the sheets of large-sized, very hypochromatic cells, very much mitotically active, and at places, lots of necrosis. Again, synaptophysin will be positive, and you are lucky enough, then you will find beautiful positivity for GAP1 and YAP1. So you would know this is a sonic hedgehog activated pathway, and P53 will show block positivity. It will stain every cell. And beta-catenin will be again considered negative because there is no nuclear staining in it. Group 3 is group 4 is the worst prognosis medulloblastoma, and unfortunately this is the largest group. By DNA methylation, 8 subgroups have been defined in it, usually occurs in midline, and few germline mutations are associated with it. 2 of them are PALB2 and BRCA2. So there are lots and lots of genetic aberrations. Most of them are copy number alterations, either additions, either deletions, but MYC amplification is the thing which is more common in group 3 and group 4. So these copy numbers, few are associated with good prognosis and few are bad. So this cannot be dealt without having DNA methylation. So this is just one example. It's the classical pathway of the non-SHH, non-WNT pathway. If we talk about the immunohistochemistry, because only synaptophysin is positive, all other stains are negative. So what is integrated approach? So it is important that the histological patterns are correctly identified, and if you have got the immunohistochemistry, you can at least put them into one of the 4 general groups. But if we have got a DNA methylation, which is the standard of care testing for this, and it will accurately classify them in 4 groups and further subgroups as I just mentioned, then it is recommended to run this germline gene panel as well as additional genetic information. So this should be the part of the report. This medulloblastoma, histological type, grade, then what genetic studies you have done, and what is the outcome of that. So all of this revolves around so that we can develop some targeted therapies, we can prognostify our patients, and then we can anticipate the survival of the patients. So ATRT and ETMR, I will just briefly touch them. So ATRT is the tumor of infancy. So most of them occur in age less than of 1 year of age. Location is usually supratentorial. But beware of the odd locations like pineal glands, cellular area, supracellular area, because they can also present there. In posterior fossa, if it shows non-red blood morphology, poorly differentiated morphology, then this comes into the differential diagnosis of medulloblastoma. And I recommend strongly to include SMARC-B1 and SMARC-A4 in the gene in the immunohistochemistry panel, so that we don't miss this ATRT thing. Again, DNA methylation has told us that there are three subgroups: ATRT tyrosine, ATRT SSH, and ATRT MYC. And this has got prognostic value because there are many trials. Two of them are the most recent, which say that the SSH group of ATRT has better prognosis, whereas this MYC and tyrosine tumors, they have got good immune cell infiltration, which can be the basis to develop immune checkpoint inhibitors. This is one of the examples. This is the rhabdoid predominant ATRT, and you can see the rhabdoid cells with good eosinophilic cytoplasm, areas of necrosis. We ran SMARC-B1, which was showing loss of expression. And this tumor, because it shows neuroepithelial, epithelial, and mesenchymal differentiation, so this can show expression for EMA, SMA, GFAP, synaptophysin as well. And the ones which do not show any INA1 expression also apply SMARC-A4. ETMR. So ETMR encompasses three morphological spectrums, that is abdominal tumor with neuropil and true rosettes, ependymoblastoma or medullopithelioma. Previously, they were considered separate entities, but now they are part of this same entity. And they most commonly shows amplification of C19MC gene, as well as, if not, then DICER1 mutation has recently been reported to be shown in them. Location again can be supratentorial, can be infratentorial. And again, it comes into a differential diagnosis of medulloblastoma. Lin28 immunostain is the most sensitive, but not very specific, but because it shows up expression also in teratomas, high-grade gliomas, and other germ cell tumors. So this is a real-time example. You can see that multiple multilayer rosettes with central lumen and inner limiting membrane and lots of stratified malignant cells. And this is Lin28 showing beautiful positivity. And this tumor can also show focal expression for CK and GFAP. INA1 is retained in that. This is another example. There is extensive neuropil in that. Lin28 is again positive. So whatever tumor you talk about, it all revolves around the integrated approach. Histology, immunohistochemistry, good genetic modalities available. MDT discussion is key. MDT discussion is key, and all of this revolves around the correct management of the patient. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Usman, for such a great informative talk. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Khurram Minhas, who is a consultant histopathologist at Ahan University Hospital. Please welcome Dr. Khurram Minhas.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you, organizing committee, to give me this opportunity to present at this forum. I'll follow suit and try to finish within 15 minutes. Over the next 15 minutes, I'll be presenting an update on the ependymal classification as outlined in 5th edition. I'll also talk about the prognostic importance of this classification and the available immunostechnical stains that can be used for diagnosing these entities. So ependymomas are glial tumors. These are circumscribed gliomas comprising of approximately 6%, up to 6% of intracranial tumors. They arise from the ventricular lining, which continues as central canal in spinal cord, and they also can arise in the within the brain parenchyma. As far as pediatric tumors are concerned, the most common location is posterior fossa, whereas in adults the spinal cord is the commonest location. In the last revised 4th edition of CNS Blue Book, they were subdivided into 5 categories, and each category was could be assigned a WHO grade accordingly. However, at that time, for the first time, a molecularly defined RELA fusion positive tumor was included in that group. In 2015, a landmark publication came out by the German group, and it included institutes of the North America and other centers in Europe. And this was based on DNA methylation profiling, and they categorized ependymomas in 9 groups. And they reported that these groups are molecularly, these groups are prognostically significant, and they have a better association with, as a predictive subgroups than the histology alone. This is the updated classification of WHO as outlined in CNS 5th edition. And they have divided these entities under 3 broad categories based on the regions that they involve. I'll talk about them later, one by one. Before that, they also recommended that a histological WHO grade should not be assigned to entities which are molecularly defined. And we also know that now that subependymomas are considered as a single group in all 3 regions because they exhibit similar chromosomal abnormalities in all the regions. Starting with myxopapillary ependymoma, histology is characteristic. They do not carry any specific structural variants or driver mutations. Spinal ependymomas have an excellent prognosis, but it should always be noted that pediatric spinal ependymomas present with disseminated disease often in more than 50% of cases at diagnosis. Subependymomas, as I mentioned, that these have been kept as a single entity across 3 regions because they do not exhibit any specific site-associated mutations. The commonest things are copy number alterations, and these carry, again, an excellent prognosis. Coming to supratentorial ependymomas, these are grouped in 2 main categories, ZAFTA fusion-positive tumors and YAP1-positive tumors. And there is a subgroup which is not positive for, which does not exhibit the mutations of ZAFTA or YAP1. So just a quick recap of the histology. Classic ependymomas, these are glial tumors which comprises of cells with fibrillary processes, nuclei are round to oval in most cases. Calcifications can be numerous. The 2 characteristic features are pseudo-rosette formation and true ependymal canals. And these are fairly characteristic of ependymomas. Tumors are diffusely positive for GFAP, while EMA can be variably expressed by tumor cells. So this is how we used to diagnose ependymomas before the publication of this classification. Now, the ZAFTA fusion-positive tumors, these are mostly seen in the, these comprise approximately 2/3 of the tumors in the supratentorial region, and in children they constitute up to more than 80% of tumors. These have a poor prognosis than the other group of supratentorial tumors. And in addition, if they express homozygous deletions for CDKN2A, the prognosis is even worse. Molecularly, they exhibit characteristic recurrent ZAFTA gene and RELA gene fusion. This occurs at chromosome 11. And once these genes are fused, they translocate into the nucleus, activating the cell cycle pathway, and hence tumorigenesis sets in. TP53 mutations are very rare in ependymomas, as we talk generally, across all 3 groups. Histologically, supratentorial ependymomas, RELA or ZAFTA fusion types can be grade 2 or grade 3, while immunohistochemistry, they are positive for L1-CAM and P65, which is a much superior marker than L1-CAM. And these 2 markers are really helpful in diagnosis of ZAFTA fusion-positive tumors. Complete loss of P16 by IHC can be used as a surrogate to CDKN2A deletions. The other group, that is YAP1 fusion-positive tumors, it has a far better prognosis than ZAFTA fusion tumors, and we do not have a specific stain for it, but methylation studies and molecular studies can help diagnose it correctly, as the YAP1 gene most commonly fuse with the MAMLD1 gene at chromosome X. As far as histology is concerned, mostly are grade 3, but they are negative for L1-CAM and P65. So what happens to the non-ZAFTA, RELA, and YAP1 negative tumors? Now, this group was studied by a few institutes, and they reported that the ZAFTA gene fuses with other partners other than RELA. They are mainly seen in children. Histology can be quite deceptive. They can have pleomorphic xanthoastrocytoma-like features, astroblastoma-like features, or even sarcoma-like morphology. So molecular profiling would be important in diagnosing these, but thankfully these are negative for P65. These are being reported as negative for P65 and positive for L1-CAM. So a combination of P65 and L1-CAM can help us distinguish the 3 categories by IHC. with fair reliance. As far as their prognosis is concerned, the progression-free survival and overall survival is best for the YAP1 altered gliomas, while the gray line here show ZAFTA without RELA tumors, and these have a inferior progression-free survival than the RELA fusion-positive tumors. However, overall survival is in the same is of the same region. Starting with posterior fossa ependymomas, molecularly defined into two groups: posterior fossa A and posterior fossa B. These have balanced genome, meaning that fusion genes or any other recurrent mutated genes are not a signature of these tumors. These are thought to be epigenetically driven, and the type A category comprises of tumors which are mostly seen in infants and children less than with a median age of 3 years, and they comprise 99% of the tumors in patients less than 18 years. Overexpression of EZHIP and diminished expression of H3K27 trimethylation marker would be the hallmark of this tumor. Abnormalities, other abnormalities include gain of chromosome 1q, which is associated with an inferior prognosis. As far as group B is concerned, they are seen in adolescents and young adults mostly. Chromosomal abnormalities are more common and recurrent in these tumors, and they retain the H3K27 trimethylation marker is retained or is not altered in these cases. So the nuclear staining is there for these cases, and that's how we differentiate between the type A and type B tumors at this point in time. Loss of 13q is also associated with inferior outcome in these cases. So again, a combination of stains can help us distinguish these groups. Negative expression of trimethylation marker and positive expression of EZHIP by IHC can reliably distinguish these two subgroups. Prognostically, the blue lines demonstrate the posterior fossa B tumors, which have a significantly superior progression-free survival and overall survival across the two groups. So what happened to the special types? The tenicentic ependymomas, papillary ependymomas, and clear cell types. So this same group have looked at 45 cases of these variants, which were previously reported, and they reported that the integrated diagnosis actually changed in 35% of cases, and 11 of them were not even ependymomas by molecular profiling. So the ones which were ependymomas, they fell into different categories. Tenicentic ependymomas matched with the spinal and the myxopapillary type profile. Clear cell matched with the supratentorial ZAFTA fusion positive profile, while the papillary ependymomas matched either with the posterior fossa B, myxopapillary, or spinal profile, meaning that they had a better prognostic outcome. The last entity is spinal ependymomas, and again, they do not exhibit any specific fusion genes. They can be grade 2 or grade 3. Loss of chromosome 22 Q arm is reported in these cases, and they also express mutations in NF2, because in up to 50% of cases, they can be seen in patients with neurofibromatosis type 2. Excellent outcome as far as overall survival is concerned. A subgroup has been identified in the spinal ependymoma group, which can be MYC amplified, and it has a very dismal prognosis. So this is mostly these are mostly grade 3 tumors presenting as diffuse leptomeningeal involvement. So these only 50 cases are to be reported up till now, and they carry a significantly inferior outcome. So the take-home message is that integrated molecular classification is a far better prognostic indicator than histology alone, and IHC at this point can be used as a reliable surrogate for molecular testing in these groups. I thank you for your careful listening.
Thank you, Dr. Khurram, for such a nice talk. Now, I would request Dr. Mulazim to please give his views on the session.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम, थैंक यू वेरी मच. टाइम बहुत कम है और खाना लग चुका है. मैं इतने ज़्यादा लंबे मिनट्स नहीं दूंगा कि ठंडा हो जाए. सबसे पहले डॉक्टर ज़ुबैर थे. वेरी ब्रेन स्टॉर्मिंग सेशन. नो डाउट ये ब्रेन ट्यूमर्स के सेशन था. हमारे ज़माने में नो डाउट कि क्या होता है, हमने तुक्के लगाए होते थे कि ये सेल यूँ होगा तो यूँ होगा और ये सेल यूँ होगा तो यूँ होगा. Anyhow, now the things has been changed. Association of no doubt histopathology is very important. but also immunomarker. हमें तो बल्कि हमारे दौर में जब हम पढ़ते थे तो ये कहा जाता था immunomarker has no role in the differentiation of brain tumor, but लेकिन उसके बाद और new modalities, new tools आ गए. That is now the molecular genetics. जिस तरीके से वायरस चेंज होता है इस तरीके से ट्यूमर भी चेंज हो जाती है. That is time but time because it will affect your treatment and prediction. And thank you very much, Dr. Zubair. It was very nice. And I have written so many comments, but I will send you on the WhatsApp. There is no time. One other, that was the Gilani Saab. And one very important thing is Dr. Zubair. Presentation, the way of presentation was like a good teacher. Congratulations, that was from my side. Dr. Gilani was excellent presentation, but was very slow in presenting. That is why, and again, differentiation was same, my comments are same. There is a very, very important role of immunohistochemistry, molecular genetics, and this has entirely changed the diagnosis and the prediction of histopathology, very important. Another, Dr. Usman, excellent presentation from Shaukat Khanam from Lahore, and completed within time, very beautifully presentation और embryonal tumor जो था हमारे FCPS में एक रख दिया गया था, मेरे ख्याल है हुमैरा को भी पता होगा, तो उसमें ना एज ज़रा ज़्यादा लंबी रख दी गई थी. That was because we both जो मेरे ख्याल में हमारी टीचर डॉक्टर नादरा ममून थी उस ज़माने में इम्तिहान ले रही थी, तो हमारे तुक्का वही था कि अगर इस उम्र में होगा तो ये होगा और इस उम्र में तो ये होगा. मैंने अपनी तुक्का लगाया, पता नहीं वो सही लगा या नहीं लगा. Anyhow, that was Dr. Usman, very beautiful your presentation, and congratulations from my side. Another was the Khurram Minhas, very slow presentation, a very, very slow presentation. और टाइम बड़ा अच्छा था लेकिन आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन आवाज़ बहुत ही कम थी, धीमी थी. ग्लूकोज लेवल हमारा बहुत ही कम हो चुका था, तो मेरे ख्याल में पीछे वालों का भी ग्लूकोज लेवल बहुत ही कम हो चुका था. बहरहाल anyhow, it was very excellent presentation. और उसके साथ I am highly obliged my teacher of teacher, Zaidi Saab, Tahir Saab, and Jana Saab also there, Dr. Humaira, Madam Naveen Afridi, my teacher, respected teacher, Madam Nadra Mamoon, and my colleague, Dr. Samina, and sitting behind all my colleagues, my colleagues, students, and once again, highly obliged डॉक्टर शाहिद परवेज़ के जिन्होंने हमें बुलाया और स्टेज पे बिठाया. थैंक यू वेरी मच. और डॉक्टर कियानी साहब, मैडम कियानी, और वो मैंने कहा कि कियानी जो होता है कश्मीर में ज़्यादा होते हैं, कहते नहीं असल कियानी किसी और जगह होते हैं. थैंक यू वेरी मच मैडम नायला कियानी, आपने हमें इनवाइट किया और इट वाज एक्सीलेंट योर कॉन्फ्रेंस. होप इंशाल्लाह नेक्स्ट टाइम जो हमारे लिए चैलेंज होगा लाहौर में, हम इससे बेहतर प्रेजेंटेशन कर सकें. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mulazim. And now I would like to request Dr. Mulazim and Dr. Muhammad Arif to please come on stage and present the mementos to the speakers. First of all, I'd like to call upon Dr. Zubair Ahmed to please receive his memento. Next, I would like to call Dr. Ahmed Gilani to receive his memento.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Usman Hassan. Dr. Khurram Minhas. Dr. Sarosh Moin, the moderator of the previous session. Now I would like to request Dr. Nadra Mamoon and Dr. Naveen Faridi to please come on stage and present mementos to Dr. Mulazim and Dr. Muhammad Arif. Thank you all so much, and let us proceed to the lunch, and we will be here back within 30 minutes. Please be seated by 2:20 so that we can save time for the other sessions. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Please settle down, and those who haven't joined, their friends, if they are here, please text or call them. We'll be starting in 5 minutes sharp. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back. And to start the second session of the day, I'd like to ask Dr. Sabah Anjum, consultant histopathologist at AKH, to come and start the session.
Good afternoon all. We are just starting our next session for the day. To chair this session, we are delighted to have Professor Ale Hassan Zaidi, who is Professor, Chairman and Dean of Pathology, SMC, and former Chairman of Pathology, CPSP. Presently, he is a postgraduate teacher at Buckeye University Hospital. For co-chairing, I'm delighted to invite Dr. Muhammad Tahir on the stage. So formally starting our session, first speaker we have is Dr. Arsalan Ahmed from Aga Khan University Hospital, who is also the section head for Histopathology Department. May I invite Dr. Arsalan, please.
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon, and welcome to Karachi. So, thank you, Dr. Sabah, for the introduction. So, I'll be very fast on this. I've been given 15 minutes, and I've been told not to make any other extra stories, so I'll be very fast, and I'll be very serious today. So, today is, I'm used to looking here, so So we'll be doing an update on mature B-cell lymphomas, which is according to the 5th edition of WHO classification of hematolymphoid neoplasms. In the interest of time, I'll just call it WHO Hem5. So it applies, they have made it very systematically throughout the whole book. They have an hierarchical system where you have divided in category, family, entity, and subtype. And category, for example, which we are doing mature B-cell lymphomas, the family could be large B-cell lymphoma, followed by a subtype, which entity, diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, NOS, and then a subtype, GC, non-GC, whatever implies. And same goes for criterias. And this is very helpful for third world countries like us, where they have an essential criteria and a desirable criteria. Essential is the minimal criteria to allow the diagnosis of an entity as universally as possible. And obviously, desirable criteria is one which aids in confirmation, refinement of diagnosis, which requires advanced techniques. So mature B-cell neoplasms, there's a lot of material. I just outlined these. These are part of our usual practice also. And so I'll be talking about pre-neoplastic and neoplastic small lymphocytic proliferations, splenic B-cell lymphomas and leukemias, lymphoplasmacytic lymphoma, marginal zone lymphoma, follicular lymphoma, mantle cell lymphoma, large B-cell lymphoma, and Burkitt's lymphoma. So I had to leave some things behind, but these are what we're going to talk about. So pre-neoplastic and neoplastic small lymphocytic proliferations, no rocket science, remain the same. Monoclonal B-cell lymphocytosis and CLL, SLL, the entities remain the same. And if you see monoclonal B-cell lymphocytosis, the same definition, less than 5,000 monoclonal B cells. And it is divided into two things. One could be a clonal CLL, SL phenotype B cell population, and another is the clonal non-CLL, SLL phenotype B cells. So let's start with the clonal CLL phenotype B cell, means CD19 positive, CD5 positive. That makes it a CLL phenotype. So if the count is less than 500, we'll call it a low count MBL. If it's between 500 and 5,000, we'll call it CLL, SLL type MBL. And in the past, they used to break it down into low count and high count, but they have changed the name. There's going to be low count for less than 500, and high count has been changed to CLL, SLL type MBL. Suppose if the count is less than, again, same, less than 5,000, more than 500, and CD19 positive, 5 negative. So it's going to be called clonal non-CLL, SLL phenotype B cells. Okay, so quick example, 300 cells, clonal B cells, in CD19 positive, 5 positive, I'll go for low count. 3,200 clonal B cells, CD19 positive, 5 positive, think of CLL, SLL type MBL. And if it's 3,200 and 19 positive, 5 negative, it's a non-CLL, I'll call it non-CLL SLL. Remains the same, SLL remains the same essential and desirable, essential and desirable. So 5, 19, 23, same thing, criteria for SLL. Additional, they've added additional, just to help it in the differential diagnosis against other small B-cell lymphomas. This is important, genetics of CLL, especially for prognosis. TP53 mutation in IGHV, somatic hypermutation, is important because they have been included in the CLL International Prognostic Index, which along with age and clinical stage. So we have to keep this in mind, and this is very helpful actually. And once CLL transforms into large B cell, we call it Richter syndrome. Now we'll call it Richter transformation. This is one more change. And wow, B cell pro-lymphocytic leukemia has been deleted. And all these will have been lumped into splenic B-cell lymphoma leukemia with prominent nucleoli. So in the end, just quick key points. MBL and CLL, SLL remain the same. BPLL has been deleted and thrown out. So next is splenic B-cell lymphomas and leukemias. And these are what has been added in the 5th edition. Hairy cell leukemia, splenic marginal zone lymphoma, splenic diffuse red pulp small B-cell lymphomas. And the 4th is important. This is a new entity, splenic B-cell lymphoma leukemia with prominent nucleoli. And this is where the B-pro lymphocytic leukemic patients have been put in, CD5 negative patients, along with hairy cell leukemia variant, So this is a new one. So this is a new entry and includes hairy cell leukemia variant and all cases of CD5 negative BPLL. 0.4% of all chronic lymphoid malignancies, affects elderly, has prominent nucleoli, as the name tells you, and is negative for hairy cell markers, except 103, and much more clinically aggressive than hairy cell leukemia. Splenic diffuse red pulp small B-cell lymphoma, since they have moved it to another entity, so I'm just going to put, I remember only 2 things about it. That's what I've learned. Remember the predominant intrasinusoidal, okay, I just forget something. Aega? Oh, wow. I'm sorry, still not very computer savvy. Oh, I'm sorry. That's fine. I will, in the interest of time. So these splenic diffuse red pulp, when they involve the bone marrow, they have this intrasinusoidal pattern. And on flow, the ratio between 200 and 180 is less than 5, which strongly favors a diagnosis of this. This is very tricky, I know. And I also don't have 180. So the only time I've made a diagnosis is on a bone marrow. So again, splenic B-cell lymphomas, before we close it, the important thing is the splenic B-cell lymphoma leukemia with prominent nucleoli is the new entity and has replaced hairy cell leukemia variant and BPLL. Oh, I forgot one thing I want to. So before I go, because we won't be coming back, B pro-lymphocytic leukemias. So unfortunately, they have been stripped into 3 areas. If it's CD5 negative pro-lymphocytic leukemia, if the cells are pro-lymphocytes, I will lump it into splenic B-cell lymphoma with prominent nucleoli. If the B pro-lymphocytic leukemic cases are CD5 positive, they become CLL. And if these same patients show fusion with CCND1, they become mantle cell. So unfortunately, they have broken them down into 3 areas. So that's something to keep in mind. Lymphoplasmacytic lymphomas. I always had MYD28 in mind, MYD88 in mind, but things have changed here. So now LPL is based on IgM, on the IgM status. So if I have a patient of LPL, IgM is important. If IgM is positive, we lump it into IgM LPL lymphomas, and then I will have to do MYD88 mutation. And if they are positive, they become MYD88 mutated LPL. If MYD88 is negative, it becomes MYD88 non-mutated LBL. Suppose IgM is negative, they fall into non-Waldenström macroglobulinemia type LPL, and then we further subtype them into IgA, IgG, IgA LPL, non-secretory LPL, and IgM LPL without bone marrow involvement. This is sometimes confusing. What I kept easy for my mind is, if bone marrow is involved and IgM is present, then it's always going to have Waldenström macroglobulinemia with bone marrow. Suppose in these second cases where we see non-WM, if IgM, even if it's positive, like the last one, but bone marrow is not involved, you will always make it non-WM. Okay, so this is something. One thing, if you want to remember, IgM is always needed now. So third, marginal zone. Marginal zone has added 2 more entities to it. So extranodal marginal zone lymphoma of mucosa-associated lymphoid tissue is broken down again into the same name plus primary cutaneous marginal zone lymphoma. So this was never a subtype, it was just described in this. Now they made it a separate entity. Nodal marginal zone lymphoma has been divided into nodal marginal zone lymphoma, and there was a subtype called pediatric nodal marginal zone lymphoma, which has become a new entity now. So marginal zone lymphoma, you have to keep in mind primary cutaneous marginal zone lymphomas and pediatric nodal marginal zone lymphomas. So these are the 2 new entities, separate entities which have been added to it. And again, all these marginal zone lymphomas are CD5 negative, CD10 negative, and they have plasmacytic differentiation. Eyelid swelling, anywhere when I feel, when I was 10 years ago, I used to call it atypical lymphoid hyperplasia, this and that. Now, if I see a swelling and I see a lot of plasma cells along with B, I usually run for marginal zone lymphoma. So, follicular lymphoma. This is my favorite because this makes a major bulk of our practice. And wow. So there were 4 types: follicular lymphoma, in situ follicular neoplasm, pediatric type follicular lymphoma, and jejunal type follicular lymphoma. So let's move. The pediatric type follicular lymphoma and jejunal type are same. They have not been changed. In situ follicular neoplasia will be called in situ follicular neoplasm now. And let's come to the big picture now. Follicular lymphomas are classic follicular lymphoma, follicular large B-cell lymphoma, and follicular lymphoma with uncommon features. So instead of boring you with this, I've got this, I like this graph. So follicles are present, centrocytes, centroblasts are present. It has to be CD10 positive, BCL2 positive. You want to call it follicular lymphoma. So this made it so life easy. Now, whether it's grade 1, grade 2, grade 3A, you put it in classic follicular lymphoma. So life is easy. So it's become, I'm waiting for the day when NIFT-P also becomes something easier now. So this has become easy for us. So follicular lymphoma 3B, again, follicles are filled with centroblasts, you know, almost like a diffuse, but follicles are present, and you want to call it follicular lymphoma 3B, the name has changed. It's going to be called follicular lymphoma B-cell lymphoma, follicular large B-cell lymphoma, I'm sorry. And the last one, if there's a diffuse variant, if you remember the diffuse variant of follicular lymphoma where they are made up of centrocytes only, CD21 is negative, and we usually call it diffuse variant of follicular lymphoma, they will fall into this, uncommon follicular lymphomas. And if you have, suppose, follicles filled with large cells which are blastoid looking, and maybe MUM1 is common, present in them, I will always think about doing large cell lymphoma with IR4 rearrangement. I'll think about doing MUM1 and then followed by IR4. So keep this in mind. So important thing is grading follicular is not mandatory anymore. It's become optional. So if you want to leave it, you can leave it. And obviously, because of poor reproducibility, different sizes of 40x microscope fields in different microscopes, and the clinical outcomes is almost similar. So, you know. So mantle cell lymphoma overall has remained the same, except that in situ mantle cell neoplasm neoplasia have been called in situ mantle cell neoplasm. Otherwise, almost very similar. And on a molecular level, it remains the same. Our same 1114, the CCND1 fusion, the genetic hallmark is the same, except when you have a cyclin D1 strong expression, two things can happen. Usually you have the CCND1, which is classic, and there are some times when you have a cyclin D1 expression which is strong, but they do not express. There's no rearrangement seen on CCND1. This is because of cryptic rearrangement. When they are very small, the resolution of FISH cannot catch it, and you can see happens. Can only be catched on genomic profiling. And suppose cyclin D1 expression is negative. In WHO classification, 4th edition, they had described CCND2 and CCND3. Now they have added CCNE also to it. So, you know, things to remember. So, and one more thing. In situ mantle cell neoplasm, mantle cell lymphoma, and leukemic, they have been described into 3 different chapters. They are not in one chapter because of risk stratification. So large B-cell lymphomas. So there are 18 names to it, and you know, 17 and last, one more has been added. So I'm just going to pick up the ones which are different. So diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, high-grade B-cell lymphoma with MYC and BCL2 rearrangement. This used to be MYC and BCL2 and or BCL6 rearrangement, so it has been changed to this name. High-grade B-cell lymphoma with 11q aberration is the new name for Burkitt-like 11q aberration. EBV positive diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, this is the new name, used to be NOS, had to be added, which has been removed. And then you have the mediastinal gray zone lymphomas, which had to be the unclassifiable between DLBCL and CHL. So, oh, I'm sorry. Then we have these new entities, fibrin-associated large B-cell lymphoma, fluid overload-associated large B-cell lymphomas, and the primary large B-cell lymphoma of immune-privileged sites. So 3 have been added. And some of these lymphomas have been moved somewhere else. The primary diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, CNS, has been moved to the immune-privileged site. The HHV8 and the primary effusion lymphomas have been moved to the HHV8-associated B-cell lymphoid proliferations and lymphomas. So diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, NOS, quick. They recommend whether you do IC. If you are very rich, you can do NGS and GEP. And they still recommend that after DLBCL, please go ahead and do GC and ABC. It is still recommended. Okay? And then coming back to diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, high-grade B-cell lymphoma with MYC and BCL2 arrangement. So BCL6 has been removed. BCL6 not needed anymore. So if I have a large cells, BCL2 immunohistochemistry, CMYC has been expressed, BCL2 has been expressed, I will go ahead, call it a high-grade B-cell lymphoma, send it for cytogenetics. If c-MYC is rearranged, BCL2 is rearranged, I will call it high-grade B-cell lymphoma with c-MYC/BCL2 rearrangement. Now the trick is, make it easy. If the MYC is positive, BCL2 is positive, and BCL6 positive, they don't care. BCL6 doesn't play any part. If MYC is positive and BCL2 is negative and BCL6 positive, then you move to another thing, but not, there's no role of BCL6 in this. So primary large B-cell lymphoma of immune privileged sites. So what has happened is they are very aggressive B-cell lymphomas. They land in these sanctuaries like the CNS, the testes, where they have another barrier and very aggressive. And the key is immune competent patients. You have to remove it from the HSV8 and all the others. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't, whether I can also not see, but primary DLBCL CNS, primary DLBCL testes, and they have all been lumped into primary LBCL for immune privileged sites. So all of them have gone in here. And high-grade B-cell lymphoma with 11q aberrations. Same thing. Past, we used to call them Burkitt-like because morphology was same, starry sky appearance, CD10 positive, BCL2 negative. Same thing here also, but c-MYC is not rearranged. MYC is negative. That's why they have changed the name. They call it high-grade B-cell lymphoma with 11q aberrations. Fluid overload associated large B-cell lymphoma. The thing it's become is you have to differentiate it with peripheral primary effusion lymphomas. And again, they have no underlying immunodeficiency. They have underlying conditions like CHF, renal failures. They have mature B-cell phenotype, and they are HHV8 negative. Whatever I told you is almost opposite of primary effusion lymphomas. Okay, so mediastinal gray zone lymphomas. This used to be, before 2016, this was one of the things, mediastinal gray zone lymphoma. They changed it back to this. Now they are back again. The reason being, they have to be specifically in the mediastinum. If they land up outside, whether its morphology is between same thing, CD30 positive, LCA positive, CD20 positive. You want to call it unclassifiable, but they are lying in the mediastinum, you call it mediastinal gray zone lymphoma. If they are lying somewhere else, outside, you call it classified as DLBCL NOS, because this name is gone now. Okay, and diffuse, am I on time? I guess I can, time is up? Almost up? Almost, okay. Can I quickly go through this last one? Quickly. This is the, so diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, if MYC is rearranged, BCL2 is, oh, I'm sorry, you know. See, I'm sorry. Let me see. Yeah, diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, MYC is rearranged, BCL2 is rearranged. I will call it diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, high-grade B-cell lymphoma with the mixed BCL2 rearrangement. If MYC is germline, just call it DLBCL NOS. Again, and Burkitt's lymphoma, you need to have MYC germline. You have to have MYC rearranged and the other IgA MYC rearranged. Otherwise, it has to be Burkitt's lymphoma. And high-grade B-cell lymphomas, everything has to be excluded before you go for high-grade B-cell lymphomas. The thing they have not mentioned is, over the age of 50, I always keep in mind cyclin D1. Because you cannot forget pleomorphic mantle cell lymphoma. It's always there. So guys, I could have continued, but Burkitt's lymphoma is something we can, you know, we have to. But thank you. Thank you. Any questions?
So question answer and
nice.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arsalan, for the nice talk. Now may I call upon Dr. Imran Nazir from Shifa International Hospital for a discussion on T-cell lymphomas.
Assalamu alaikum. So I will be talking about the recent updates on T-cell lymphomas. Thank you, Dr. Aslan. Time is really short for an extensive update, but I will try my best. And if time permits, I'll share a small case. So T-cell lymphomas. This recent edition is a major revision, as probably Aslan has mentioned, of the 2008 classification. It was revised in 2017, but now in 2022, major revisions have been done. Most of the entities have remained unchanged, but criteria has been very refined. Some provisional entities have become permanent, and a few of the new provisional entities have been added. T-cell lymphomas overall are uncommon, so they do present diagnostic challenges because they require a lot of genetic testing now, a lot of cytotoxic enzyme testing, and many of the immunostains are usually not available in all the labs. Like, we go by with, if we required 6, we do like 2 or 3 stains. But this time around, WHO of HemePath, I think it's already in other tumor systems. They have recommended these essential diagnostic criteria and desirable criteria. So essential ones, they need to have, if we really want to call some entity, give entity a definitive name, versus the desirable ones are very nice to have criteria, but they're not mandatory. So the new entities in T-cell group, there are a few non-neoplastic entities, like Kikuchi disease, which I think in our region we do see quite commonly. So that has been added. Indolent T lymphoblastic proliferation. I have a couple of slides for this entity. This can be scary. And then autoimmune lymphoproliferative syndrome also has been added. The lymphomas, primary cutaneous PTCL NOS has been added. Indolent LK cell lymphoproliferative disorder of GI tract, and EBV positive nodal T and NK cell lymphoma. So this is the list. And all of these entities have few minor changes in some of the criteria. Either it's a genetic addition or some immunostain algorithm that has been added. So I'll start off with the follicular helper T-cell lymphoma, one of the most common lymphomas, aggressive T-cell lymphomas that we come across, angioimmunoblastic T-cell lymphoma. Last time it was recommended to lump it under this term. Now it has been decided that there are 3 types of follicular helper T-cell lymphomas. The most common one is angioimmunoblastic type. The second one is the follicular type with the same markers, but it will have follicular architecture. And if none of the above, then we'll have NOS1. And to call anything follicular helper T-cell lymphoma, we must have at least 2 of these immunostains. And the common stains, I think most of the labs do have CD10 and BCL6. But if you add PD1 also, that really is very, very helpful. Most of these lymphomas have now recurrent genetic abnormalities which have been identified. Most common one being TET2, which is seen in like up to 80% of the cases, and that can coexist with or without DNMT3, which is again seen in significant number, up to 30-40%. Then there are a few other mutations like RHOA rearrangement, and we can have IDH2 mutation, and this mutation has a correlation with morphology as well. These patients will have the clear large cells that we see in angioimmunoblastic ones. All these genetic rearrangements, they do have a correlation with the lymphogenesis, and they are the potential targets for now these personalized medicines. WHO this time has added few recommendations as far as reporting of these lymphomas are concerned, and that is based on the sample that we get. As all of you receive more and more core biopsies, so on a core biopsy, you can confidently call T follicular helper lymphoma angioimmunoblastic type only. For others, for the follicular and for the NOS1, you need to recommend that excision should be done. So on core biopsy, these subtyping should not be done. And sometimes these patients are, of course, followed up after treatment or they relapse. Their morphology tends to change. So WHO again has recommended to use this term that this is consistent with the morphological variation of patient's original T nodal T follicular helper lymphoma. PTCL NOS, which is the counterpart of DLBCL in T-cell lymphomas, it is getting, I think, smaller as a group because few of the entities have been refined and they have been put into T follicular helper group or some EBV positive lymphomas. But still, it's a heterogeneous group, and we need to exclude nodal EBV positive T and NK lymphomas and T follicular helper lymphomas before calling this entity. And these cases show variable cytology, variable morphology, and genomic expression profiling has proven that they are very close to the activated T lymphocytes. This time, WHO has recommended to subdivide, categorize in our reports into two of these groups, which are based on molecular PTCL TBX21, which resembles TH helper 1 cells. It carries better prognosis versus PTCL GATA3, which resembles more like TH2 helper cells. And it has worse prognosis. And there is luckily, there is an immunohistochemistry algorithm which is based on these 4 markers, and these 4 and we can divide them into PTCL, TBX21, and GATA3. Anaplastic large cell lymphoma, ALK negative. In 2017, it was separated out from a subtype of ALCL. Now it has been awarded the permanent category. It has to be ALCL negative. We need to rule out primary cutaneous ALCL and breast implant-associated ALCL. Diagnostic criteria remains the same, which is large pleomorphic hallmark cells with strong diffuse CD30 positivity and ALK negativity. It has been proposed that a genetic subtype of ALCL should also be mentioned whenever we come across, and that is DUSP22 rearrangement. These can be seen in up to 19 to 30% of cases. And then there are some other, and these carry better prognosis. Then these ALCL negative ones, they can also have TP63 mutations. They are more aggressive. And sometimes the patients can have combination of both, and still studies are being conducted to find the behavior of these ones. The last one, patients with JAK2 rearrangement. These patients can present a diagnostic challenge. Like these cases will resemble classical Hodgkin lymphoma, so that's a potential diagnostic pitfall. So we need to do an extended immunostain panel to distinguish that. Breast implant-associated ALCL is a definitive category now based on the clinical picture. It should be ALK negative. Any type of breast implant can, the common ones being used are saline and silicone, they can lead to this. Pathological and clinical staging is important. If capsule gets invaded, there is a risk of lymph node and then systemic involvement, so it would require systemic therapy. And TNM staging is proposed to stage these lymphomas. This time around, WHO gave quite few tables, which are very nice. Of course, time limitation, I can't go through every one. But the differential diagnosis mentioned on the left, they are the close mimickers. WHO has highlighted the distinguishing points as far as clinical, pathology, and molecular is concerned. So these tables can really be very, very handy. Then extranodal T cell and NK cell neoplasms involving GIT. So they have 2 or 3 additions, but ETL and enteropathy-associated T cell lymphoma and monomorphic enteropathy-associated T cell lymphoma METL. ETL and METL remain same. ETL is associated with celiac, especially with the refractory celiac disease. And these patients are actually, they are considered that they have this precursor lesion to the lymphoma. And they are mostly alpha-beta receptor positive, while the METL ones, they do not have any association with celiac, and that's more commonly seen in our region. They are most commonly gamma-delta. Then we have intestinal T-cell lymphoma, NOS, which is overtly malignant T lymphoid infiltrate, and we need to rule out METL and ETL. And if it's EBV negative as well, then we have to call it intestinal T-cell lymphoma, NOS. And these two, the following two are the new entities, indolent clonal T-cell lymphoproliferative disorder. They're calling it disorder, not a neoplasia or lymphoma yet, and indolent NK cell lymphoproliferative disorder. Both of them are EBV negative, and they are limited there to the surface of the mucosa, so they do not infiltrate deep into the GI tract. Then there's a lot of new terminologies and and some changes in EBV-related diseases. So EBV, NK cell, and T cell lymphomas are now separated into the 4 major categories: hydrovacciniform, severe mosquito bite allergy, chronic active EBV, systemic EBV positive T cell lymphoma of childhood. They all occur more commonly in Asia and Latin America. Chronic active EBV is a systemic proliferation with patients presenting with more than 3 months of history, versus systemic EBV positive T cell lymphoma of childhood, that the previous one was, it could be oligoclonal, polyclonal, or monoclonal, but systemic EBV is usually clonal proliferation of EBV positive T cells, and that these patients are young adults. They have very high volume of EBV in the serum. They can be associated with hemophagocytic lymphohistiocytosis, and they have a very fatal course. Again, there's another table by WHO giving the distinguishing features between all these entities. Then we have EBV positive nodal T and NK cell lymphomas. They are rare diseases. They were first initially in 2017, they were introduced as PTCL-NOS, but now they have been given a separate category. They are more commonly seen in elderlies and immunocompromised patients. They do not involve nasal area. And T-cell immunophenotype is more common than NK type. They have a bad prognosis. They can have this immune pathway PD-L1 upregulation, which can be actually a potential for PD-1 inhibitor treatment regimens. Then this is the indolent T lymphoblastic proliferation that I was talking about. So this is an extra-thymic non-clonal expansion of T lymphoblasts occurring alone or in association with some other disease, especially Castleman disease. Clinically, they should be indolent, and they vary according to the features of the associated disease. They can be associated with Castleman, or sometimes with a metastatic carcinoma, or sometimes even in healthy patients, isolated lymph node that can enlarge and that can show some of the lymphoblasts. Overall, under the microscope, architecture would be normal. They will have some reactive follicles, reactive germinal centers, and around that interfollicular region or in the paracortex, we can see some small groups or some sheets of T lymphoblasts, and these T lymphoblasts will be cytologically not as bad as a garden variety lymphoblastic lymphoma looks like. Like their nuclear contours will be normal. They can have a little immature chromatin. They can have mitosis, but otherwise they will be quite monomorphic. They will not have that pleomorphism per se. And the areas that they're seen more commonly are the interfollicular. If Castleman is the associated disease, and if it's a metastatic carcinoma, they can have these lymphoblasts in between the clusters of the malignant Mets. So there's the essential criteria again, jotted down by WHO, and then some desirable criteria. Desirable is that bone marrow should not be involved. If it's involved, one should think about the ALL/LBL. So this is how it looks like. On the left is H&E picture, on the right, it's quite scary actually, but if the clinical history definitely would help. Then this is a nice algorithm to deal with nodal lymphomas. We can use few stains to start with CD30, CD4, CD8, and EBV testing especially. EBV testing should be done by Eber-ish. So as you can keep this at your desktop. This can really help you out in distinguishing most of the nodal lymphomas. So I think I have 40 seconds. So last, this is a 39-year-old male, cervical and axillary lymphadenopathy. Patient had increased LDH and B symptoms for last 3 weeks. So on morphology, on low power examination, there is effacement by this nodular, I should say, architecture. Anyway, I don't have a point. You can see these fibrous bands dissecting into these variable-sized nodules. On high-power examination, we have these large cells which are scattered. They have on high power, I should say, they have multinucleation, binucleation, some are mononuclear, but these malignant cells are in less numbers as compared to the background reactive cells, which are lymphocytes, some polymorphs, some plasma cells. So looking at this, one definitely thinks about classical Hodgkin lymphoma, and nodular sclerosis type of classical Hodgkin lymphoma can present like this, or maybe some other B-cell lymphoma. So we did immunostain. CD3 was negative, except few reactive cells in the background. CD20 almost completely negative. PAX5 negative. We have our internal control sharply positive, but the large cells are negative. So classical Hodgkin lymphoma should be LCA negative and PAX5 positive. So LCA was also negative. So at that time, we were a bit confused what to do. So we did, of course, we did CD30, and that came out very nicely positive. Next slide. It's very crisp. Almost all the large cells are positive. So this is the stage where it warrants to do ALK stain. So we did ALK. ALK came out very nicely positive in almost all the cells. So this is an example of a Hodgkin-like pattern of ALCL, ALK positive. So we should definitely think about these histological patterns, which it's uncommon pattern, but still it exists. It resembles nodular sclerosis of classical Hodgkin lymphoma. It doesn't have any clinical significance though, but if we don't do ALK, that can really change the scenario. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Imran, for a nice presentation.
Thank you very much. Now may I request our next prestigious speaker, Major General Hafizuddin Hilale Imtiaz Military from Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, for a talk on lymph node biopsies.
Yes. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So today we will be talking about role of core needle biopsies in diagnosis of lymphomas, diagnostic challenges and pitfalls. We know that the gold standard for the diagnosis of lymphoma is the tissue biopsy, which gives us a reliable diagnosis and subclassification. And for the tissue diagnosis, as a histopathologist, all of us prefer to have an external biopsy. Though because on this we can not only appreciate the morphology, do the immunohistochemistry, and we can also perform certain flow cytometry or molecular genetic studies. But it is associated with a certain amount of delay, involvement of the theta time, and in some cases there may be some possible complications. So our clinical colleagues, especially the surgeons, are more in favor of using the core needle diagnosis biopsies as a reliable alternative. But we know that just giving a diagnosis of lymphoma on core needle biopsy is not sufficient, because the clinicians would require not only the subtyping, they would like the exact subtyping of the various neoplastic lymphomatous processes, because they have to offer different modalities of treatment to different subcategories of neoplasm, as highlighted in this case. Even in the Hodgkin lymphomas also, they have to offer the various different treatments for the classical Hodgkin lymphoma and a different modality for nodular lymphocyte predominant Hodgkin lymphomas. And in the B-cell lymphomas category also, the mantle cell lymphoma has to be treated by a different treatment, and the follicular lymphomas are offered altogether different modality of treatment. And that is why they require us to give them the exact diagnosis. Core needle biopsies have certain advantages, like this is quick in diagnosis, associated with less complications, less expensive, can be performed as an outdoor procedure, And in a number of cases like deep-seated lesions, this may be the only feasible option. But it has associated disadvantages associated with it, like in most of the cases, we might not be able to comment exactly upon the architecture, and the low-grade lymphoproliferative disorders are difficult to diagnose on core needle biopsies. And if the biopsy has been taken from the peripheral lesion, so it might not be a representative of the actual lesion. And in cases of Hodgkin lymphoma, if the biopsy has missed a classical Lead-Stern bug cell, these may be misinterpreted as inflammatory lesions. We know that subtyping of lymphoma is very difficult on core needle biopsy, but they say that subtyping may even be difficult in some external biopsy specimens as well. In a number of studies, the sensitivity and specificity of core needle biopsy for lymphoma diagnosis has varied from 90 to 100%, with a positive predictive value of 100%, diagnostic accuracy of 86%, but the downside is that the negative predictive value of core needle biopsy is very low. It is relatively highly sensitive in diffuse large B-cell lymphoma cases and peripheral T-cell lymphoma NOS cases, but is relatively low in ALCL or in Hodgkin lymphoma cases. The reasons for failure may include extensive areas of necrosis, unsatisfactory sampling or small sample size. In follicular lymphomas, if the biopsy has missed the follicular structures, we might fail to give the appropriate diagnosis, or difficulty in distinguishing a diffuse from the nodular patterns. And in certain cases, there may be lack of experience for the diagnosis of Hodgkin lymphoma in core needle biopsy cases. What are the critical difficulties in assessing small needle biopsies? The major difficulty is to determine whether the tissue architecture is preserved, normal, or is it distorted and effaced. To assess the size of cells in small biopsies showing crushing and fixation artifacts, because in those cases, the determination of the cell size may be difficult. Cases in which primarily large atypical cells predominate of course, are easy to interpret and diagnose. When we look at the scanner view of a core needle biopsy, one has to see whether the architecture is preserved, effaced, preserved, or nodular, and we have to tell whether it is a diffuse effacement. And going on to the higher part, we have to comment to see whether the type of the cells are large cells or they are small to intermediate size. Or if we can appreciate that the cell population is mixed with few large atypical cells here and there. Now I would like to share some cases with you. A 40-year-old male patient with fever the last 2 weeks with cervical and axillary lymphadenopathy was subjected to core needle biopsy, which gave this picture on the scanner that we could appreciate a sort of nodular formation, some follicular structures, and on the higher part there was a mixed population, predominantly small cells. On CD3, it was positive in scattered T cells, while CD20 highlighted the nodular structure or the follicular structure of the large B cells. Next, they did try to do the proliferation index by Ki-67, which was low and scattered, and if it was a reactive lymph node, we would have seen the concentration of the proliferating cells in the germinal center, which was not here in this case. Then they applied CD10 and BCL2, which highlighted these follicles. So the diagnosis was suggestive of follicular lymphoma, and biopsy of an intact enlarged lymph node was suggested for proper evaluation of the case. And if we have diffuse effacement with the large cells, in which case the diagnosis is comparatively easy, and if we perform CD20 and that also turns out to be diffusely positive, the next step would be to differentiate the type of large B-cell lymphoma into germinal center type or non-germinal center type by applying CD10 and MUM1. Most of the cases, these two will help in differentiate between two, and if they are not helpful, then we can resort to BCL6 as well. CD30 is also a critical marker if upfront CD20 and CD3 fail to stain the neoplastic cells, as the vast majority of anaplastic cells, lymphomas are positive for CD30. If the cells are negative for CD3, CD20 and CD30, then we should reassess the supposition of a hematopoietic origin and rule out the possibility of other tumors like carcinomas or melanoma. Besides this, we may assess CD45, TDT, and CD138 in order to pick out myeloid or lymphoblastic lesions or plasmablastic lymphomas. In areas where we have large B cells which are CD20 positive, and if these cells have a blast-like morphology, especially the chromatin, then we must resort to do TDT and cyclin D1 to rule out lymphoblastic and mantle cell lymphomas. If CD10 is positive and shows evidence of admixed small cleaved cells and some vague nodularity on CD20 staining, we should resort to CD21 or CD23 to assess the presence of a distinctive follicular dendritic cell network to help identify high-grade follicular lymphomas and prevent it being labeled as diffuse large B-cell lymphomas. Presence of large sheets with areas resembling smaller mantle cells should raise the possibility of large B-cell lymphoma with IRF4 rearrangements, and this diagnosis is supported by the positive expression for MUM1 and CD10 besides BCL6, especially in biopsies from head and neck region in pediatric population or young patients. A 72-year-old male with retroperitoneal mass encasing the aorta and major arteries had multiple soft tissue and attenuated lesions in the liver, and true-cut biopsy was submitted to us, which revealed scattered areas of few lymphoid cells here and there, and at another area we could appreciate a more closely population of the lymphoid cells which on higher power were usually large cells. LCA was positive, confirming the lymphoid nature of the cells, and CD10 was also CD20 was positive, so means these are large B cells. CD3 was negative, and on Ki67 we could see that most of the large cells, they were staining with Ki67, meaning by that this is some sort of a high-grade large B-cell lymphoma. But CD5 and CD10 were negative, and BCL6 was positive in more than 30% of the large cells. So, based on this Hans algorithm, in which CD10 was negative but BCL6 was positive, MUM1, so we reported it as germinal center B cell type, suggestive of, and biopsy was suggested for confirmation and exact subtyping. Another patient, a 45-year-old male, presented with a mass in the left lower lobe of the lung with mediastinal lymphadenopathy. The biopsy specimen revealed fragmented biopsy specimen with focal collection of some large cells having prominent nuclei. They were positive with LCA, and on Ki67 they were quite a high proliferation index, but they were negative for CD3 and CD20. Going by with our algorithm, we applied CD30, which was positive, and EMA was also positive, and when we applied the ELK, it also turned out to be strongly positive, both nuclear and cytoplasmic. So it was anaplastic large cell lymphoma. A 58-year-old female with well-defined oval-shaped heterogeneously enhancing soft tissue mass along left thigh with few subcentimetric inguinal lymph nodes was subjected to core needle biopsy, which revealed a fragmented specimen consisting of various small cores or lymphoid tissue on which it was difficult to assess whether the morphology is small or the large cell type. They were positive for LC, and CD3 was positive in scattered T cells, and CD20 was diffusely positive in these cells, and Ki67 was quite high. CD5 and CD10 were negative. So based on this, we gave the provisional diagnosis of B-cell lymphoproliferative disorder, and biopsy was suggested for proper evaluation of the case. In biopsies where we come across with primarily small cells, the major problem would be to differentiate the normal from abnormal architecture, especially when small cells or mixed population are present and the biopsy is fragmented. Moreover, variability in fixation and staining on small core biopsies compound this problem, making even the distinction between small and large cells even at times quite challenging. Sheets of B cells with few T cells is nearly always indicative of lymphoma, though on very small and fragmented samples, CD20 staining can be rarely misleading. A useful approach would be to apply CD23, 5, 10, CD21 and cyclin D1 depending upon the availability of resources at the center. And if follicular structures are present, BCL2 may also be added to highlight to differentiate between the reactive and the follicular lymphomas. CD21 can be helpful in confirmation of normal follicular structures, presence or absence of follicles in follicle center cell lymphomas in order to determine a percentage of follicular versus diffuse or absence in small lymphocytic lymphoma and a broken or serpentine pattern in nodal or marginal zone lymphomas. Co-expression of CD5 and 20 in these lesions would lead to the use of cyclin D1 to distinguish mantle cell lymphoma from small lymphocytic lymphoma. CD23 has also been relied upon to distinguish mantle cell from small lymphocytic lymphoma on IHC, though this is less specific than LEF1, which is also as it is expressed in follicular lymphomas as well. The presence of germinal centers may lead to the potentially erroneous conclusion that normal architecture has been preserved. In these cases, check whether the germinal center oblique mantle zone boundary is crisply demarcated or not. A negative BCL2 stain in the germinal centers can further be misleading, particularly in a marginal zone lymphoma, where benign germinal centers are recruited into the lymphoma lesion, which means stain normally for CD10 or BCL2. In these scenarios, CD21 distinguishes normal, sharply demarcated follicular dendritic cell network from dispersed, irregular or serpentine patterns seen in marginal zone lymphoma cases. Another major pitfall is taking the follicle-related lesions as follicular lymphoma, as we know that these nodular structures can be seen in, besides the follicular lymphoma, in mantle cell lymphoma and marginal zone lymphomas as well. In these cases, the typical morphology of centrocyte, if it is not found, then we should think of the other lesions and apply the appropriate immunohistochemistry. According to the 2016 WHO criteria, we have to see at least 10 follicles for proper grading, and even the assessment of the percentage of diffuse and follicular areas should be deferred on the excision biopsy specimens. The presence of plasmacytoid differentiation should raise the possibility of a marginal zone lymphomas. A 28-year-old male diagnosed as Hodgkin lymphoma underwent chemotherapy but not responding to therapy, now presented with cervical, axillary and inguinal lymph node enlargement, was subjected to lymph node two-cut biopsy, which revealed a scattered nodular architecture with few large atypical cells in the nodules and in the internodular areas as well, as we can see here in the high power view as well. And here as well. LCA was diffusely positive. CD3 was highlighting scattered T cells. CD20 highlighted the B cells in a focally diffuse areas. And PAX5 was also positive in the large cells. In the presence of these atypical large cells, we resorted to CD15 and 30, but both of them were negative. So the classical Hodgkin lymphoma was unlikely. And then we did the OC2 and BOB1, which were positive. So it was, and follicular meshwork was also present as highlighted by CD23. And on PD1, we could appreciate focally parity cells, rosetting of their cells. So it was reported as nodular lymphocyte predominant Hodgkin lymphoma. In NL-PHL nodular small cells are mixed with larger CD20 positive cells with appropriate popcorn-like nuclear appearance, particularly if these are surrounded by a ring of small CD3 positive T cells. And in these cases, besides the PD1 rosetting, presence of follicular dendritic cell network is more important for the diagnosis. I think as we are running down the time, pitfalls in lesions with mixed lesions, as we have already mentioned that we have missed a classical large cells in a mixed population, that the Hodgkin lymphoma may be misinterpreted as inflammatory lesions. And another pitfall is a small biopsy with a paracortical expansion with numerous immunoblast-like cells which lack normal germinal center formation. CD30 stain may be misinterpreted as diagnosis of Hodgkin lymphoma. This is last case, an 8-year-old child. This is a classic Hodgkin lymphoma case, but this. And then core needle biopsy is an alternative to external biopsy because of its low morbidity and low cost. However, the sensitivity of core needle biopsy is lower than its specificity, and the surgical excision of lymph nodes with a clinically strong suspicion of malignancy is recommended because of the presence of false negatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I call upon Dr. Zishanuddin from Aga Khan University Hospital for a talk on urinary tract diseases.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I thank the organizer for this opportunity, and those who have attended yesterday morning workshop on Geopathology can continue with their afternoon nap. So, because the topic of my presentation is the updates on the urinary tract tumors, after yesterday's workshop, I changed it a little, and I've tried to make it a little very simple. So this is my disclosure. So, and these are the objectives I'm going to cover in the next 15 minutes, and I hope I will also get the extra time like my senior colleagues. So, there was a 12-year gap between the third and the fourth WHO blue books in Geopathology, and this gap was only 6 years between the fourth and the fifth edition, and this will shrink further because of the very fast developments in this field. So the most remarkable change in the new fifth edition of WHO is that it has actually turned blue, and not the classy blue, which we all like, a little tacky, but it catches your eye. So that also explains the theme of my presentation, blue. So the good news is that histological characteristics remain the gold standard for the diagnosis and classification of the urinary tract tumors. So congratulations on that. there has been emphasis in the new blue book on the uniform terminology throughout the book for better understanding. Also, there is better organization of all the sections. You will have the same headings in all the chapters, starting from the definition, going all the way from ICDO coding, localization, clinical features, and ending in the prognosis. Also, like all the other editions of the 5th editions of the Blue Book series, there is a separate heading for essential and desirable criteria, which have been introduced there, and I think they are very helpful to improve the objectivity in the diagnosis. So, another change which has happened in this, that all the lesions which are seen across the urinary tract pathology, they have been given a separate chapter. Like, you won't find neuroendocrine tumors under the heading of urinary tract tumors, urothelial tumors. There is a separate chapter for neuroendocrine tumors. Similarly, we have a separate chapter for hematolymphoid, melanocytic, metastatic, and genetic tumor syndromes. 2 benign entities have been introduced there in the papillary non-invasive urothelial neoplasm, and these are urothelial papilloma and inverted urothelial papilloma. Also, very important thing which was stressed by Dr. Anil Parwani yesterday several times in his workshop, that in this 5th edition, all the distinct clinical and morphological categories of a tumor are now referred to as subtypes. They were previously called variants, not anymore. Call them subtypes. And this variant terminology has been specified for the tumors with genomic alteration, the molecular alterations. We still have the same 3-tiered grading system for the papillary urothelial neoplasms. We all know this. But the new book also has addressed the grade heterogeneity. We know that about 40% of the papillary urothelial carcinomas have heterogeneous grade. You will have a low-grade tumor most of the slides, and on one slide you will see some high-grade areas focally. To address this issue, this is the first time the WHO has addressed this issue. Like example over here, this tumor has mostly low-grade morphology on the top, and on the bottom you can see the high-grade cytology. So what to do with such cases? And we know that there is a different molecular pathway in these mixed grade tumors. And when they studied them, they found out that those tumors which have predominantly low-grade histology with focal high-grade areas, they have significantly lower stage progression as compared to the pure high-grade tumors. And in fact, they are more closer to the low-grade urothelial carcinoma, non-invasive, compared to the high-grade ones, as shown in this graph. The middle bar is showing the mixed-grade histology. And these are those tumors which are predominantly low-grade, but focal high-grade areas. This study used a cutoff of 10%. So the new WHO now has given a criteria, a cutoff. That is, if you see a papillary urothelial carcinoma with predominantly low-grade histology, and if you have high-grade areas making equal to or more than 5%, then call it high-grade. And if it is less than 5% of the whole tumor that you have examined, you have to examine the whole tumor, so call it low-grade. And if you want to confuse your urologist, then you can have this alternative approach. Call it low-grade papillary urothelial carcinoma with less than 5% high-grade component. Talking about the grading in the muscle-invasive bladder cancer, this is still a confusion, especially for the trainees. Muscle-invasive bladder cancer is an aggressive disease by definition, so it should be high-grade. But WHO still asks you to grade these tumors because they are very rare examples in the literature that a low-grade carcinoma you will see invading the muscle. I have seen it only once in my limited experience. So still there is no standardized criteria for grading these muscle-invasive bladder cancer. So you should be following the same criteria that you follow for the non-invasive tumor. By definition, all the divergent and morphological subtypes, divergent differentiations, they are high grade. And this also includes the nested variant, and we all know the nested variant doesn't have much atypia, but you still call it high grade. Coming to dysplasia, a controversial subject. Because we are bombarded with head and neck cases in our offices throughout our practice, and this dysplasia term is always in our mind. But in urinary tract, this does not apply. This is not synonymous to intraepithelial neoplasia. So avoid using the term dysplasia in urothelium. This has been discouraged by WHO, and because non-dysplasia term has not been mentioned in a separate subchapter, it has been described under the CIS. So dysplasia can be defined as a lesion, a flat lesion which has atypia, which you think is neoplastic, but it does not fully explain, does not fully qualify for the CIS category. So in fact, if you see something which you think is a dysplasia, think of reactive process, reactive atypia rather than CIS. So the terms dysplasia is still there. It is there under the heading of CIS mentioned there. It has very poor inter-observer reproducibility. There is no consensus what to do with this term dysplasia if you give that in your report. And there is no association with the symptoms that it causes. So for the trainees, I don't want to see this term again, and this also applies to the frozen section. Avoid using this term dysplasia, at least in urinary tract. Coming to the neuroendocrine tumors, like all other organs, they have been classified into NECs, well-differentiated NETs, paraganglioma, and they have been given a separate chapter. And the only exception to this is that the post-treated neuroendocrine carcinomas of prostate, they have been mentioned along with the prostatic cancer because of its unique location. Coming to the utility of ISC in the diagnosis of CIS, WHO has also mentioned there, and also in my experience, there is no single marker which is entirely specific or sensitive for the diagnosis of the CIS. We all know we apply these KI67, CK20, P53, and CD44 if you have it. But if you have the morphology of CIS, just call it CIS. Don't depend on the immunohistochemical profile. So ISC should be judiciously used with strict correlation with morphology and it's in the right clinical context. So this time, WHO has appreciated the urine cytology system, the PARIS system a lot. And in fact, all the types of the urinary carcinomas, they have a separate section for their cytological features. And we know that the TPS has been widely recognized worldwide, and now more and more urologists are aware of it. And this is the modified TPS that we all follow. Talking about cytology, WHO is also now collaborating with the International Academy of Cytology. And just like the surgical pathology blue books, they have these kind of purple books for cytology. And recently, 2 of them were launched in Baltimore, I think 2 weeks ago, in the ISC Congress. And they are on lung cytopathology and pancreatobiliary pathology. They will be available in print soon. So there are some terminologies which have been deleted, like hyperplasia and U-pump, and they are no longer recognized. In fact, it is known that they are in fact the early low-grade urothelial cancers, or either they are the shoulder lesion of this low-grade urothelial cancer. So these terms have been deleted. Coming to inverted lesion, they're mostly rare, except the inverted papilloma. And the same, if you have a low-grade urothelial carcinoma with inverted pattern, the criteria for diagnosis and grading is the same. right? But you have to be very careful not to call it lamina propria invasion. I know that's very subjective, but many trainees come with a tangential section, inverted pattern, and call it lamina propria invasion. The extent of this inverted pattern, if it is very prominent or exclusive, you should mention it in your report, because this way urologists will have a better idea with the cystoscopic finding. So tangential section, as I know, as I already told you. Coming to staging, now they have come up with the help of the radiology for the pre-treatment staging. Just like BI-RAD, we have Y-RAD, vesicle imaging robotic and data systems. And together with the TURBT, diagnostic TURBT, you can accurately stage many tumors before the resection, the treatment. Coming to the T1 substage, those tumors which have only inverted lamina propria, they are T1. There is a substage we have to perform, and we know that T1B tumors, they have higher chances of recurrence and they have higher stage progression. So currently, there is no precise criteria to how to stage those tumors, substage those tumors. Fifth edition recommends substaging. That's the lesson. You have to substage PT1 tumors, but the way how to do it, they haven't addressed it. So the easiest method that one can adopt is microscopic versus extensive. Microscopic invasion means if lamina propria invasion is very focal and it's only occupies one high power field. If it is more than that, call it extensive and call it PT1B. The other methods, micrometric aggregated linear length invasion, the cutoff is 0.5 millimeter, very cumbersome, difficult to do. Another way is by using the muscularis mucosae or vascular plexus of lamina propria as a landmark and to try to divide your substage T1 into 2 or 3 tier. That's also difficult because we don't see muscularis mucosae always. Coming to the prostatic stromal invasion, is it T4 or is it T2? Only the direct extravesical extension of prostate, as shown in this diagram, should be considered as T4. If a tumor is invading the prostatic stroma through the prostatic urethra, that's not T4, that's T2. So in this case, if you have a tumor in the bladder which is spreading along the mucosa, going into the prostatic urethra and then into the prostatic stroma, apply the staging system of the urethra and consider those two, consider that tumor as bifocal, one in the bladder and one in the prostatic urethra. So you give 2 staging. Like over here, you can see if the tumor is spreading into the gland, that's TIS. If it is invading the subepithelial connective tissue, that's T1. If it is invading the stroma, then T2. That's the prostatic urethral staging system from CAP. So just to aware you about the online WHO Blue Book subscription, it's a very nice user-friendly thing which I recently came across, and it keeps on updating itself. You have to buy only like once a year. You have to give the fee only once a year, and it keeps on updating, and it also has the cytology books in the same subscription. So very user-friendly. We have the whole slide images for you to review, and this is a very nice example of the whole slide image of inverted papilloma. And subscription is very cheap, 50 euros, which I have the maths for you, is 11,548 rupees last week. So you can recheck for today. And it's even cheaper than Netflix, unless you don't have the premium version. So briefly going to the molecular classification of muscle-invasive bladder cancer, this was extensively covered yesterday by Dr. Anil. The take-home message, we have 6 subgroups: luminal papillary, luminal unspecified, luminal unstable, stroma-rich, basal squamous, and neuroendocrine. And out of these, 3 of them, they behave worse. The luminal non-specified, the basal squamous, and neuroendocrine. And the micropapillary variant is included in the luminal unspecified type. Also, briefly, PD-L1 is also being utilized for treating the bladder cancers, so be aware of that. In other news, there is Mullerian differentiation tumors described in a separate subchapter, and the microcystis subtype has a sibling called tubular subtype. And rhabdoid and diffuse growth pattern are also lumped with the plasmacytoid and the signet ring type of bladder cancer. And urethral carcinoma has been updated with new molecular findings. So, and these three types of the urethral adenocarcinoma, which I have never seen, they have been there and have a separate subchapters. So recently we have this picnic at the beach from our section of histopathology. Dr. Aslan is sitting here, and some of our colleagues, they took some wonderful photography. So just want to share you. And with this, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is a very prominent name in renal pathology. Dr. Muhammad Mubarak is here to talk on prostatic carcinomas.
The topic is contemporary grading of prostate cancer. So I have no disclosures, and this will be the agenda of my talk. First, we will describe the traditional method of grading, and then describe the changes in clinical and pathologic practice that have taken over the years, and then modifications of the original Gleason grading system. And this will be followed by a new contemporary prostate cancer grading system. Okay, so why prostate cancer? We all know that prostate cancer is the second most common malignancy in men around the world. And in USA, it is the #1 cancer in men. And mortality, it is also very high. It is second only to lung cancer. Moreover, prostate cancer is a highly heterogeneous disease with widely varying clinical course and outcome. And two main approaches to treatment are used. One is active surveillance, and the other is active intervention in the form of radiation, therapy, surgery, or various forms of radiation. So why to grade it? We grade all malignant tumors. So grading is used for making treatment decisions and for predicting the prognosis in individual patients. And of course, it is also used in publications. So how to grade it? There is a traditional method, a historical method, and today we will also discuss the contemporary method. So we begin with the traditional method. It was a Gleason grading system. Dr. Donald Gleason was a pathologist as well as an artist who used to draw the pictures of tumors that he saw under the microscope. It was developed in 1966 on 270 patients only. Later it was validated on around 1,000 patients, and it was based on architecture of the glands, on low to medium power examination. So prostate grading is not a high power examination exercise. And there were 5 grades, which are also known as patterns. These are both interchangeable terms. And Dr. Gleason also recognized the heterogeneity of tumor, and that is why he also formulated Gleason scores, in which 2 different patterns are summed together to give a score. Okay, so this is the classic picture of Gleason grading. As you can see, there were 5. Traditionally, there were 5 grades. And there was overlap, sorry. How can I go back? Yeah. So, okay. So there were 5 grades, and there was overlap at the boundaries between 2 grades, any 2 grades. You can see over here, there was overlap. And some of the grades were very busy. For example, 3 and 4 were very heterogeneous in themselves. And these were, of course, converted into scores. So this grading system was different from other grading systems in that it was numerical. Whereas in many other tumors we use descriptive grading system like well differentiated, moderately differentiated, or poorly differentiated. And there were 5 grades as compared with 3 grades in most of the other tumors, and 9 scores. This number is very large. And the prognosis depends on sum of grades or weighted average of grades rather than highest grade as in other tumors. So this system worked well then in those days because there were few thick cores of prostate biopsy that were obtained. Radical prostatectomy was not practiced as widely because most of the tumors presented with at advanced stage, like in our setup, we still see cancers at advanced stage. Hence, there were no issues of correlation. PSA screening was not available. Tertiary pattern was very rare according to Gleason, so he did not address this point as well. And basal cell immunohistochemical markers were also not available in those days. But in beginning from late 1980s and early 1990s, dramatic changes occurred in the diagnosis and treatment of prostate cancer with parallel changes in the pathologic study. For example, serum PSA screening was widely used, so large number of tumors were, of course, diagnosed. Multiple 18-gauge thin needle core biopsies were performed. Initially, they were sextant. Later on, they were numbers were increased. Now we have up to 36 core biopsies by different techniques. These are known as saturation biopsies. So large number of biopsies were performed throughout the world, and new variants, which we should now call subtypes, they were described. And radical prostatectomies also became more increasingly performed as a treatment modality because the tumor was diagnosed as earlier stage, and basal cell IHC markers were also widely used. So with these dramatic changes in clinical practice, new issues were faced by the pathologists. For example, these issues were both operational as well as definitional. For example, operational issues consisted of how to grade multiple thin core biopsies, and how to grade new variants or subtypes, and how to report tertiary pattern. These issues were not addressed by Gleason in the original Gleason grading system. And there were also issues related to correlation between needle biopsy and radical prostatectomy grades, and with widespread use of Gleason system throughout the world, issues of reproducibility were also raised. Those were the definitional issues. So, in fact, there was a need of changes. So, and the modified Gleason grading system was developed, and these changes were made under the auspices of International Society of Urologic Pathology, ISUP. Up till now, 3 conferences have taken place. The first in 2005 and the latest in 2019. As you can see, first 2 conferences were followed by reports in which also contained pictures of the grades. As you can see, the latest picture is from 2014 classification, and the picture is much clearer than the original Gleason grading system. This was the original, and this is the 2014 ISUP conference report picture showing much clearer picture. So both definitional changes were made as well as operational changes. For example, among definitional changes, you can see each Gleason pattern was more precisely defined. All cribriform carcinomas were moved to grade 4 or 5, depending on whether there is necrosis or not. Grading of new entities and new subtypes was also defined, and new approaches to display Gleason grading systems were also developed. Among the operational changes we will see examples of two of these. How to report secondary patterns of lower grade when present to a limited extent, and how to report secondary pattern of higher grade when present to a limited extent. So key definitional changes were made in grades 3 and 4. And in fact, there was narrowing of the definition of grade 3 with consequent expansion of grade 4. In original system, pattern 3 also included some cribriform as well as poorly formed glands. As you can see over here, some cribriform and poorly formed glands were in grade 3. But now they have retained only well-formed discrete glands in grade 3. Rest of the patterns have been moved to grade 4. So basically main evolution has taken place in grade 3 as well as in 4. In the first 2005 classification, large cribriform glands were removed from grade 3 to 4, but small cribriform glands were retained. And ill-defined glands with poorly formed lumens, fused microcyanoid glands, these were all retained in grade 4. But in 2014 ICUP classification, all cribriform, fused, poorly formed and glomeruloid glands were moved to Gleason grade 4. So these are some examples of Gleason pattern 4 or grade 4, small cribriform, fused, poorly formed and glomeruloid patterns. So what was the result of these definitional changes? The inter-observer reproducibility improved, as well as the concordance between biopsy and radical prostatectomy findings were also improved. And grade 3 plus 3 with Gleason score of 6, tumor has far better prognosis than the original Gleason grading system. And key operational changes included grade 1 and 2. According to ICUP, these grades should not be used. Now the grading starts from pattern 3 or grade 3. And how to report minor or tertiary pattern in needle biopsies and in radical prostatectomies, and how to report whether or not to report percentage of high grade patterns. These are some operational changes that were addressed by ISUP. So beginning from 2005, we do not report grade 1 and 2 in needle biopsies, and very rarely they can be used in radical prostatectomy, but they recommend not to use these grades. So in a sense, the grading system starts from grade 3. Now we have small number of grades, 3. In fact, now there are 3, 4, 5, instead of 5 original grades. And among operational modifications, it also included grading of prostate cancer subtypes. Ductal carcinoma is graded as Gleason pattern 4 or 5, depending on whether necrosis is present or not. Sarcomatoid is automatically graded as grade 5. Mucinous is graded. The mucinous part, the mucin part has to be removed. You have to grade the background glands, and that can be graded as grade 3 or 4 depending on the nature of the glands. Signating adenocarcinoma is graded as grade 5. So, and importantly, you do not have to grade the tumor which has been treated by either hormone therapy or radiation therapy. And some of the variants are also not graded, like neuroendocrine carcinoma, squamous or basaloid carcinoma. And some other definitional operational modifications included, for example, how to report secondary patterns of lower grade. In this case, as you can see, the secondary pattern is of 3, grade 3, but it is present to a less than 5%. So you should not grade it in needle biopsy. You have to report it as 4+4 with Gleason score of 8. However, if the secondary pattern is of higher grade, even if it is present to a limited extent, you have to report it. In this case, it is 3+4 and the score is 7. So what were the problems with this modified Gleason system? In fact, for pathologists there were no problems, but for patients and for clinicians there were problems, because the score, lowest score is beginning with Gleason score 6, although it is on a scale of 2 to 10. And the combination of Gleason scores into various groups, for example, one most commonly used was that into 3 tiers, 6, 7, 8 and 10. Now the Gleason score 7 has got different prognosis depending on whether primary grade is 3 or 4. Because 3+4 can be 7, 4+3 can also be 7. So these have different prognosis. So this lumping was also having problems, and most importantly, patients. If you tell the patient you have Gleason score 6 and you do not require treatment, the patient will not be satisfied. In fact, this was the main reason that a proposal for a new grading system was put forward by Epstein et al. To address the deficiencies. A new 5-grade group system was developed based on a study of more than 20,000 prostate cancer cases treated with radical prostatectomy and more than 5,000 cases treated by radiation therapy. In fact, this is not a new grading system. It is a new way of combining these grades into a grade group system. And as you can see, there are 5 grade groups, and it is very easy to memorize these. Grade group 1 is GS6, 3+3. Then 8-1, that will be grade group 2. 3+4 is 7. And then 4+3 is again 7, but it is grade group 3. And grade group 4 is 8, 4+4, 3+5 or 5+3. And of course, grade group 5 includes 4+5 or 5+5. So it is easy, in fact. And each of these grades have distinct prognosis. So this grading system was validated on more than 20,000 patients. And these lines represent different grades. Grade 1, 2, 3, 5 all have different prognosis. So what are the advantages of new grade grouping system? This is more accurate grade stratification, and it is simplified grading system of 5, which is also a large number, because more and more now effort is being made to create 2 grades, low as well as and high grades, rather than multiple grades. But compared with the previous 9 scores, this is much better. And lowest grade is now 1 as opposed to Gleason 6, with the potential to reduce over-treatment of indolent prostate cancer. This new grading system, in fact, which is new grade grouping system, has been adopted by WHO 2016 and now 2022. To avoid confusion, it is advised to report the new grading system in conjunction with the Gleason system until it becomes widely accepted and practiced. That is, for example, Gleason score 3+3 is 6. It is written in bracket grade group 1. So many further refinements and future perspectives are also, many refinements are also being made in this area. One is integrated quantitative Gleason score, and the other is Kirby-Farm grading. And many genomic studies are also being done to validate these classifications. And more recently, AI-based approaches are also being used to increase inter-observer reproducibility. And finally, conclusions. Diagnosis of grade Gleason score 2 to 5 should not be made on needle biopsies. Gleason score 6 is the lowest grade, which is grade group 1. Small well-formed glands should be graded as grade 3. Poorly formed, fused, glomeruloid, as well as cribriform glands should all be graded as grade 4. New grade grouping system reflects more accurately the prognosis, and Gleason grading system should be used in conjunction with modified Gleason scoring system until it is widely accepted and practiced. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, just for 1 minute, a small announcement. नहीं आप तो please आइए. थोड़ा सा ऑडियंस के लिए कि बैग्स एक तो डिले हुए थोड़ा से, और उसमें हर एक में किसी में फ्लैश ड्राइव सब में हमने 32 GB की, और जिसमें कि सारे एब्स्ट्रैक्ट और वो सारी चीज़ें. तो अनफॉर्चुनेटली क्या है कि वो जो हमारे अंदाजे से कहीं ज़्यादा रजिस्ट्रेशन हो गई. पहले जब हम बैठे तो अंदाज़ा लगाया कि अबाउट 600 होंगे, उसके बाद फिर वो अंदाज़ा हुआ कि नहीं ये कम है, तो बैग्स तो 800 कर दिए और USB भी कर दी. तो बैग्स तो शायद 800 आ गए, लेकिन USB 600 ही आई. तो इस वजह से थोड़ा सा शॉर्ट फॉल हुआ है. तो सिर्फ एक रिक्वेस्ट ये है, सब जगह अनाउंस करवा दिया है कि अगर वो कल तक नहीं पहुंचते हैं तो ये रियाज जहां रजिस्ट्रेशन हो रही है वहां पर ये अपने जो इसके पीछे कॉन्फ्रेंस बैक वाला जो कूपन है ये दे के सिर्फ अपना कॉन्टैक्ट नंबर दे दीजिए. बेस्ट वे टू कम्युनिकेट, ईमेल हो, व्हाट्सएप हो, नॉर्मल फ़ोन हो. तो वो जैसे ही बैक्स कॉन्फ्रेंस के बाद बन के आ जाएंगे तो हम आपको वी विल मेक श्योर दैट अलॉन्ग विद फ्लैश ड्राइव आर डिलीवर्ड टू यू. सो प्लीज़ डोंट फील कि कोई यहाँ पर इट्स जस्ट कि हमारी कैलकुलेशन गलत हो गई है. तो थैंक्स फॉर योर अंडरस्टैंडिंग एंड वी मूव ऑन. थैंक यू.
Thank you, Dr. Mubarak, for the talk. May I request Dr. Nasiruddin from Aga Khan University Hospital for a discussion on bone and soft tissue pathology, in which he has special interest and expertise.
Thank you, Dr. Sabha. अच्छा, मेरा ख्याल था ज़ीशान थोड़ा सा टाइम स्पेयर करेंगे, लेकिन ज़ीशान ने भी 15 मिनट्स लगा लिया, तो अब मुझे भी दौड़ लगानी होगी. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. अच्छा, मैं उठ के यहाँ आया हूँ तो फिर प्रॉब्लम स्टार्ट हो गया. So I will talk about new molecular entities of soft tissue and bone tumors. Little about background. The advances of molecular techniques have led to the refinement of the classification of mesenchymal tumors, leading to newly introduced entities. Progress in our understanding of the pathogenesis and diagnosis of soft tissue neoplasia is exceptionally rapid. The most recent 5th edition of WHO classification of bone and soft tissue tumors contains many new entities and refinements of the older ones. These molecular entities include EWSR1 SMAD positive fibroblastic tumor, NTRK rearranged mesenchymal tumor, SIC rearranged sarcoma, sarcoma with B-core gene alterations. Many molecular entities have been described since then. These have been described on a so rapid pace that even it is hard for the expert pathologists of the discipline to be updated, and this review paper has been written by a renowned soft tissue pathologist, Andrew Fall. Title, I Can't Keep Up, an update on advances in soft tissue pathology occurring after the publication of 2020 WHO. So these novel entities include KMT2A rearranged sarcoma, PRRX, NCOX fibroblastic tumor, NUT-M1 rearranged colorectal sarcoma, rhabdomyosarcoma with TFCP2 fusions, giant cell-rich lesions, EWSR1, PATZ1 sarcoma, myepithelioma-like hyalinizing epithelioid tumor, pseudoneuroendocrine sarcoma, and many more. There are more developments in the fibroblastic category of tumor. In the recent edition, 3 new entities were introduced, and 2 more entities in the fibroblastic tumors have been described after the WHO. These include KMT2A rearranged sarcoma, and 2 large publications on this sarcoma. One consists of 9 cases and others 34 cases, and these sarcomas morphologically look like sclerosing epithelioid fibrosarcoma, but are MUC4 negative and negative for the translocation of sclerosing epithelioid fibrosarcoma. So histological features are similar to, more or bit similar to this sclerosing epithelioid fibrosarcoma. Cords and nests of ovoid to spindle, ovoid to round ovoid cells present in abundant hyalinized stroma. The immunoprofile is non-specific. They are MUC4 negative with variable expression of S100, EMA, desmin, B core, and cyclin D1. These tumors are aggressive, and 13 cases showed distant metastasis. We recently seen an example of this case from an 18-year-old female. Morphologically, it looked like sclerosing epithelioid fibrosarcoma to us, and we performed MUC4 on several blocks, but it turned out to be negative. And we sent this case abroad for NGS, which showed KMT2A YAP fusion. So this is an example of KMT2A rearranged sarcoma. So next entity is PRRX NCOX fibroblastic tumor. 2 studies have been published. One is 4 cases in young females. The location is neck and extremities, and most tumors were present in the subcutis. This series of 6 cases showed predilection for abdominal wall, but also the proximal extremities, and most were located in the subcutaneous tissue. So the median age is 38 years, and these are more common in women. So I'll explain the morphological features of this tumor in a case we seen recently. This tumor was removed from the left flank of a 37-year-old female, and grossly it was circumscribed, multinodular, encapsulated, and histologically you can see it shows HPC-like vasculature, round to ovoid cells arranged in cords and with focal increased cellularity. So our differential diagnosis was low-grade fibromyxoid sarcoma in this case. MUC4 was performed, but it turned out to be negative, so it was sent for sequencing, which showed PRRX and NCOX fusion in this tumor. So differential diagnosis of these 2 fibroblastic tumors includes one each other and sclerosing epithelioid fibrosarcoma. So the close differential is KMT2A rearranged sarcoma, and the other differential diagnosis of PRRX rearranged soft tissue tumor is a low-grade fibromyxoid sarcoma. Both these tumors are MUC4 positive, while these entities are MUC4 negative. And other is ossifying fibromyxoid tumor, which is composed of blend ovoid cells, and 2/3 of cases show a shell of reactive bone around the periphery of the tumor, and these are mostly positive for S100 and desmin. solitary fibrous tumor can be excluded by positivity for CD34 and STAT6. Soft tissue angiofibroma is extraordinarily vascular as compared to these entities. So next new entity is head and neck rhabdomyosarcoma with TFCP2 fusions. This variant of sarcoma occurs in the head and neck, mostly intraosseous, located in the mandible, maxilla, and skull bones, and mostly young patients. And these cases show overexpression of desmin, myogenin, MyoD1, and cytokeratin, and ALK in 1/3 of cases. So these are associated with poor prognosis, including regional or distant metastasis and disease-related deaths. In recent years, we have seen 3 examples of this tumor, and this is from maxilla of a 19-year-old male. Histologically, you can see it is a high-grade tumor with a mixture of spindle and epithelioid morphology infiltrating into the bone, diffuse strong cytokeratin positivity with desmin and focal ALK positivity. So sequencing showed first with TFCP2 fusions in this sarcoma. So this tumor has been included in the under press 5th edition of WHO classification of head and neck tumors. So next new entity is NUT M1 rearranged colorectal sarcoma. We are all aware about the NUT midline sarcoma. So, but recently NUT M1 gene has been shown to be rearranged with a variety of other partner genes of diverse morphology and location. So in this series, publication, 5 cases of NUT M1 colorectal sarcoma was described with a female predominance and low mitotic activity, average 5 mitosis, and it involves various parts of colon, and is in contrast to the NUT sarcoma. The NUT M1 gene fuses with MAX family of tumors in NUT sarcoma, while in NUT carcinoma, NUT M1 gene fuses with BRD4 or BRD3 genes. So we recently seen a similar case which was a headache to diagnose, and in concordance with the literature, this tumor also occurred in the submucosa infiltrating the muscularis propria, and it was composed of a mixture of fascicles of uniform fascicles of spindle cells, epithelioid cells with hyalinized stroma, and rhabdoid cells. So clinical history was multiple omental mets as well as nodules over the serosa of the uterus. So we thought that it could be high-grade endometrial stromal sarcoma. Cyclin D was focally positive, and as well as cytokeratin. And this case showed NUT immunohistochemical positivity and NUT M1 with MXD4 fusion on sequencing. So 2 newly described giant cell-rich soft tissue and bone tumors are, one is xanthogranulomatosis epithelial tumor. So this case has been incidentally discovered in a tumor, which, if you can see here, there are, on closer inspection, there are a few large cells which have abundant brightly eosinophilic cytoplasm, look like epithelial cells. So somebody done cytokeratin on it, and it turned out to be positive. Then they asked other collaborators to search for similar cases. So they collected, and morphological features described for this tumor is a circumscribed periphery with a fibrous capsule containing lymphoid aggregates. The tumor is consisted of a mixture of osteoclast type giant cells, foamy histiocytes, and Teuton type giant cells. So this tumor occurred in young females, and they call it xanthogranulomatosis epithelial tumor. Sequencing was not done in series. Later, Dr. Abbas Agimi and group, they were working on giant cell tumor of soft tissue, and they collected 15 cases. In 6 cases, cytokeratin was positive, and this tumor example shown here, it has more abundance of giant cells, but when based on the previous study, when cytokeratin was performed, it turned out to be positive in these 6 tumors as well. And sequencing these 6 tumors showed HMGA2 and COR2 fusions. So these were different from the cytokeratin negative giant cell tumor of soft tissue. In terms of that, these tumors did not show a shell of reactive bone like we see in the giant cell tumor of bone, where we see a shell of reactive bone around the tumor. So the giant cell tumor of soft tissue also showed that shell of reactive bone around them and were also said be to positive. So based on these 2 studies, another group collected cases exhibiting morphological features of the 2 tumors, and they collected 9 cases. And cytokeratin was positive in all cases. And on NGS, 7 out of 9 cases showed the gene fusion, which was seen in the giant cell rich tumor of the soft tissue. So they concluded that these 2 tumors, xanthogrammatous epithelial tumor and keratin positive giant cell rich soft tissue tumor, they represent 2 aspects of the single entity. So behavior is indolent. So we seen this case recently from the extradural occipital region of a young child, and here you can see there are aggregates of osteoclast type giant cells, foamy histiocytes in the bottom, and Teuton type giant cells. So cytokeratin was performed on this case, which turned out to positive, and this case was sent abroad for sequencing, which showed HMGA2 and COR fusion. So after this case, I recall one case which we reported 6 years ago with a different name. Fortunately, I had the slides in my office, and Kuram may remember this case, and we sent this case to expert as well, so they couldn't come to a conclusion. And this tumor, you can see here, showed this similar epithelial-like cells, and cytokeratin is positive in these tumors which were performed at 6 years ago. So although sequencing has not been done in this case, but I firmly believe that this represents giant cell rich keratin positive or tumor or xanthogrammatous epithelial tumor. So in conclusion, progress in our understanding of all aspects of soft tissue neoplasia continues at a breathtaking pace. New novel entities will continue to be discovered due to widespread use of NGS, and new edition of WHO classification of bone and soft tissue tumor will incorporate them. We can only look forward to what new knowledge the next several years will bring. From our perspective, we need to establish advanced molecular setup to cope with these developments. And I'm glad to share the information that the college has taken an initiative in this regard to start a 2-year fellowship post-FCPS in molecular pathology. So work is in progress. So hope this will bring our more understanding to the molecular pathology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nasir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nasir. We have Dr. Mariam Musa Khan from Nottingham University Hospital, UK, for a talk on melanocytic lesions.
And this is the Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Okay, this is a long day, and I would like to make it as painless as possible. I know it's melanocytic lesions, and it is a bit difficult in terms of, in this part of the world, we don't see that many melanocytic lesions. So I'll try to make it as simple as possible and as painless as possible. So this is an update on melanocytic lesions, the WHO 2018 classification. The last classification was in 2006, so you can imagine how long it has taken. But fortunately, the next WHO melanocytic classification, or the WHO fascicle, will be soon, because work has already started on it. So the new classification, if someone has looked at it, the fascicle, it is like on 2 pages. So it is a new concept of the different pathways. So it's a pathway-oriented classification which takes everything. So it's unfortunately, it still relies quite a lot on histopathological interpretation. So we are not as lucky as the neuropathology colleagues, where you think even if the morphology is not matching with the genomics, you go for genomics. But in melanocytic lesions, there's quite a lot of emphasis still on morphological interpretation of features. With this, it's a conceptual morphological framework, and I'll show you in a bit. And this provides a context of selection of therapy. So we all know that there's targeted therapy against oncogenes, so against BRAF, positive tumors, and immune therapy. So this is a concept of classification, is that there are different elements within this melanocytic classification. So one terminology that you will come across is that of CSD, which is cumulative solar damage. We all know that melanomas are usually occur on sun-damaged skin in the West, and this CSD is taken as how much damage has been done. So there are specific type of melanomas, like the superficial spreading malignant melanoma, that would come into this category. And then the CSD is again divided into whether it's a high CSD or it's a low CSD. The other sort of elements taken into consideration is site-specific, so acral, uveal, mucosal. And then, last but not the least, the context in which these melanoma occur. For instance, if it's a congenital nevus, there is clonal evaluation. If it's a Spitz nevus, that's gone like second hit mutations and can give rise to an atypical nevus or a spitzoid melanoma. And obviously all these needs to be linked to the molecular that is still going on, it's still work in progress. So this is the WHO, so this is all actually on 2 pages, so there are 9 pathways. I'm not going to go into details because otherwise we would have been here for till the rest of this conference. So this is how it looks like. The concept is that these melanocytic proliferations are different diseases. So when I say different diseases, there was a previous concept that the melanomas usually arise de novo, but now the concept is that although most of the nevi are benign, but there is this sort of a precursor nevus to most of the melanomas apart from a few. So these intermediate steps, they obviously undergo quite a lot of genetic changes and then give rise to melanoma. So the recent identification of these shared genomics between the benign nevi and the melanoma that they produce has given rise to this sort of concept of these melanocytic lesions. So a nevus, which is a benign nevus, so I'll take an example of, for instance, a blue nevus that can undergo sort of a genetic alteration and give rise to a cellular blue nevus, can give rise to an atypical cellular blue nevus, and then a melanoma arising within a blue nevus. So these intermediate categories now are referred to as melanocytomas. So you can call a cellular blue nevus as a melanocytoma. So I think if someone is interested in melanomas and someone wants to work abroad, this classification would be a bit more easy to understand than the one on the WHO where they are like on 2 pages. So there are like 9 pathways, and they are divided according to, as I said, to the cumulative sun damage. Most of these have got precursor lesions, except from, for instance, a lentigo maligna melanoma that hasn't got a precursor nevus, acral melanoma. So we could assume that an acral melanocytic nevus can give rise to melanoma. No, acral lentiginous melanoma arise within the intraepidermal melanocytes rather than the precursor lesion of an acral nevus. So just to make it simplify, like if I take an example of pathway 8 in that pathway, so the end stage of that pathway 8 is a melanoma arising in blue nevus. Blue nevus is benign, this is a precursor lesion, cellular blue nevus, atypical blue nevus, and then we know that there's specific genomics of blue nevus. So if you go to this, if you look at the pathway 8, that is what I have just explained. So the end stage is a melanoma rising in a blue nevus. The precursors are benign blue nevus, cellular blue nevus, atypical cellular blue nevus, and these intermediate categories now collectively is referred to as a melanocytoma. So similarly, if you look at pathway 4, that's Spitz nevus pathway, so it's nevus spilus is the sort of precursor thing that gives rise to Spitz nevus, can progress to atypical Spitz, then Spitz melanoma, and obviously there are specific genomics related to it. So Spitz nevus is it's sort of an intermediate nevus. It's not a benign nevus, although it behaves in a benign fashion, but it's unpredictable sort of behaviors. That's why it's called as a melanocytoma, so it's being put in an intermediate category. So if you look at on the 4, so pathway 4, so this is how to interpret. So spitzoid melanoma is the end stage of that pathway, and then it precedes Spitz nevus, atypical Spitz nevus, and then spitzoid melanoma. Okay, so it is up to you how you want to make this classification a bit more easy. This is, again, these 9 pathways. I think the A pathways may not be relevant to this part of the world. I would say that the section B, they would be a bit more relevant. You can see in Spitz nevus, acral nevus, mucosal melanomas, they can be seen in Pakistan and India and people of Asian descent. So these are the endpoint of pathways. We've already said 9 pathways, and this could be another sort of way of looking at it. So it's a blue nevus. So just look at the middle portion. All these can now be lumped into melanocytomas. You can call a Spitz nevus as a melanocytoma. So briefly, how to approach these. So these are all these genomics, quite a lot of work been going on, but when we come across a slide, then it all depends on what you're going to diagnose on the slide. So what we do is that this is a basic panel, we call a screening panel, which is the immunohistochemistry panel, and then all these tests that follow depending on how much money is available, how much funding is available. But you just have to bear in mind that it is not like something that I just, like Zubair said, in the CNS tumors, even if this is what this is, then irrespective of what it looks like, it is likely to be with that tumor. No. In melanocytic lesions, there's quite a lot of reliance being put on morphological interpretation. So the basic panel is melanase. Melanase is usually diffusely positive in the normal melanocytic nevi. The other thing with melanase is that it can actually give us some sort of clue about the pagetoid spread, can become more easy, and it also tells it about how it is actually maturing. So melanase can be helpful in assessing maturation. HMP45 shows a gradient sort of differentiation, so it is top-heavy in benign nevi, but if you find HMP45 positivity in the deeper end, that's a reverse gradation, then it is a cause of concern. P16, which is obviously a tumor suppressive protein encoded by this gene, that is also very helpful, especially in Spitz nevi. They're usually positive, and they show like a diffuse positivity, and if there is a clonal loss of this positivity, then it is a cause for concern. Key 67, PRAME, which is thought to be a new marker, And then beta-catenin we use, I'm sure you will be aware that it's a marker for deep penetrating nevi, you can use beta-catenin. So PREM, when it came first, everyone was very happy that we have Eureka, we have found this melanocytic marker, and we don't need to do anything. But for unfortunately, as time passes and we start applying this, we now know that it can come positive in other benign nevi as well. So everything needs to be knitted together in a clinical context, which is very important in melanocytic nevi. How reliable it is only reliable if interpreted in a proper clinical context. Okay, so I think no matter how much I will tell you, if I don't give you some examples, it will be very difficult to understand. So this was a 22-year-old male, relatively young male, upper lip lesion. This was a congenital nevus that was present, and suddenly the patient noted a bump in that nevus. And you can see that it's not completely excised. If you look at in the center, there's a nodule, but at the periphery, it looks like a typical congenital nevus extending around the hair and neck seal, typical benign-looking nevus cells. But in the center, there is this nodule, and with going at high power, you see how epithelioid these cells are, and I think you can appreciate there are a few mitoses as well. So we did a melanase. You can see the melanase diffusely positive even in that proliferative nodule. This is P16, strongly positive in that proliferative nodule, so not going anywhere. We did a PREM, and you see these sebaceous glands, sometimes they take PREM positivity, but if you look at the lesion, the benign cells are negative, but the cells in the middle are PREM positive. So strong nuclear positivity diffusely in more than 70%. This is how a PREM would look like. So we did a molecular testing. There was none of the fusion genes recognized, and the only thing that was positive was a BRAF. So BRAF is not positive in any blue nevi or in conventional Spitz nevi. If a BRAF is positive, that's unlikely to be a conventional Spitz. So this was a melanoma arising in a congenital nevus, and if molecular does not favor this to be a melanoma, I would have called it a melanocytoma, advised re-excision, wide local excision, and follow-up. Okay, so this would come somewhere in this pathway. I think this is 8 pathway, where that is nodal proliferation in a congenital nevus. Last example, a 6-year-old child. This was on the buttock. It was a Spitz nevus, so they didn't bother doing a conventional excision. They did a shave, and most of the features, they do look like Spitz, but unfortunately, the deeper part of the lesion was not available, so we cannot assess maturation, although you can appreciate that the cells are going from big to a bit smaller in the deeper part. Okay, there was a junctional component, but then it wasn't looks like a Spitz nevus. It was showing a bit of homogeneity, and there were some mitoses as well. This was HMB45, which is sort of normal interpretation. We did a P16, and this is interesting. So if you see at the edges, the P16 is strongly positive, but in the center there is a clonal loss of P16, and this is what it is important. If you see this, then this is a cause of worry. Ki67 was very high. Normally you should not have more than 5% of Ki67, even in a very, very exuberant nevus. So this was, these problems also happen in the UK, because UK have got NHS, which is like government funded, but then we have got some private funded patients. The patient was self-funding, cannot afford, most of these genomic tests can only afford one test. So how did we how to proceed with these Spitz-like nevi, and to differentiate this from whether this is like a melanoma, Spitz melanoma, or this is something in between, which is a melanocytoma. So the only test which we did was a BRAF V6E that was negative, and it was helpful because if it would have been positive, then that has to be a melanoma. So we can't then call it as an atypical Spitz, although the age of the patient was very young. So obviously the management was wide local excision and follow-up. So I find this a bit easy. So you can see all these 9 pathways with their sort of corresponding molecular, and the way to go is that to try to make your own from the WHO. The WHO classification looks a bit confusing, but you can just come up with a simpler version of a WHO. So take-home message is this classification is adapted to clinical and morphological setting. Unfortunately, morphology is still the mainstay of melanocytic interpretation. Everything needs to be correlated in the clinical setting, and then the new classification or the new fascicle is coming soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Dr. Mariam. We are just going towards the end of our session. Our last speaker for this is Dr. Mohammed Shafiq from Nottingham University Hospital.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Thank you for being patient. I know the session is a little bit overrunning. So, I will try my best to keep to time. So I have very fond memories of Karachi. This is the place I was here in my formative years. And I think it was 1997 when I moved to Karachi. My parents were quite worried when they said, "Ke beta, Karachi ke halat bahut kharab hai, apna khayal rakhna." So, and I said, I usually work in the hospital, I don't go outside, so hopefully life should be okay. लेकिन वो कहते हैं कि अंदरूनी खतरात से बचना भी बहुत ज़रूरी है. So Karachi has been very kind to me, so I have learned a lot, और सीखने का अमल अभी तक जारी है क्योंकि ज़िंदगी सिखाए चली जा रही है. So coming back to the topic, I'm talking about clinical governance. Basically, just to give you a bit of a background, is not something very new. It has always been there, but I think sometimes things get a bit of a new flavor. So going back to 1997, when I was talking about I was moving to Karachi, at the same time, National Health Service in the UK was about to complete its 50 years, and there was a national review in terms of developing a modern National Health Service to see is it fit for purpose, because there had been some national level scandals or failures which were highlighting some issues within the National Health Service. Generally, people were very happy with the quality of care it was providing, but then there were some concerns. So the government came up with a document saying we need to develop a new NHS. And what that meant was that the pillar of that was clinical governance. Basically, this just puts the definition, and that is a system through which healthcare organizations are accountable for continuously improving the quality of their services, safeguarding high standards, and then creating an environment in which excellence can develop. So that was the main definition, and then that effectively meant it's like it's few words or few phrases, but in terms of being able to deliver that meant a lot of supporting integrated activities which could make it happen. So there were what we call multiple pillars of clinical governance. You have to look after your risk. Quality obviously was one element, but then there were how do you create that right environment, how do you develop your systems, culture, and then how do you put the whole thing together to then come up with the promise which the government was making to the people that we would give you the best possible care all the times. So to do that, they created sort of what we call 3 layers of arrangement. I think as Professor Chuktai was mentioning earlier, healthcare is quite a complex business and it has to be tightly regulated. So what they did was, if you look at the top layer, the government created a new organization called National Institute of Clinical Excellence, which was setting the standards, how health should be delivered. And then all the local organization was expected to deliver that care through clinical governance, but then there was an element of how patients and the public is involved in that. Do we self-regulate ourselves, or do we wait for the external organizations to regulate us? And then there was element of lifelong learning. So do we again do like self-directed lifelong learning to improve the care we provide? And then the bottom bit is around how do we create the organizations which then make sure that we are delivering what we say we are delivering. So that was the regulation or the compliance bit. And they again created a new organization called Commission for Health Inspection, or Health Improvement, which is now called Care Quality Commission. So they regularly inspect hospitals or laboratories, and then they make sure the standards are being met. So that is one dimension of the story. There is a standard, we deliver it, it gets inspected, and we ensure that the care is according to standard. But the clinical governance takes us a bit beyond that. It's not just delivering according to the standards. It's are we able to continuously improve or not? And that's where it sometimes becomes difficult to produce evidence for that. And the whole concept of that was that when you look at, I think UK had about 1250 different laboratories providing pathology services. Or if you talk of organizations, there are about 143 hospitals, organizations or trusts. And the concept was there will always be variation between them. So some will have very high quality, some will have poor quality. Through creating these standards and regular inspections, then you can create a regime where they learn from their failures, they learn from exemplar sites, and then they will be the average ones. And the plan was, can we continuously shift the average towards the high quality, and that's where the continuous improvement comes. So if we try to simplify what did the clinical governance meant, it meant basically, can we provide care which is safe, which is effective, which is person-centered, and can we keep on doing it all the times? But the last bit was really critical, which is assured care. So, which was basically every chief executive of the organization was expected, or every lab director was expected, that whatever care we are delivering, can we provide the assurance through evidence that it fulfills all three requirements: it's safe, it's effective, it's person-centered. Now, that is easier said than done, because when we try to look at, there are two possible mechanisms. Either we use the optional voluntary ones, where we, like I'm just using example from, we have best practice guidelines in the UK. That effectively means you don't have to follow those, but just like organizations like PAP, we have Association of Clinical Pathologists, we have Pathological Society of Great Britain and Ireland. They regularly create new guidelines, or the best practice or the exemplar guidelines, which then helps us to understand that which way we want to develop our services. The other bit, involuntary, is more of regulatory, just like we have the United Kingdom Accreditation Service, we have the Care Quality Commission. Joint Commission is the American equivalent of that. So as I mentioned, it's easier, but when we look at really delivering quality, there are two challenges. It's a very moving target, because every year the standards of the quality keep changing. It's just like using your mobile phones. What was acceptable 5-10 years ago is very basic now. We want to move on. Same with the quality standards. They keep changing, and they keep changing very rapidly. I think what I have learned over the last 2 days is, if we talk of histopathology, when we look into the complexities it's bringing, with obviously started with HNE, with immunohistochemistry, now molecular, now genetics, now digital pathology, artificial intelligence. If we put the whole thing together, being able to deliver quality through that, it becomes quite a massive challenge. And I think that's where organizations struggle. We in the UK, we pretend we deliver best quality care. Every organization, when they get inspected, they try to prove that. But when we look at the national media, every year there are failures somewhere, one here and there. Because what happens is, when we talk of the work, the way we perceive is, the way we think we have delivered the work, we have disclosed the work, and the way our user perceives it, there are always gaps in that. And I think that's our ability, how we fulfill those gaps. Do we really provide that assurance backwards that we've actually delivered what we promised, what we aimed for, and it matches the user expectations? So coming to the pathology, I think actually pathology has been well ahead of the game, because when I'm talking of 1997, actually pathology was going through accreditation about from early 60s. Even in the UK, we had the Clinical Pathology Accreditation Organization, which was set up in 1992. That was primarily only for the laboratories. And I think, again, as Dr. Chuktai was mentioning, it was primarily owned by the 6 pathology organizations. Royal College of Pathologists was one. The Pathology Society of UK was one. So there were 6 organizations. They jointly owned that, because they wanted to provide an assurance to the public that we are collectively providing the good quality of service. And that functioned fine for almost about 20-ish years. But then some challenges happened in around 2009, where the public and the Royal College and the government started questioning that. This is your own organizations. You are inspecting your own self. Do you feel, can you provide us the assurance that you're checking the right standards? Because what was happening, as Professor Chuktai mentioned in the morning, just about the PMC visiting some medical colleges, they have full faculty on the day they get inspected, but the next week, then the faculty starts disappearing. And I think it's the same example, like when some guests are coming to your home is nice, clean, looks perfect, but the next day it's a very different story. So then we were linked with the United Kingdom Accreditation Service, which was an independent organization, which was then applying the ISO standards. And that was felt to maintain a degree of independence and provide that autonomous assurance. In terms of I have been in UK 20 years, so it might be a bit better than Pakistan. Definitely it is a bit better in terms of the quality of the governance systems. But it's still quite complex system. When we try to provide that assurance, it becomes a real challenge. And from my personal experience, what I have learned, there are some steps which are easy, some steps are really difficult, which we say value-adding steps. Organizations usually struggle at certain points. One is obviously leadership and accountability. Changing culture is a challenge, how they manage their risk, how they tackle poor performance, how they make shared decisions and engage with their users or patients, and what level of appetite we have for risk acceptance. So I'll just quickly go through some of these. As I mentioned, continuous quality improvement in pathology, we are the experts, we are the leaders. Actually, we usually are very good in that. But when it comes to the second bit, creating the right environment, I think there is a lot to do in that one, and that's a global phenomenon. So when we talk of culture, basically that means whatever staff we have in our lab, are we open, are we participative with them? Do we feel that every member of the staff has a reasonably equal, comfortable say in the way lab is run? The people who book in specimens, people who do the processing, tissue cutting, are they involved in whatever decision or strategic planning we are doing? And that becomes sometimes a challenge, especially when the organizations have a bit of top to bottom approach, where we think we listen to our staff, but sometimes when you talk to staff at the lower ranks, the story is usually very different. And changing culture, again, becomes a challenge. With time, we learn some habits. The habits become ingrained. And when we want to change something, we think we are ready for change, but it becomes quite a task, making those internal changes within the organizations. So just to give you a quick example, I think 6 years ago, we were just trying to set up what we call an error log, which was the one level lower to the hospital level incident logging. It was just more of an internal, you can call it defect management in the typical quality terms. And that generated a lot of apprehension within the staff that if we are monitoring those errors, maybe people might lose their jobs, there will be other repercussions. It took a lot of sort of series of sessions with the staff that this is not like a witch hunting or fault finding process. This is primarily a focus on the improvement. It was quite a painful journey, but now we have been doing it for 6 years, and there is much wider acceptance and ownership. Staff quite like it, but it needs that sort of effort to make those small changes, and it's really a small change when we look at the great scheme of things. The other challenge is when we aim to deliver clinical governance, no single organization can actually deliver it, whether you're in private sector or public sector. There is always a need for some degree of collaboration, and I think when you're in private sector, it becomes even very difficult. Again, I use example from NHS. There's one big national organization. We can very easily talk to other organizations, learn from each other. The moment you go into private sector, it becomes a big challenge, because then no one is willing to share their real information, their risks, their challenges. It becomes very difficult for them. So risk management, again, I think as we are sort of opening ourselves to new fronts, the risk management, the nature of risk is changing very rapidly. In 2017, in the NHS, we had this WannaCry cyber attack, basically, which shut down the whole National Health Service for almost 5 days. And you can imagine I think we were just called about 3:30 on a Friday afternoon, and we were asked, we are shutting down the whole hospital IT systems because there is a threat starting from London, and Nottingham was only about 2 hours drive from London. So over the weekend, we had to deliver all the lab results manually, literally ringing or personally walking to the various wards, and you can imagine how the ITU and other functions had to be delivered without any IT system. And that caused a major chaos. Now we are sitting on a backlog of about 15 million patients. And if something like this happens now, that will be a national level catastrophe. So it's just being mindful of the changing landscape, because we become dependent on these systems, but they are very weak, fragile systems internally. Tackling poor performance is always a challenge. No one wants to accept that they have made a mistake, especially when it's our own sort of internal issues or challenges. When that gets picked up, when that gets investigated, if you are in a heavily regulated environment, it needs a lot of courage to identify those failures or challenges and then work all the way through to investigate and then learn lessons from that. And I have been through one of those national level investigations which we started, and then we took it all the way to the end. But it can be a very painful and daunting experience. And the main challenge is when we are setting up systems, have we got systems, what we call early warning systems, which then helps us from major disasters? And can we develop early interventions as well? Because there's no good if we pick up those early issues, but then we can't put them right. Individuals can be defensive, so that's one. But then I think if we have the environment right, we can focus more on the human factors rather than on the individual blame culture. That really helps, because then there is more of open, transparent, and learning culture in the organization. I think now, looking at things from a totally different angle, pathology, as I said, is well ahead of the game. There is a high level of trust globally on the pathology services, but sometimes we are victims of our own success. I mean, if I use histopathology as an example, I think from very early days I was learning that histopathology is gold standard. Who tells that? I think somewhere that assumption generates. We know in histopathology, when we are making day-to-day diagnosis, is it really a gold standard diagnosis? Is it very easy to classify things between benign and malignant? I think since whole day I've been learning, it's very difficult. There are so many gray areas within that. So I think we have to have that understanding that what is the assumption we are sharing with our users, and is it the right understanding? Because that's the assumption they work with. So we know it's not a perfect science. It's rapidly evolving, but still there are issues with there. So I think it's how we develop that understanding of the limitations of pathology. Despite all the advancements, it's still not a perfect science. And the problem in doing that is we sometimes become risk averse. We are not willing to take new risks because we think it's a perfect science. And we are worried that if we take risks, there might be failures. And that sometimes stifles learning, because then what happens, we are not open to new innovation and new learning ideas because we are so worried that we might make a mistake. I think that's the other challenges we have to probably share with our users. And luckily, our users are very intelligent. We say patients are our users. But if you look at bulk of our reports are seen by, especially histopathology, by clinicians. And it should be ideally very easy to educate them how to understand the new reality. So, and that challenge then means that with the new advances, we are sitting on a perfect opportunity that it's not sometimes just fulfilling their needs or their expectations. I think we now have an advantage. We can probably co-create or co-design new realities with them, where we can tell them that maybe there might be better options, a better future we can work together, rather than just keeping on the old tests the way you are used to, because the new technology is helping us to create new solutions. And I think sometimes we need to be using those to help our clinicians. I think I'm almost towards the end of few slides. So in terms of implementing clinical governance, it just like the quality, it can be labor intensive. With time, it becomes an industry in itself. And process-driven, but the challenge is really not to get lost into all that paperwork. It's keeping a real focus on looking at, are we providing good work, and are we continuously improving? Is it helping our patients? I think if we keep focus on that, then the rest of the process bit becomes secondary, and then we can make sure we can adjust according to our need. In terms of, sometimes we say the quality has to be separate to our routine day-to-day work. I think it has to be embedded within our day-to-day work. And I think one of my leadership trainings, someone gave a very nice example of the dance floor and the balcony. They were saying you have to be, at the same time, if you're on the dance floor, you have to have the ability to be on the balcony as well, where you can see your own performance. You can keep an eye on how well you are performing. And I think that's where the clinical governance fits in. It's not a separate parallel running activity. It's deeply embedded in whatever we're doing on the day-to-day basis. And I was once listening to a talk by Michael Hayden, one of the CIA chiefs, who was trying to justify some of the very controversial CIA actions, so I'll completely ignore that. But I think one bit I learned from him was, he was comparing the first Iraq war with the second Iraq war, and he was saying CIA in the first war was a support service, where they were providing the information from the back, helping the frontline service, the forces to attack wherever they should be attacking. But he said the second time, CIA took a frontline role because they held all the intelligence and they were guiding the forces which way they should be doing. And he said that just change the whole paradigm. I think pathology is reaching at that stage where we could possibly lead from the front rather than being a clinical support service. We should be the frontline service, because with all the technology, genetic testing, with artificial intelligence, hopefully we would have the right tools to guide the clinicians rather than be just supporting them through a background service. Thank you. And finally, I think I feel assured that these people have done a good job.
Thank you very much, sir. Although we are pressed with time, but we can have a short question and answer session. If anyone has a question, he or she can feel free to ask our speakers. So if no one has any question, now may I request Professor Ali Hassan Zaidi and Dr. Muhammad Tahir to present sheets to our worthy speakers. Dr. Arsalan Ahmed. Dr. Imran Nazir. Dr. Muhammad Imran Nazir. Major General Hafizuddin. Dr. Zishanuddin. Dr. Muhammad Mubarak. Dr. Nasiruddin. Dr. Mariam Musa Khan. Dr. Muhammad Shafiq Gill. And myself. Thank you, sir. Now may I request Major General Hafizuddin to present shields to our chair and co-chair.
comments कर लें.
Before announcing the close of this session, I have to say a few words. I am very thankful to the chairman of the Organizing Committee, Professor Shahid Parvez, for a very good conference. I am especially thankful to Dr. Laila Kiani, who invited me personally and asked me to chair the session. Thanks to Dr. Laila Kiani. She has just gone. I have just a few observations which I want to share, and that is, in the last many years back, there were some very good traditions of our PAP. I wish if they can be survived and revived by some means in coming future for the next president to come. And that was, one of them was introduction of gold medal for the students of pathology at undergraduate level. It was gone for 1 or 2 years, but it was later abandoned. Furthermore, some time back, Professor Suhail Chughtai was very kind enough to sponsor a very good number of postgraduates to attend these conferences. And that was a very good gesture. I just want to say and request that if that can be survived and revived again by our combined efforts, but not one man, that is Suhail Chughtai, but by combined efforts of PAP. I'm sure Suhail Chughtai is there. He will admit it, that we should do it, inshallah. After that, I have to say a few words.
30 से travel grants अभी जो दिए हैं 30 से ज़्यादा हैं.
Very good, very nice. I will never do that. Very good. I'm glad. That is very good news. Lastly, I wish to say that I've heard long back that such conferences make people wise and some otherwise. But I say that this observation, that the French benches sitting here, sometime when time is over, time is past, they relax and they have some steps. Last benches, they sometimes share their equal session, but the middle passage of the audience, they are the true beneficiaries, and they are our future pathologist and future guide and future principal. And that's what Suhail Chughtai said once again. I am repeating him. He had been an excellent president in the past, I remember, and he still has got a lot of contribution. I wish that our future generation of president continue that nice gesture. That's all. Thank you very much indeed.
Man.
Oh, just a minute. Just a minute, please. I'm sorry. We have shared this time our discussion and comments on this meeting. And I request Professor Tahir to say a few words about the conference papers.
Since morning, I have enjoyed all the presentation. There were excellent presentations by all the presenters, being experts in their area of specialty and area of interest. While I was coming here, and when I went through, Dr. Shahid knows that I have joined an institute, a very big institute with more than 2,000 bedded hospital, and I am trying to upgrade the pathology department there. So when I have interest in CNS pathology. So when I went through the CNS updates, I really felt handicapped. कि हम क्या करेंगे यार, ये किस तरह report करेंगे? It won't be possible for me to report. But by today's presentation, I feel quite a bit relieved. One thing that there are desirable, optional, and all these things are there, and most of the molecular markers, which I thought I won't be able to possible to do that, are available now in the IC forms. So this makes the things easier for us, and And in the end, I really congratulate the organizers for the very excellent sort of excellent conference, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And I would call upon Dr. Lubna Vaisi from Dow Medical College to carry on the next session.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. The break is over. Please settle down. We'll start in 5 minutes, please.
Good evening, everyone. Now we are proceeding with the session of consultant interesting case presentation. So in this session, we have 5 case presentations. And to chair the session, Dr. Ashok is already on the stage. Welcome, sir. And to co-chair the session, I request Dr. Naila Zahir to please come on the stage for the session. So moving forward, for the first interesting case presentation, I would like to request Brigadier Tariq Sarfaraz from Foundation University Medical College, Islamabad, for his case presentation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and a very good evening to everyone. First of all, I am extremely grateful to the organizers for providing me an opportunity and honoring me to say something, to present something at this prestigious forum. Taking the opportunity at the same time, I really want to congratulate the organizers, especially the team of Sir Shahid Parvez and all the energetic youngsters who have done a marvelous job, and we all are grateful to you, sir, for this great activity. So I was assigned a minor task by the organizers and I obeyed it, and the task was to present one of the interesting case. So in the last about 2-3 weeks, this case came to us, and I thought that this case will be useful, especially for the residents and those who are appearing in the FCPS Part 2 examination, because this is one of the very commonly placed case in the high-level examinations, including FCPS as well as FRC PAT. So the case was actually a 72 years female who was having a nasal mass, and on plain CT, paranasal sinuses revealed a soft tissue density mass which was abutting the nasal septum and right inferior nasal turbinate. We searched for the radiological input, and they actually gave just one liner that it is an aggressive lesion, and they didn't mention about any of the differential diagnosis or diagnosis. So the biopsy was taken and the case was sent for histopathological evaluation. So I'll show you, the picture which will be more I'll say visible. So you can see here, this was a case on high par. You can see there are atypical mitosis, very atypical cells. So one thing was very simple, that this is a malignant neoplasm. The impression which we made on H&E, it was that it was a malignant neoplasm, a bit undifferentiated. Now it can be anything. So keeping in view the H&E picture, we made a working impression of malignant neoplasm, and as all of we know that there are few things which are to be kept in mind once we are dealing with these nasal or sinonasal masses. As they say, there are about 5 to 6 differentials and there are about 5 to 6 immunos. Right? So keeping in view, all these things, we also thought of all the possibilities, including the sinonasal undifferentiated carcinoma, olfactory neuroblastoma, extranodal NKT cell lymphoma of nasal type, malignant melanoma, and neuroendocrine carcinoma. Now we were thinking that as most of the cases of the paranasal sinuses are resolved very easily by the immunohistochemistry, so we will be able to tackle it very easily and the diagnosis will be made. But once we started doing immunohistochemistry, actually it gave very, I will say, here and there type of results. So first, which we did was pan-cytokeratin, and here you can see the inbuilt control of the lining stratified squamous epithelium, but all the cells, they were negative, right? So sinonasal undifferentiated carcinoma or some epithelial neoplasm was ruled out. Then we thought it may be extranodal NK cell lymphoma, but LCA was negative. Then we did S100 and it came positive. So we thought it will be melanoma. So we did HMB45, which was negative. Then we did Milan A, that was also negative. Now we expanded the panel, and what, to our surprise, it came positive as CD56. So we thought that if it comes positive with synaptophysin and chromogranin, then we will label it as olfactory neuroblastoma. So once we did, I mean CD3 was also negative because we were thinking some time for NK cell lymphoma of nasal type, but LCA and CD3 were negative, CD56 was positive, chromogranin and synaptophysin, they were both negative. So we were actually in a fix that sometime it shows, I mean, the picture like melanoma, sometime it shows like CD56 positive. So olfactory neuroblastoma was also not there because it was negative for synapto and chromo, right? So we just, I mean, as a, to spread the immuno, we did TTF1 also, that was also negative. EMA was also negative. Then P63 was also negative. Right? Then we thought of that we should do SOX10, right? And Desmin was also negative. And once we did SOX10, I mean, it was showing a very characteristic nucleopositivity of the tumor cells, right? So on all this basis, actually, summarizing all the immuno, we came to the conclusion that this is most likely malignant melanoma. And this was the summary of the IHC results, which you can see here. I mean, here you can see all the positive things are S100 positive, CD56 positive, and here SOX10 positive, right? If this S100 was positive and along with that CD56 and synaptochromo were positive, then this would have gone to the olfactory neuroblastoma. But actually, this was not the case. So here actually we made the diagnosis, this was malignant melanoma with aberrant expression of CD56. And then we actually sent it for the BRAF V600E mutation analysis, and that turned out to be positive. So this was a malignant melanoma. So as they say that whenever you are tackling some of the difficult case, three things should always be in your pocket. Three differentials should always be in your pocket. One is melanoma, the second is lymphoma, and third one is the small cell carcinoma, which can either be primary or it can be metastatic, right? So few words which I would like to say about the sinonasal masses. This thing you can come across in all the examination as well as in the practical lives. And the aim of the presenting this case was basically that at times it will happen that you will not be able to resolve the case through immuno in the exam and even in the routine life. So in that, at that time, you will have to think out of the box, right? And in the FRC path exam, I have seen many times that they will give you a long case. The immunopanel will be there, but that immunopanel will not be concluding to a very final diagnosis. Rather, you will have to give some diagnosis, and even then, your examiner will be looking for that you write this differential and you write this immuno, like sinonasal undifferentiated carcinoma, pan-CK. Extranodal NK cell lymphoma, CD56 and EBER. Olfactory neuroblastoma, synaptochromo, CD56, like neuroendocrine carcinoma. This thing should also be always in your mind, the neuroendocrine carcinoma, right? And melanoma, as it was the case. And in younger age group, I mean, you can keep the Ewing sarcoma also. So the take home, today's wisdom can be tomorrow's follies. You know, there was a time when they used to say that CD99 one thing, that if it is negative, then this is not a Ewing sarcoma, it can be anything, right? So this thing you will have to think that sometime the things they look, I mean, like on one side, but there may be cross reactivity or things like that, right? And as I have told you, always think out of box in unexpected scenarios. And molecular studies, as all of we are very much now realizing this thing, that they are becoming
Okay. So I'm presenting case of 43-year-old female who is diagnosed as case of invasive memory carcinoma of no special type and grade 3 of two-cut biopsy of the right breast lump. So right radical mastectomy with the intraoperative frozen section of the axillary sentinel lymph node was planned. Preoperative workup demonstrated enlarged does not matches with the diagnosis of morphology of the true-cut biopsy. Therefore, the frozen section was deferred. The other sentinel lymph node was histologically unremarkable, and axillary dissection at that point was not performed. These are the images from of the permanent section, and what we can see here, additional to the papillary growth, is the presence of these duct-like glandular structures embedded in the lymphoid tissue, along with the papillomatous growth, which is prominent over here, and this figure is highlighting predominantly the papillary architecture. So we did immunohistochemical stain to demonstrate the presence of myoepithelial layer, which was slightly evident on the H&E as well. And P63 was diffusely positive. Smooth muscle actin also demonstrate the same, and the Chi67 was low. Then we did 4 markers to establish the breast origin, that is ER, hemoglobin, GATA, and GCDFP15. All of them were positive. PAX8 was negative. That was done to rule out the possibility of endosalpingosis. So based on the morphology and immunohistochemical profile after permanent, that is the pathology which is not arising in the accessory breast tissue, but actually the ectopic breast tissue inside the lymph node. The one probability is that it is embryonal maldevelopment by which the breast tissue is entrapped inside the lymph node. The second, which is more common as we are getting a lot of true-cut biopsies, is embolism or displacement of breast epithelium, either during the surgery or in the true-cut biopsies. After true-cut biopsies, and this has a potential to undergo proliferation. So take-home point from my case is that enlarged axillary lymph node can be by the non-lymphoid benign epithelial tissue. That is, to avoid false positive diagnosis of sentinel lymph node, we should keep these benign things in mind, that is ectopic breast tissue, displaced breast epithelium / papillary clusters. This is more common with the papillary lesions if there are papillary lesions in the breast, and the third is the endosalpingosis. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amna, for sharing your case, such an interesting case. So now I would like to request Dr. Sabah Hassan Shamim from Dow University of Health Sciences and also faculty at Aga Khan Hospital to present her case.
Thank you, Dr. Lubna. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Sabah Hassan, like Dr. Lubna introduced me. And the case I'm going to present today is from the realm of GYN pathology, particularly ovarian pathology. So this is an unusual case of a 30-year-old female who's been having irregular menstrual cycles, and it was found that she had an 8/7 cm unilateral ovarian tumor which was sent to resection. And grossly this was a solid cystic lesion, and as we can see here, these are the solid areas and this is the cystic component. So as we go to high power, one realizes that the tumor cells, they are set in the form of many closely packed tubules, and they are tall columnar cells with pale cytoplasm, and they're set around this hyaline material. So one might come to the conclusion that these are annular tubules, and this might represent a sex-cord stromal tumor with annular tubules. But I'm going to show you several slides of this case because this is unique and interesting, and this case has variable morphologies. So moving on to other areas of this tumor, we see a different morphological pattern. We see different types of tubule formations over here, and some cribriforming over here. And we might think that these are Sertoli Leydig cell tubules, and this probably represents a granulosa cell area, adult granulosa cell area. And in this area, this appears to be a sort of follicular morphology that the tumor has, another variable morphology with eosinophilic tumor cells and some areas of hemorrhage here. And juxtaposed here, you see tubules which are long and round, resembling Sertoli cell tumor tubules. Again, you can see similar tubules over here embedded in this spindle cell matrix. So this area, again, has sort of a follicular morphology with similar round cells and hemorrhagic areas. We see clusters of eosinophilic cells here and here as well. Probably we thought that these might be Leydig cells, but they were negative for immunohistochemical stain MART1. Again, that's a high-power view of this area. So when we examine the subcapsular area of this tumor, we see again annular tubule-like structures. So we realize that this tumor does not have just one component. There may be 2 or 3 components to this tumor. Again, some pale-looking tubules here, Sertoli cell tubules over here as well. Moving on to other areas, we see a different morphological pattern again. We start seeing tumor cells clustered around large central cystic spaces. Again, this is a high-power view of this area. And we see tumor cells arranged in tubules with large central cystic spaces. So what could be the diagnosis of this tumor? So we performed many immunohistochemical stains, calretinin, inhibin, CD56, all sex-cord tumor markers were positive in this tumor. EMA was negative. So we diagnosed this case as a gynandroblastoma. These are extremely rare sex-cord stromal tumors, and they're composed of elements of both female and male differentiation, and these are also known as mixed sex-cord stromal tumors. And patient has variable presentations from irregular menstrual cycles to androgenic symptoms to estrogenic symptoms, and they can have abdominal pain and distension because of the tumor mass. So very few cases of gynandroblastomas have been reported in literature, and only scattered case reports are present. And patients have a wide age range. They can range from 14 to 80 years. It's a very variable age range. And because of its rarity, the etiology is not really known. So macroscopically, these are unilateral tumors, and they have variable size. They can be small, and they can be large, from 5 to 20 centimeters. And they have a cut solid cystic cut surface. The histology is, the most common mixture is that of a Sertoli Leydig cell tumor and granulosa cell tumor. And you can also have juvenile granulosa cell tumor combination as well. So these tumors are positive for sex-cord stromal markers in FOXL2. Benign tumors are usually not staged, and malignant tumors are staged according to the Union for International Cancer Control and FIGO staging system, and TNM. So its prognosis is based on case reports only, and most of them appear to have a benign course. The majority are stage 1 tumors, and most patients with stage 1 gynandroblastomas were successfully treated by simple resection, and of course with regular follow-up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sabha, for your case presentation, such an interesting case. Now I would like to request Dr. Anila Chugtai from Chugtai Laboratory, Lahore, for her case presentation.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good evening, everyone. Today I have selected a case from the subject of dermatopathology. That is the area of my interest. And the take-home message for this case is going to be that sometimes we think that uncommon things, they just don't exist. But the message is that despite being uncommon, we can encounter those lesions on our daily practices. And the case I have selected for this presentation is one of the most common adnexal tumor that is misdiagnosed as other skin entities. So the clinical history, this is not coming up complete on the screen. So it was 68-year-old male who presented with an ulcerated mass on the right upper thigh, which was present for the 4 months. And patient was diabetic and hypertensive. Other than that, there was no known medical or surgical condition. On the gross examination, we had an unoriented excision specimen, measuring about 2.1 centimeter, which has an ulcerated tumor of 1.8 centimeter, present at a distance of 0.5 centimeter from the closest peripheral and 0.4 centimeter from the deep resection margin. Cut surface of the tumor was firm, white. So on low power, what we can see is that there was an area of abnormality that can be identified here. And the adjacent epidermis on the low power appeared to be acanthotic, but it was otherwise looking normal. But this area was looking a bit abnormal on the low power. And again, there was a patch of the epidermis that was kind of uninvolved by the process. And again, there was an area of involvement present adjacent to this area of uninvolved epidermis. And what is also visible on this power is that the underlying stroma is highly vascularized and a bit fibrotic. So this is the high power of that area, in which we can see this area of involvement shows a proliferation of a sort of cells which are extending from the basal layer up till the upper part of the epidermis, almost involving the entire thickness. And if you can see, there is an abrupt transition of this lesion from the adjacent uninvolved epidermis on the both sides. So by this, we can see that the process was patchy. Again, in this field, we can see predominantly the epidermis is uninvolved, and then there is this area of involvement, which is again very patchy and extending right from the epidermis into the underlying dermis with a visible connection. So this is giving a kind of a look of some in situ lesion present in the epidermis, which is very prominently patchy in the surrounding of the main tumor bulk. This is the high power of that area. So I have taken this picture just to tell you guys that the kind of cells which are proliferating in this area, they look a little basaloid and not exactly the squamous kind of cells. So this proliferation is can be mistaken as Bowen's disease on the in these areas. So this is another focus in which we can see there is an abrupt transition of this process, this area of abnormality from the area of normality, and there is very sharp demarcation in the abnormal cells. And as you can see, these cells, they now appear to be squamoid, and there is some cellular pleomorphism present along with these mitotic figures which are pretty higher up from the basal layer. So again, in this focus, this can easily be taken as squamous cell carcinoma in situ. So in this picture, again, I'm trying to show the area of slight pleomorphism with these mitotic activities. So in this view, this was a clear-cut invasive tumor in this area. And this tumor has a clear-cut high-grade area. This area was pretty high-grade. With the high-grade cellular features and necrosis, while this area of the tumor had some low-grade atypia in the cellular population. And if we look at this area of the low-grade cellularity, this tumor had a specific look to it, which is not usually seen in the conventional squamous cell carcinomas or basal carcinomas of the skin. although these areas can easily be taken as a basaloid tumor and misdiagnosed as BCC, and the high-grade areas can easily be mistaken for the squamous cell carcinoma. So this area, sorry. So this area here, excuse me, it's not working properly. Okay, no, it's fine. So this area here, I used to ask my residents that if you have to, so if you want to fit this kind of morphology into a benign skin adnexal tumor, what would it look like? So they abruptly say like poroma or hydroadenoma. So I always reinforce this fact and also teach my residents every time that whenever you encounter an odd-looking skin tumor with squamous differentiation or basaloid differentiation, do not abruptly jump to squamous cell carcinoma or basal cell carcinoma. And think about the adnexal tumors. And one very nice hint to adnexal tumors is that they resemble in the low-grade areas to their benign counterparts. So one thing is that if you look closely, these areas here, they on the low power, even they look like a poroma-like lesion. So they have a poroid look to it. Again, in this area, you can see if I ask you how these cells look like, they do look like poroma on this power, but this area had cellular pleomorphism on high power and high mitotic activity. And another very prominent feature of this tumor is this peripheral clefting that we normally see in the basal cell carcinomas of the skin. And just because of this clefting, these can be mistakenly taken as basal carcinomas. But the clefting in the tumor cells in the stroma is a very consistent feature of porocarcinoma and even other sweat gland tumors. As you can see here as well, very nice clefting is present. In this picture, we can see that these cells, they do have a scamoid look to them with fine intercellular bridges, but some of the cells also has basaloid look to it, and also presence of these cystic spaces. These are the ductular areas present in the tumor, and also intracytoplasmic cystic spaces are present. So the second clue to the diagnosis of sweat gland, malignant sweat gland tumor is the presence of ductular differentiation or glandular differentiation in them that has to be absent in squamous cell carcinomas. Again, in this picture, we can see the cells have this poroid appearance, and in this area, we can see these cystic and ductular spaces present. These areas were from the high-grade part of the tumor. As you can see, this cell is pretty abnormal looking with very high, very enlarged nucleus and prominent nucleoli. So, my teachers have told me that whenever you see an abrupt serous carcinoma like atypia in some benign skin tumor, always think of tumors of adnexal regions, especially porocarcinoma. So this is very nice feature on morphology as well. Whenever you see a tumor that has an abrupt, abnormal looking cells, do think of porocarcinoma. And in this picture, as you can see, in this area, there is some hint of keratinization maybe. So squamous differentiation is not very uncommon in the skin adnexal tumors, whether of hair follicle or sebaceous origin or sweat gland origin. And this tumor had very brisk mitotic activity with abnormal mitotic figures present. So I have already explained the histology of this tumor, so I'm skipping this area. So the diagnosis made was eccrine porocarcinoma, or some people like to term it as malignant eccrine poroma. These are uncommon primary cutaneous tumors of sweat gland origin, accounting for only 0.005 to 0.01% of all malignant cutaneous tumors. It has first been described in 1963, and these arises from the intraepidermal part of the sweat glands called acrosyringium. That's why the in situ component is patchy. So wherever there is opening of the sweat gland in the epidermis, there is this in situ component present. And these can arise as de novo lesions and also from the pre-existing poromas. So another misconception about these tumors is that they had to have a benign counterpart in the background to arise from, but it's not true. We see porocarcinomas that arise as a de novo disease and as well as those who are arising in a background poroma. So this case was a de novo disease most likely because the patient has this tumor only for the 4 months and there was no longer history of this swelling present. While in other cases of porocarcinomas, we do have a history of like a lesion is present from 15 to 20 years and now there is rapid increase in size or ulceration and they turned out to be the malignant transformation in pre-existing lesions. So the tumors mostly occur in the older age group and there is slight female predominance. Common areas of involvement are lower extremities, head and neck and upper trunk. So the basic reason to present this case is that these cases are largely misdiagnosed as squamous cell carcinomas or basal cell carcinomas of skin with very different prognosis. So these deserves to be diagnosed rightly so that the right prognosis can be determined for these patients. And diagnostic clues are small cells with small intercellular bridges, ductal differentiation or intercytoplasmic lumina, background benign poroma if present in any cases or other adnexal lesions. Immunohistochemistry can be done, but it's not usually required. It is morphological diagnosis in majority of the cases. Prognostic factors include depth of the tumor, mitotic activity, and lymphovascular or perivascular invasion. And they can be treated with surgical excision, but in aggressive disease, the prognosis is poor, and they have tendency for the cutaneous and lymph node metastasis, and also have higher tendency as compared to the squamous cell carcinoma for the local recurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Neelam, for such a nice case presentation. Now I request Dr. Waqas to please come on stage for his case presentation.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Dr. Lubna, for the invitation. Myself, Dr. Waqas Ahmed, I'm working as assistant professor in the discipline of epidemiology and public health. And my area of expertise mainly include the epidemiology and the basic molecular pattern of disease transmission among animals, humans, and the environmental interface. So it's an honor to be among the well-renowned pathologists. So I will start briefly regarding the presentation. So it is basically few histopathologicals and immunohistochemistry findings among the different strains of rabies virus in the body animals, especially mice. So briefly about the virus structure, as you know that it is a bullet-shaped virus covered up with the matrix protein and the glycoprotein, and this is lipid bilayer. This is the reason that in the rabies cases or the dog bites, we usually wash the wounds in order to neutralize the presence of the virus in the wounds. So introduction, briefly, it is acute viral infection, horrifying neurological disease, 59,000 human fatalities. Dogs are the main reservoir of this disease, and regarding the pathogenesis, the glycoprotein, G protein of the virus is the important determinant of this disease, and it also produces the innate immune responses and the pathogenic mechanisms. And this protein is also decisive and responsible for the host cell receptors recognition and membrane fusion, which is crucial for the viral pathogenicity. So briefly, there were few laboratory animals that were infected with the street and the laboratory fixed strains of the rabies virus. And I processed the samples through the formalin fixed tissue, and the paraffin embedded tissue sectioning was carried out using the hematoxylin and eosin and the immunohistochemistry using specific primary and secondary antibodies. So as you know that there are certain specific pathological changes the virus induces, and these are one of the specific changes. You can see the cavernous or the honeycomb presence in the tissue sections and the necrotic changes as well. And as you know, the perivascular cuffing, the mononuclear or the polymorphonuclear inflammatory cells that are surrounded by the blood vessels, and the Babes nodules, which are the accumulation of the glial cells in the tissue sections. So the immunohistochemistry, the hippocampus exhibiting several brownish colored immunostained rabies virus aggregates, and the brain section of the cerebrum, it also shows the antigen granulates. You can see excessively produced brownish colored antigens inside the tissue sections. So that clearly describes that the tissue is quite well positive for the presence of the rabies virus or other antigens associated with different strains as well. So another characteristic finding is the multiple rod-shaped neurons, that the neurons become some kind of dumbbell shape, or the shape of the neurons become elongated, or you can say it's become the rod shapes. Among the cerebellum, you can see that different Purkinje cells showing the intracellular viral aggregates inside the cells that also show strong positive reactivity of the virus. So briefly, the histopathology of the infected tissue can differentially diagnose some of the important tissue sections of the virus from other diseases as well. And it is also important in humans as well as you know that there would be certain biomedical and ethical concerns in order to conduct studies in humans. But publications shows that some of the salivary glands or the tongues or other tissues of the humans, they have also been processed in order to study the viral pathogenicity and the pathology inside the human samples as well. So immunohistochemical diagnosis is the sensitive diagnostic tool, as we all know that, but in order to confirm the diagnosis of the disease, we must go for the immunohistochemical diagnosis instead of the histopathology. And the solution regarding the dog-mediated rabies control is definitely the joint venture of medical and veterinary human sectors. And I was discussing this with Dr. Naseem Salahuddin yesterday, that at Indus Hospital she has been receiving on a continually basis of 50 cases of dog bites on every day. So it's quite alarming, and it's quite unfortunate that there isn't any established diagnosis in humans and animals in Pakistan. This is the reason we are quite far behind in order to achieve the 2030 vision of rabies elimination. So I would like to acknowledge the HEC who provided me the travel grant in order to present this some kind of important notion and this work and this credible conference. And I'm also thankful to the selection committee of the PAP who offered me a chance to speak at this wonderful forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Waqas, for such an interesting case presentation. Now I would like to call for the chair, Dr. Ashok, and co-chair, Dr. Naila Zahir, for shield distribution.
Thank you. All the cases were very interesting, but you should remember that immunohistochemistry and molecular studies are very, very helpful, and need of the day, definitely they will help in most of the cases for the accurate diagnosis. But one has to keep in mind that HNE is very, very important. You shouldn't ignore the HNE, because on the HNE basis you make the differential diagnosis, then you apply judicially these immunohistochemical markers and these molecular studies, because we are living in a country where these are the expensive tests. Ultimately, burden is on the patients. So we should be conscious. He should give more attention on the HNE. And second thing, I must appreciate all the participants who are sitting up to the 6:15 in the hall since morning. So really, it's appreciable. And in the end, I must say this organization or this PAP conference is very, very beautifully organized. And I am grateful to Professor Shahid Parvez, Professor Suhail Chuptai, and all the organizers who have very really make this efforts very, very successful. My participation, I think it's more than 1,000 registered members have been attended. Thank you very much.
Brigadier Tariq Sarfaraz. Dr. Amna Khurshid. Dr. Sabah Hassan Shamim. Dr. Anila Chugtai. Dr. Waqas Ahmed. Now I would like to request Dr. Naila Kayani to please come on stage for shield distribution to the chair and co-chair. Dr. Ashok Tanwani. Dr. Naila Zahir. Dr. Raza. Dr. Raza को भी मैं लास्ट में लूँगी अभी मैं उसके बाद ले लूँगी नहीं मैं हूँ and me, Dr. Lubna. So this is the last session of the today. So now I would like to thank all chairs, co-chairs, presenters, hosts, moderators, organizers, and audience for such a wonderful day and patience. Thank you all.
Inshallah, sir.